Aw, someone's asking their special one to homecoming. But it looks like things got out of hand.
Did they overdo it like one of those gender reveal things?
Sounds less dramatic than that. I think it's kind of sweet.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, on my way.
Oh man, I can't do this alone.
Seems like you might need some spider help.
Yeah, I had everything planned out. The clues, the screens, the art, the people, everything has to be perfect.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, I got you. Can you explain a little slower? What happened?
Okay. I want to ask someone to homecoming, but he's special. I couldn't just do flowers or chocolate. I got some screens, and I want to light them up with the message, but the generator's busted. Guy who rented it out to me won't answer. What a scam.
I think I can help.
Thanks. I rented the generator from Reynolds and Company Rentals. I'll send you the address.
On it.
Generators are going for a lot these days. This baby's ours. You understand?
That's no ordinary rental transaction.
Ain't nobody stepping to me. Mess around, find out.
Here we go! Firing! That takes care of these guys. I should check on the salesperson.
Thanks, Spider-Man.
Glad to help. Your client asked me to look into a delivery delay. I guess we got our answer.
Yeah, about that. I'd love to deliver this thing, but those idiots already did so much damage. If she's salvageable, it'll take weeks of repairs. Mind delivering the bad news for me?
Can do. Better call Vijay and give him the bad news.
Tell me some good news.
Well, it's news. Generator's busted.
Wait! Okay, I'm not out of ideas yet. Just come back. I've got something else in mind.
Since the generator's no good, does BV have any backup ones?
I know they keep generators on the roof, but they're all overpowered for my setup.
We'd blow a fuse. Unless we find something underpowered. I should be able to pick up that low voltage frequency.
And your electrical powers would fill in the rest.
Theoretically. Worth a shot.
Or a shock.
I've got a friend who would love that joke. Found a generator, but it's deactivated.
See? That should work great. Mind giving it your special... spark?
Got the voltage we need. Now we just gotta route it to the ground floor.
Yes! I knew you'd figure it out.
Maybe I could connect these power nodes. The power seems to be traveling through an old circuit. Yeah. Maybe I should go into electrical engineering.
Thank you, a million. Oh, maybe you should call yourself the Great Electric Spider.
Thanks. I like Spider-Man just fine.
Oh, just got a text. He's on his way. Don't go just yet. I could still use your help. Just hide.
Vijay's texting me. What? A whiteboard? Oh, Vijay, what are you up to? Wait a sec. That's the equation he helped me with on our first date. Study session. Study date?
Spider-Man, that's the first clue. Mind flipping it?
Okay, looks like I'm going this way. Okay, what is this? Aw, that's the movie we saw when we had our first kiss. Ugh, braces, lip balm and all. But still, best kiss ever.
Spider-Man, the poster is stuck. Can you give it a tug?
Oh! Vijay must be in the quad.
Time for the big reveal. Find a seat, grab some popcorn.
Vijay? This whole thing has you written all over it.
I've always known you're a special guy. And I'm lucky you're my special guy. I love you, Lucas. Will you...
Home?
Not exactly.
Oh no. Gotta be something I can do to help here. Need to use my chain lightning.
Homecoming? Oh, Vijay, of course.
Matching sequin placers?
Hell yeah.
Phew, that was close.
Spider-Man! Come down so I can thank you properly! Thank you for making this possible.
Holy crap. You really got Spider-Man in on this? Best day ever.
Anything for love, guys. Happy for you both. Enjoy homecoming.
Lost drone at, somewhere o'clock.
Can't be too hard to find. Don't they have tracking chips in them?
Yeah, except this one stopped responding.
It might be tougher than I thought. All right, be there soon.
Maybe I should ask Miss Nunez if I could turn in late. No, I'll never do that. How am I ever gonna find this thing?
Hey, I heard you lost a toy drone?
It's lost, but it's not a toy. I was using it to gather aerial footage for my senior project. I'd look for it myself, but it lost communication at 300 feet X and 140 feet Y. That's the northeast building. Can you help? Our senior projects are due Friday.
Oh, right.
Wait, you knew that?
I, get around. Hear lots of things. I'm Spider-Man.
Oh, okay then. So you'll look around for me?
I'm on it.
It must be stuck on a roof. Check the tall building on the northeast corner of campus.
That drone has to be here somewhere. There it is. Hey, the data's corrupt. Can't turn the camera on, but it's rebooting.
Thought so. Thanks. Well, since you're up there, would you mind snapping a photo of campus for us?
I can make that happen.
We'd like a shot of the sky bridge from the rooftop. Could you take it?
They were pretty specific about where to take the photo.
Epic! Look at that composition! And that lighting! You've really got an eye for this. Could we get a couple more? A shot from each of the other 2 super tall buildings around campus would do it.
Okay. Get to the tall buildings, snap a couple of pics. I can do that. Recruitment office? Is this senior project part of this year's AV Club recruitment video? If this shot doesn't wow the new kids, I don't know what will.
The students on campus will love this! Great shot of the quad. Best lunch spot, hands down. Okay, so next. I forgot we need to capture students in their daily life. Just 3 shots of that, and we're golden. We want to capture the esports team, the drone club, and the greenhouse. Epic! An impromptu shot of Ponage in action. I'm not a gamer. Cool. Nice action shot of the drones. You captured their movements beautifully. perfect. One of my favorite thinking spots on campus. The plants make great company. Hey, while you've been up there, I've been tinkering with the drone. Camera's still busted, but at least it still flies. One last favor. It's the last thing we need, for real. Could we get a tour of campus in one continuous shot from the air? You can meet us up on the rooftop to start the fly-through.
All right. I'll get something nice for you.
You can swing through it or fly. Either way, let's keep the shot off the ground.
In the air. Got it. Here I go. Woo! This thing is fast. Oh, that way. Woohoo!
Exceptional! Thanks for working your magic.
All in a day's work.
That'll do it. Thanks to you, this recruitment video is really gonna shine. Don't suppose you'd be down to do 10 hours of editing for me.
Better let the master cinematographer handle that part. Hey, Haley. What's up?
So all that help you gave folks at Brooklyn Visions, they banded together to make you a thank you gift.
That's sweet. But Spider-Man can't accept gifts. Unless it's hugs.
Haha. Hugs are great. But I think you'll put this gift to good use. Swing by the rooftop garden when you get a chance.
friendly people. What's
They
been
didn't
up?
have to do this.
I found the sweetest email in my inbox today, and I just had to share it with you. It reads, Dear Danica, I know you're reporting on high-profile stories these days, but if you have time, I'd like to forward a public thank you on your show. I'm a BVA senior who would never have gotten an A on their final cinematography project if it wasn't for Spider-Man's help. I was so grateful, I decided to name my new hamster after him. It meant a lot that he took the time to help me, given how much he's had to deal with lately. Sometimes, the smallest good things make ripples. If you read this, thanks for reading. Sincerely, Odyssey. Oh, Odyssey, I love stories like this. Small...
Yeah! Fits perfect. Brooklyn Visions is the best. I'm gonna miss this place when I go to college.
Chief Clark, everything okay?
We're about to demolish a hospital that was damaged during Sandman's attack, but there's a lot of debris slowing down the technicians. If you're free, they could really use your webs to help keep the building stable while they work.
Absolutely.
Thanks. We'll keep working until you get here.
Okay. Let's see what's the latest greatest in energy research.
These wind turbines are tiny but mighty. Once deployed on high altitude currents, they are a potentially self-sustaining source of clean power. Eventually, they'll shuttle back and forth to a dock. But right now, we're looking for a way to place these for an initial test run.
I think I can get these up to the right altitude with the web wings. They don't call it Brooklyn Heights for nothing. Here we go! Huh. Web wings alone aren't getting me enough lift. I need a little push. The intersection of Court and Montague is super windy. I've certainly lost enough papers walking through there. Let's use that as a natural wind tunnel. Now to deploy. Fly free, little turbine. Kabam! One more. There we go. Great. They're all happily launched. I'll just head back. The turbine's been compromised? What? How? Need to check on that. Gotta get up there. What is going on up there? Talon drones attacking the turbine. I've got to stop them. Again? I really wish we'd stop meeting like this.
Stay out of our way, and we won't have to.
Really? I'm in your way?
Protect yourself!
Okay, that's all of them. Gotta get this turbine back in place. There, all up and running. I should make sure Dr. Wynn sets up some turbine security for these. What's up?
Just wanted to let you know that I talked to Gloria, and Feast is gonna send a donation truck to the house tomorrow for the rest of May's stuff.
I don't think I'll be able to go through everything by then. Could you cancel that? I promise I'll donate it all myself as soon as I'm finished with... everything.
I'll call him right now. But don't push yourself too hard, Parker. I'm serious.
Hey, you know I'd rather be curled up next to you with the latest physics journal right now. Especially that French one.
Sometimes you're just too romantic. I'll talk to you later.
Spider-Man, over here!
Hey, Chief.
Thanks for coming. We've managed to set our explosives in every zone except the last one. The demo crew's in there. There's 4 of them.
I'll find them. Just keep your radios open. And make sure nobody touches that detonator. Spider-Bot can search faster in there than I can. Your time to shine, little guy. Make Spidey Daddy proud.
All right. I find the people, Clark gets them out.
Is anyone out there? Help!
Is that a robot?
Hey, it's Spider-Man. I just relayed your location to Fire and Rescue, so they'll be here any minute. It's gonna be okay.
Spider-Man. Thank you.
Hey, Clark, did you get the location I just sent over?
Our team's moving in now. Thanks.
Spider-Man's here. It's gonna be okay.
My pulse blast then.
Anyone? I can't move! Help!
Hang on, I'll get you out of there.
Thank you.
Help's coming. Fire and Rescue knows where you are, and they'll be here soon. You're going to be okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Clark, you should be getting a new location any time now.
Just came in. We'll head right over once we finish getting Mr. Robleski out.
What are those breathing exercises again?
How did we blast through that? rescue's on the way. Just try not to move. They'll have you out of here soon.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Looks like I need to go up. So it's field testing time for my latest upgrade.
My insurance better cover this, Rice.
Hey, Clark, did you get the last location I sent your way?
Heading there now. There's only one other worker left inside. Hurry, Spider-Man.
Leave it to me. I'm coming! Just hang on! Should have enough traction to pull them out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fire and rescue's on its way. Are you okay?
No, I'm good. But I saw somebody up ahead a few minutes ago. Purple jacket. Make sure you help them.
Hey, Clark, I just sent a new location your way. But this guy said someone else is still trapped in here.
Really? They're not missing anyone else. But if you can find them, we'll get them out.
I'm on it.
I think they had a gas mask on.
Nobody here. This'll take some maneuvering.
More. This whole place is gonna come down.
The prophecy says we don't die today. You want to be a follower of the flame? Start trusting him.
Follower of the flame?
As soon as they're done with the deserter, we're out. The explosives will bury whatever's left of him and the evidence.
You're gonna kill someone? I can get a look at these people. I don't recognize them.
What about the intruder that's been skulking around?
They can't stop all of us. Now keep looking for supplies. We'll need them in the days ahead.
What are they?
Oh no. I didn't say anything to the police. Never even mentioned the flame. I just wanted out.
Then you should have remembered we all go out the same way we come in. Painfully.
prophecy said...
Heads up! He's got me whipped up!
So, what's my prophecy? Endless fighting? Death by building? Grow 4 arms and become a giant man spider?
Burn with the rest of the unworthy!
That's it? Oh, okay.
You're not stopping now, Ember!
Whoa, guys, can we take this outside? Is everyone okay? Besides me knocking you out, obviously? We are better than you ever will be. You were foolish for coming here! Who are you people?
The only ones worthy enough to survive what's coming!
Finish him off before the police get here!
Pretty sure this building is gonna fall apart before then!
Flame burns eternal! The world will be cleansed of your filth!
Flame burns eternal.
Thanks. So what's your deal?
There you are.
Hey!
You never did like my smoking.
Yuri?
Lowlifes call me Wraith. Fits pretty well, I think.
I tried... Where have you been?
No time.
What about them?
They made their choice.
This'll be a new record. And they said it couldn't be done. Looks like Yuri took off. I thought she'd just need some time after what happened with Hammerhead. But coming back with that suit? And a name like Wraith? I should keep an eye on her. And the other on these cultists. I need more eyes.
suffering through a litany of problems right now. Inflation through the roof, feckless government officials, and a country on the brink of a collapse not seen since the fall of the Roman Empire. Yet the worst, most insidious dilemma we face is that of the faceless. It seems another masked vigilante is bringing their illegitimate justice to the streets. All reports indicate an individual disguised in purple and sporting a take-no-prisoners approach to the illegal activities they perpetrate. Some of you have criticized the Spider-Man for not going far enough. But I can't believe what I'm saying. That's not in their jurisdiction. While they shouldn't be out there in the first place, at least they haven't sworn themselves as judge, jury, and executioner. We have systems in place for this people. If this new hero really wanted to enforce order to the fullest extent of the law, they'd join the police department. Why is it so hard for some people to follow the rules? This is the chaos the Spider-Men inspire. And why must I be the sentinel of statutes? Now how about some man?
Hope Dr. Foster doesn't mind if Spider-Man helps Peter out.
Peter, excited to have you on board. We've partnered with your friends at Feast to feed the community, starting by improving our gardens. To help, please collect some samples of nearby plants and put our gene splicer to use.
Easy enough. Collect some samples, splice some genes, feed the people. I think I can improve on this. Let's look for the best samples. has to be a healthy-looking plant around here somewhere. This one's technically a weed, but the hardiness could be helpful. Should be something around here. This one's really productive. Lots of fruit. That's perfect. These are clearly more efficient with water. I can use that. Okay, got some great samples. Time to bring them together. Can't believe that EMF is making these GMOs open source. Profit shouldn't be part of the equation when it comes to basic human necessities. Let's see. Can't wait to see this grow. Okay, made some great new hybrid seeds for them. Just gotta get this place ready to plant the seeds. Let's optimize their water. Yikes, gotta patch this up. The webs should do the trick. Seems to be multiple leaks lowering the water pressure. If I don't find them all, the system won't work. Just a few more to patch up. Pipe's blocked by that cart. Would be counterproductive if I drowned all the plants. Gotta take care. May used to have a green thumb with her tomato plants. Maybe I have green webs? I think this should do it. Dr. Foster will be pleased. He doesn't need to know Spider-Man helped out. I wonder what other field projects the EMF is working on.
Hey, Pete, you got a minute? I could use some perspective on our mutual friend.
What'd Jonah do this time?
Usually I can deal with him, but lately it's like he's determined to get under my skin. You're a veteran. Any advice?
With Jonah, it's a never-ending war. Trust me. Pick your battles. You learn how to tune him out eventually.
I'm not sure I have that superpower, Spider-Man. I know I can't die on every hill, but...
But you're Mary Jane Watson, Defender of Truth. A much cooler superpower.
But maybe you have to give an inch to get one? Ugh, I don't know. I'll think about it.
Thanks, Parker. Anytime, Watson.
Oh, shit me a river of doom. Oh, the reason why I'm going this way is because I am not getting caught in the crosshair of a mission that'll hijack my destination. Which is to go this way. Because that shit, if I even go near it, I'm sure it'll activate. And I don't want to do that right now. I think these are hero points, the yellow ones. What in the world?
Was this ambush all for me? Oh, that's so sweet!
Oh, shit.
Next time, skip the theatrics. Huh, these don't look like happy plants.
Help. Clearly we've got a failure to thrive, and we haven't yet been able to diagnose the reason. Can you sort it out for us? Thanks.
These plants should be doing much better. Something's making them sick. Water quality is crucial. I should analyze that. Maybe the water quality is bad? Let's take a look. All right, my little plant friends. What's got you feeling so sick? Don't worry. I'll get you all healed up and ready to feed the community. Gotta identify this molecule. What have we got here? Looks like you've got some kind of pathogen. What kind? Got it. Huh. Looks like this pathogen usually affects plants in the river. But fish are immune to it. I think I just found our cure. Let's splice some genes. With a little genetic engineering, I can make you guys immune to this pathogen, just like these fish. Now I just need to get a cooperative sample. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Where are you? I promise you'll be back in the water in 2 shakes of a fin. This one won't work. Gotta catch another. A perfect specimen. That's 1 slippery sample secured. Now to take it back and splice it with the plants. Alright, my leafy greens, let's get you feeling better. Need to insert this fish gene. If I splice this fish gene into your plant genes, I can give you guys immunity to this pathogen just like them. I know you can't understand me. Trust me, it's pretty cool. You're gonna make our community a whole lot healthier.
The puzzles are actually easier in this one, I think,
Should be able to work with these.
than the
Wait to
first.
see him thriving.
Which they weren't hard in the
Feel
first,
better in no
but
time.
it's different. I'm gonna clear this area as well. Let's see this shit. The pacing and the money and shit. You know, there's a lot of issues in Hollywood. Like, I was reading something on partially why they didn't, like, put, like, Avengers in this game and stuff. Just, I didn't really look for it. It just popped up, you know, stupid news article shit that pops up on your phone. And I was reading it, and it said, it's talking about how they had to spend all this money in selections, and I've done a bit of studying to know like how Disney does their deals, and as far as I'm aware, like they're contracted to like 6 films. That's it. Like I was sitting here thinking, I know it's 6 movies was one of the last contracts, but their original plan was basically 12 movies, but to contract. Well, actually, they were going to stop with the last movie and work on their own properties, but then they were talking about doing a trilogy with around college, and then a trilogy around him as an adult was what they were talking about. I personally don't think, you know, that's very ambitious, but I don't think they'll actually succeed at doing that, like as in 6 movies. Because for one, if they do, they have to change out the actor, because Tom Holland's not going to want to be Spider-Man in 6 Spider-Man movies plus, you know, 3 or 3 other movies. But the truth is, the contract is signed for Tom Holland to make an appearance in 6 films. And then, if I recall, there was a contract signed. There's a contract signed for Tobey Maguire as well to come back, and contract signed for Andrew as well, which I believe I want to say the way they were talking and the way they described it sounded like they had plans for, like, you know, a contract deal for like 2 movies or something for each of them, the way they were talking. For Toby and Andrew. And then they also, if you read in, I saw another, remember in the past looking at it, if we were talking contracts, there was actually a contract for William Dafoe as well, who plays Green Goblin. But the way that sounded was that they were going to make fucking, like, he signed a bigger contract than both Toby and Andrew. The way they made that fucking sound, like he planned on staying for coming back in several future projects. But I don't know, you know, honestly, people lying straight, you know, constantly, and as well, and people learning how to become better liars in Hollywood. So having it all mixed up. Yeah. So it's, yeah, you could follow the paper trail, you know, but then it's like the paper trail becomes inaccurate at some point, even if it's legally binding. You know, the truth is nothing is legally binding in words. And I think the world expects everyone to go buy this book when the book itself isn't even perfect. You know, it's an imperfect scroll, it's an imperfect book, it's an imperfect society. And I think there are exploiters, and I think empires in them using shit like white lies and stuff gives them advantage points to get away with certain things, including bad things that you don't see necessarily. Including, and then what they call the good things, the white lies, like hiding their plans for what they plan on doing. But the thing is they sat in time going by. After making that last, it's like they wanted time. It's like it's very like drawn out, like what they're up to. Because if you ever look at the way Disney named their Spider-Man movies some weird ass names, like who the fuck decided to associate home with that word at all, with Spider-Man at all, is their way of saying that they want it back, but they don't think they can get it back, and they're getting tired of paying to get it back, is what's happening. And it's like, and I think that's what the statement was of obviously the movie they did was No Way Home. So that's why I don't think there is going to be, there's not going to be a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 4. Not the way that people think. Because if Disney's doing it, then it's definitely not going to happen. It'll just be in Tom Holland's. So it's like a movie. So it's like, why the fuck would Disney pay to do that unless they're going to destroy it and make Sony dependent on them? See, they to try to flip the narrative against Sony to make Sony pay them, as well. So there's like a bunch of paying back outs and all this other shit. It makes money flow back and forth between both Sony and Disney, though. They're in contracts between what they want, just like Insomniac had access to Wolverine, getting to buy certain characters for their projects, which will work. It will draw people in that want to end before, if they don't want to wait for it to come to PC. It'll draw them to the console, because mark my words, everything will go to PC. Every single thing at some point will go to PC, including Nintendo games. Everything will at some point. That is just a matter of time. Some are longer. Like Nintendo games, for example, could take much longer, but if you look back, I remember it didn't take long for N64 codes to be put online. So it's like, so you could play them N64 games back in the day. So it's, having all these structures makes it more difficult to navigate, though. Like having all these things where people are like, no mod, no this or that, can make it hard for people, I think. And where it really says you have to step up your game. Sure, if you figure out a source and it gets known, and then someone decides to do something about it, now it's like it's basically challenging you, to have to evolve and keep going, because now that it's out there, they're not trying to make it easy for anyone by any means, or keeping it the same. Like if you kept quiet, for example, it would be easy. But every time something goes out into the air, when it comes to empires or corporations and goals, it becomes, it's just a matter of decision making on the end of, and most companies are not going to be in the favor of supporting something to stay forever, because they're going to want to innovate. Even if they do go to nostalgic, they're going to want to innovate nostalgia at some point. Something. Like even Tomb Raider is getting nostalgic support, but it's like, trust me, it's still, people want a revamped version of that. The thing is that that's not even that difficult to do. In fact, you can go back. If we're looking at like Dead Space, for example, because I think Dead Space is supposed to be available in EA Access here soon, the remake. But if you take both those games and compare them from at least the 360 version, the older version, and the newer version, they play exactly the same, for the most part. It's, so it's like the game you're getting is the same game. It's just the coat of paint and the art direction that you're really paying for. Like, so you have to really be a Dead Space fan. Like, really want Dead Space to be graphically attuned, in extra creepy environmental stuff for Dead Space. Dead Space is like jump scares and stuff. I've never actually finished Dead Space, so I'm not really. This is a bad comparison. It just so happens to be around the corner, I thought. So, but looking at it, different types of games and stuff, and you have to make decisions because, for example, I'm not gonna buy Dead Space, for example, the new one, because that ain't gonna do me any good. It's just, I don't have millions of dollars to go do this shit, and if I did, I'd have a different life, an entire different life, because I wouldn't be associating myself, I would associate myself with video games, don't get me wrong, but it wouldn't, I feel like it would really be different. Like, it would go in a different direction. It would be on blast. Like, if I were, like, I would, I'd obviously stick with marketing and stuff like that. It depends on where you are in life and where you go, because it's a branching tree in the entertainment industry of when it comes to career, and you go wherever you end up going. But obviously, most people will follow the money, because the money's going to pay you and shit, but not always the case. It keeps you going. So it's like sometimes you have to make things that, this is what's really shitty, is like if someone is higher up and just says make a movie, and you don't have the opportunity to make the movie you want to make, but now you have to sell this movie or this version, like creative direction. For example, we all know, what Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness says. It's, you go in and you suspend yourself into this for a moment, and it's like it's the only way you could really. And then it's like, well, the one time it's great, but then afterwards, it's like you get like bits and scenes of things that are, it's like trying to do more than one fucking thing, but it ends up being incoherent, like overall. So when you go back and watch it to try to make any sense of it or a connection, because also like comics are supposed to connect or have some kind of connection, or if it's a standalone movie, then it's still a pretty stupid standalone movie. Then it's could be even worse, because it's like they're trying, but they're also not trying to connect it, which makes it a lose-lose. Like, if you go back and watch some of these movies, I don't think they will hold up without some additional content. Like, I said this about even Batman vs. Superman's success with Zack Snyder. Success on Batman vs. Superman, it was because it was, finally people have this shit coming, it's a project that people wanted, but it's almost like it was half-assed. Even that was half-assed. And it's like, well, what do you mean it's half-assed? That was a pretty good movie. It was a pretty good middle chapter that will never get completed. it's not a solo film, because if it was a solo film, it wouldn't be acting like a puzzle and branching off. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's too much narrative for it to be one movie. It's just, that's the thing. Like, when they do these things, then they don't follow through. They don't finish, or they make less. They talk about making, there's a bunch of people arguing quality, but quality as, making less and doing more in quality. But the problem is that's not how Marvel works. There ain't no quality. If you're going to go in the multiverse, then you're not going to get quality in a solo fucking film. And if you do, it'll be a one hit off, and then that you won't be doing it repetitively. So it's like quality for a Marvel film is like making Spider-Man 4, for example. Tell me where is Spider-Man 4? Here's an example of what quality could be considered, but it would mean making a movie that is more of a love letter to the original trilogy, which means you would have to, for the most part, not even recognize the existence of the other Spider-Man. It would basically, in a lot of ways at this point in your life, you gotta ask, where the hell is his Peter Parker? And if he's making it work, and what do you want the future of his character to go? And he's getting old. And this guy isn't going to keep going forever. It's almost like missed opportunities. It's at least, you got to look at it like at least there's room for 1 or 2 more films for this guy, of his own. Which probably not 2 more, probably 1 more. The reason why that is because it's kind of like too late and too much money, or not enough money, and Sony going in different directions with things. It's like, right now, it's like, if you're living in this time, the kids are eating up the multiversal stuff. A lot of it, too. So it's like, how do you balance a film like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 4 up against other characters like Tom Holland, Spider-Man, and Andrew Garfield, Spider-Man, and also wanting to do Miles Morales and doing Spider-Woman, and they're running into a lot of things, and it's like their choice making, and like they said, I saw like they were talking about doing TV. Now TV, on the other hand, if we look at anything as success, I would call Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. success. Even if it branches and goes off, they made it work, and it's, I think, probably one of the few successful long-running Marvel shows, and it's like, I think the reason for that is because Disney wasn't allowed to touch it for the most part. If you look at it, there was a couple episodes they were allowed to touch, but most of them they weren't. It's like every show that Disney touches is a series, not a show. It's not a continuous with seasons. It's like fucking Loki will get season 3 maybe like 6 years later. It's like, because it takes them, like, they're going and, it's not a show. It's a series. Even Loki's a series. I don't see them even pushing out season 3 around the corner, because they don't think this shit through. They have other plans. They made it clear they want show connectivity with movies, which is like people dragging people back and forth, to the shows and in the movies. So they're like, what they're asking for is people's time and investment to be invested in all of this. Even fans can't, there's a lot of fans that can't even keep up with all that splitting, because in some ways it's better to do shows and focus and let people just do the stories with the shows and then branch from that. Like Daredevil being rewritten, why? And then people justifying it being rewritten. I'd like to know why it's being rewritten. Too, just saying it's bad, the last was bad, isn't good enough for me. I'd like to judge that for myself. So it's like, because if you look at like the idea behind Doctor Strange as a horror movie with Nightmare, and people several times, lots of more than one person wanted to do Doctor Strange with Nightmare, actually. and it's like someone else is in charge, and it's clearly not them that want to do the nightmare. It's like they're not allowed to do what they really want with the movie. Is what I bet you more than anything is what it is. Is that there's so many creative directions and where people want things to go, and I think the mindsets and where people are, it's asking, what do you want us to be? Doctor Strange is a very weird IP, because it sits in between, the realms. If someone wants it to be more kiddish with the sorcery and shit, but it can also be more adultish. In some ways, is an IP where it could go down the road of horror, but it's, there are certain things in the in-between, and they're making choices on where they're going to go with this stuff. It's, how they built Iron Man 1 and the original Incredible Hulk, and how you went in at the end, and they started building it slowly. I think that the Midnight Suns deserve something like that. Another team, just not the Avengers, and is not even the X-Men, because the thing is you need a new team that has never hit the screens before, and you don't want to make the movie and then make movies around it, because then it kind of, puts a damper on what the hell you just made. So certain teams, they were talking about making all these teams, and by doing that, it kind of, the Illuminati, they throw out the a version, and it's like, in some ways, it kind of shits all over them doing an Illuminati movie. Even if they do, it's just like, it's going to be less meaningful, especially if they're trying to make it connect. It's going to be even less meaningful. So it's the connectivity problems that Disney's Marvel is having massively. Like, look at Sony, when they stick more to a character and around his backgrounds, they have better chances of success. Spider-Man's more home-grounded, and, in a lot of ways, if you look at it, you go back and watch these movies, there is no more home-grounded Spider-Man movie than the Tobey Maguire ones, where I would say that's more down to earth. And then you have the more science-y one, that I would say the Amazing Spider-Man actually dabbles in the art of science and cringe. Like, people are arguing the cringy engine. They called it cringy, someone said. The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon. But it's like, have you actually ever been in that situation? It's almost like, who's relating to that? Because if you're torn in between two places and having to make a choice, especially, there's no fucking cell phones in that time or era, right? They're in the damn, Midwest eras at times, basically. Well, reset. It's like the Wild Wild West all over again. Just so happened to have some future shit and a bunch of zombies. Because they're set back in time. But you have things in the where it goes, where time basically died, development died, and seeing where they're at and stranded to know where the times they are, they're pretty torn. Like, that's how I looked at the Daryl Dixon ending. It was very torn, and I thought, like, for a moment after watching the end of that, and then them announcing now Melissa's going to return after they said that she wasn't, because she was originally going to be a part of the Walking of Daryl's show, and it was going to be something else, and now it's like, now it is a little bit weird, because it's like, where he's at, and the story and the characters they were developing, it was like, because they were developing it without the mind of her returning. See what I'm saying? So it's like, they had her come in. They always had, a window open for her return. Don't get me wrong, I think they kind of had that, as an opportunity, but it's now for the story, where it goes, it's like season 2 is, makes me wonder, what the hell do they want to go with this show? Because is it Daryl's show, or is it the Hungry Ones show? It's like, or is it Melissa McCarthy's show? It's like, I think the name itself probably needs to change if it's not going to be Daryl's show. But it's like, but if you look at things, and I think they're gonna miss out on some great things on focusing. I think they're looking for a window to kill Daryl, as what I think, or doing something possibly. Maybe that's what they're doing. So it's just what really I think really shines for that show more, and it shows you, is that they do have lore available and more content to build onto the universe available that is actually interesting, unlike that World Beyond or whatever it was. It's which was boring as hell. So and it's like, to me, they're running in all these different directions, and they can have something great even with Dead City, but how long can they have it be great? Because it was okay for Fear of the Walking Dead to branch out in season 4 and change, which basically, to me, was where, when you look at season 3, it was incomplete. Like, it ended with a lot of answers, not, with a lot of questions more than answers that never got resolved. And then they look at something else, and they focus on something else, and it's why? Probably because they probably reached out to people, made money, and decided who they wanted around. They made it very clear back then who they wanted to do more shows with. But I don't, and after that, it was like a whole nother show. Season 4 of Fear the Walking Dead, it was like a completely different show. And then it's like they start killing, you start going down that. It's like, you could say that the show ended with season 3. A lot of people could say, and it became Morgan's show mostly in season 4, and then they finished it off in season 8, and they decided they're going to do some kind of callback to season 3. With what they can, with what characters they still have, and on board and actors, and it really, to me, the last ending of season 8 is the saying of what if, of what could have been. It's basically showing you that they really did throw out storylines, is what it says to me, and chose a different path. When Morgan could have just got his own damn show instead, other words, right? But instead, he came in and stole the show. And from other characters, and you look at that like that had good characters, and it's almost like just defeating itself. Yeah, I don't know, it's not like how The Walking Dead ended, for sure. The Walking Dead was more fine. Like, obviously they branched off. You always knew Walking Dead was some kind of community building shit. So you always knew that there were characters going to exist, and there were many characters, and so it was like, I don't know, and then it just goes down in some other direction, and they show you, like, season 1 of Fear the Walking Dead shows you the apocalypse, how it began, around what happened in LA, which was pretty neat. You're getting more background to Daryl. It's not Melissa McCarthy's show. It's, or McBride, I mean. It's, Carol. It's not Carol's show, I think even though she's going to be a consistent character, supposedly, they also said that she wasn't going to be in the show, as well. They said she was going to be, and then they said she wasn't. now she's going to be a consistent character. You know, what goes from there? She started hinting on Rick and Michonne. Basically, something. Who came back? Somebody came back, she said. And, you know, it was to let them know. And now it's like they got to answer that. So does that mean that she's going to be in season 2 of Rick, of The Ones Who Survive? You know, of Rick and Michonne's show? Is that what that means? That she's going to be in season 2 before she goes to Daryl? Or are they just going to skip that entire timeline afterwards? Which would be really weird and hurtful for the Rick Grimes show. You know, it's if you think about it, because if, like, are they rushing through season 1? Because originally Rick was supposed to get 3 movies, and now it's a show, and they're going to unite. And then what happens? They build this threat, and then the threat's just going to let them go back to their community or something. It's like, you know, it's, you know, and they plan on making more of that, like season 2. Like, is what, season 2 a reunion before they get attacked by who the hell took, you know, wouldn't let Rick? Is it like they're going to come back with full forces? They start branching all these worlds, and I think they got themselves in a situation as well. It's to the point of choices. So Marvel and The Walking Dead are similar in that matter, you could say, except for they can't bring people back from the dead and make it make sense in The Walking Dead. But I guess they could. They had try to figure camera angles and stuff like that. Would that be some shit one day they manage to figure out or bring even, you know, characters that they showed die on screen? With The Walking Dead, I don't know, there's too much. Like, it's just branching off in direction, people dying left and right, trying to keep up with all that shit. It's puzzle making point, it's just money. You know, it's story, pick something. You know, there's 50 million different things going on. It's just, and everybody got their fucking hands involved to the point it's never gonna make sense. It'll never be allowed to make sense because they're just too many people divided. Well, we got a different type of suit. Did you catch that? Where that animation stuff was? I gotta figure out where that one suit was, but whatever. Oh, look at that. It said that you could do this with other characters, or other suits. It's like cartoon people jumping in. You see something, I didn't mean to click that, I meant to click this. Like, look at this. It's like cartoon animation, film grind characters. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it's their best bet just not to make a grounded Spider-Man movie. They just start working on multiversal stuff. The hell is that? It's flashing. That was in the first game, that place too. So a lot of the map is similar. I haven't actually checked to see if the Avengers Tower is still in this game. It's a good question. I didn't actually look. What is the gameplay? This thing is. This place was in the others. Became something else. Otherwise, is what I'm saying earlier. To the point, it's probably too late. I mean, I'm sure that Tobey Maguire standalone movie would have been great. Or one more. Could have been. But now, it's I'm calling it's probably too late. Yep. Now it just happened. This map looks very familiar.
Hunter's getting resupplied.
Moving a lot of equipment through here. I thought this hunt was gonna be short term.
We are here as long as we need you.
Moving day? Hope you're leaving my city!
Yep. Animation death. It looks kind of like really like out of place. People are going. Like, look at this cartoonish shit. Someone in there. It's like out of place. Seriously out of place. For black and blue. Can't remember exactly where the fuck it is. There it is. I can't remember what they said earlier about where you go to make a cartoonish, but anyone guess where I'm going right now?
Sorry, missed my train. Doing my best to make you proud, Jeff.
I'm so clueless.
So much to tell you, May. Harry's back. We're working together. Parker luck might be turning around.
It's 3 of these missions.
More hunter tech. Don't mind if I do.
That's what that is.
Uh-oh. You don't look like you were expecting company.
Kind of want to restart this.
Cut through those webs! Get me!
Oh, great. Reinforcements. I have a shot! Consider those hunters hunted. Let's see if this thing really does have a bird brain. A map of a base. Think I can dig around to see what's waiting for me there. Disabling its relay won't let them call reinforcements. Good to know. 2 other blinds. You've been getting around. Have to search the other blinds in Harlem until I find out where the base is.
Hunter in Harlem. A gander at that shit. I feel like I stealth this one.
The data I pulled from that base was right. This is a hunter blind. Maybe I can learn if there's another base nearby. Stay down. Please. Sorry, fellas. Got some reconnaissance on my to-do list.
Incoming!
More of you? Who hit the reinforcements button?
Watch the web!
Fire and bullet!
Oh shit.
Fire in! Relocating! Can't get sighted.
Can I find some basic knowledge on your base here?
Some basic knowledge on your base.
Don't mind me, just having a look around. Show me base info.
A couple of webs should do the trick.
No base location yet. Maybe at the next blind.
That guy upside down. Stay out of the shadow. Another suit upgrade. A homemade one. I should really remember where the fuck that is. This one? Oh. Alright. There are missions. Actually, I have an idea. This tracker, but it gets right on my camera, I think, when I put the tracker up. Welcome to number Z. Isn't that like, what's your interpretation on that? Communication attack, the communication, number of the communication. Like, what the fuck Z means, why, you know, propaganda. In the end, it could literally mean nothing. That's what they're using it for. It's like people are worried about the word, the letter. I don't think the word or the letter is the problem, and we start forcing it to be the problem, and then you're pretty much creating witchcraft. You're influencing the existence of witchcraft by putting so much damn value into a word to begin with. It's stamped on something. Be more concerned on someone's actions. But then there's always that interpretation of value point, and then people trying to figure out what do you call it if it's not got a dictionary. Yeah, it really does. It just attacks everybody's brains, including the person who is involved, to the point where the only winner is a cult. It's the cultist. It's the supreme cult. You know, good luck. Who's the supreme cult behind Number Z? The cult that ends up defeating all other cults. Because it ain't no divinity or divisions. It's hive mind unity. No multi-cults, no multi-religions, just under one ultimate cult. And what other better way to go than to go after the English alphabet? So think about it. It's like a destroy all communication on planet Earth. You know, if you know their heads are truly locked on it, then they could end up, have already revealed their plans, at least their original plans, until, they're either gonna act on it, on the original plans, or they're gonna stall and then have someone push them to act on that day, because then they can actually have a window. Someone might be like, okay, let's make the terrorists actually attack on 2026. And then they'd be like, well, the terrorists are aware. Then terrorists are like, well, then we might attack sooner than then, a surprise window. But it's like, but the pressure point of their agenda and why they're doing what they're doing and what they're doing it for, and acting upon it, like, to really, speak to their mindset. And there's a reason for everything. Even evil is evil, believe it or not. And it's maybe hard to make sense of it, but there's pressure points in a human brain where not everyone can, some people will collapse. You go for so long until, that saying, like, the two-faced saying, people struggle, and if you don't die the hero, you live to see yourself become the villain. It's an ideology, a root that if someone lived by, no wonder why it would change them. Because that's a toxic way. The toxicity for most. The wrong life, the wrong culture. Like for me, for example, I could prosper in far better environments than the one in which I am in. But the environment and the people that I'm currently around will never allow me to prosper. And if you said that around them, they would strongly disagree. So it's like around those type of people. It's like this is why I am a firm believer on time is a currency. Time is a currency, and who you invest it with, because there are so many people who will ruin your life if you invest it with the wrong people, or will never let anyone else come into your life that claim to care about you. I mean, I lived in a household growing up, even or around certain people on and off, and then I've actually lived in many different types of lifestyles, but one of them is the thing where you're not really allowed to have people over. Imagine if you are, and if you, it's a type of person or type of set, but it's like nobody understands that career path or that way of life, then, it's really just bad investment into people, like, or even if you are living in a certain situation and making a decision to let the wrong person in, or someone where you know, really in the end, with my understanding, if you grow up in a small town, there is no better people than the ones you design. You have to make those people better because you're the only one of the kind that is, you know, you have to basically be the influencer. You have to be the shepherd to the community, because if you're not the shepherd of the community, then they will just fucking shit all over the best, you know, life that they just basically thrown away. Even they would be, because they wouldn't even be able to comprehend or know, because they're not equipped to have that much wisdom. So it's like they just collapse under their own weight. And being a natural born leader, but being written off like, you know, by people who don't want you to be the leader. Like, if you ever go to these community, like I remember back in the workforce, like going and they'd try to label you. And then you play along with the label. For what? Because you're fucking trying to make sure that you pass this test. I mean, you could pass the damn test, but really in the end, when anything that is a quiz is graded by a teacher, it doesn't matter how smart you are or not. It matters whether the teacher likes you or not, or decisions on grading, because that's the way the grading system, you know, when you're in the company of a teacher, you know, it's socialization that's going to get you the grade. It's not even the accuracy. You know, it's not even about being right. It's about the communication. And so it's like, you know, it can be very defeating in role-based systems. For example, like if you are, you know, you have to switch on, like turn on the switch and become, you know, when it's, you know, when you're allowed the right time is more like the right people, when people are a certain time of people around you, and then you can have the right people around you, but you've been so suppressed for so long that you don't act on that time that would have saved you if you would have acted on that at that time with those right people. But the thing is that some people's minds, from being in suppression sets of lifestyles, will realize what the hell they've done after it's already too late. That they just basically let their salvation, their life escape them. You know, there's a difference between surviving and prospering and living. And it is not a career. A career, you know, it's not what people tell you what it is. You know, if you went and lived the life that everybody suggested and thought you'd live, you would never be living. You would only be surviving under the suppression rate. And no wonder why many people are miserable, because they are working jobs just for money. That it's like to the point, and some people love what they do, but mark my words, there are lots of people who don't, and they're in these situations, and you know, so it's and you know what you love, but what you love is just out of reach, right? If you're like someone like me, you could be close but yet so far from life. You know, like it's always there behind a screen or behind a prison bars, you know, where you can work with it from, like the Wizard of Oz can work with it behind the machine, you know, behind the magic, you know, behind all this other stuff. That there's ways you could still navigate and be a part of what you love, but you're also never truly there, because it's still a divider, you know, that still divides you from completion. I get it all the time. People shit talking all the time because they're not genuine. That's who they are. More, so a lot of times they just start revealing the toxicity that they are, because those people aren't very prosperous. Those people are just like trying to and it is exactly what they say they are, is bullshit. Meaning there ain't no success. It's just them hitting settlements and shitting on themselves and shitting on other people because it makes them feel better if they shit on themselves and shit on other people themselves. It's just like this. If you took that away, they could just be people who just enjoy the bare minimum, or if you knew what was out there, could you live the way that they live? Because it's hard. Once that saying, once you have a taste, even, it'll never be the same again. You'll always crave it until the day you die, or until the day it is fulfilled. It's of what you like. But I've been around people, I get this a lot, I don't know about other people, but people have told, well, they don't know he doesn't know what he wants. I've heard it several times from different people. And it's like, I know exactly what I want. I just, don't, there are ways, the climb, I want the destination, and then to go from there and the prosperity to work with where I'm at, right? It's like we're getting there to accomplishing, than where you are. And so when you're going down the road, what you could do, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's what you could do, and then there's what you choose you act on. And then there are more expensive routes that you can go down. For example, would something sinister or acting malevolent get you somewhere faster if you're equipped for what comes next and retaliating afterwards? And yeah, that actually could work as well, but it's still getting there. That is, mark my words, the hardest thing ever in life. And then if you have been not there and still searching and trying to find the best route there, because let me tell you something, you could care about yourself all you want or care about other people, but when the dawn of realization is, you're going to either have to make them forget that they're a part of a community, or you're going to have to deal with the community and its beliefs and holding the resources. So it kind of like leaves you in this navigating, it's work just to deal with, it's like, it's basically doing deals with terrorists, but you're broadening it. It's like hostage, and the terrorists so happen to be the locals and their culture, and not letting one home or prosperous, or saying, well, you can get there. You could say anything you fucking want, they can, but it doesn't make it any accurate, because let me tell you something, you cannot get there by yourself. There's no way in hell that you can get there by yourself unless you have every fucking single, even if you would basically have to have, if you were going to do it by yourself, you would need to have robots. You'd have to invest in artificial intelligence if you're superior. You'd have to have all this fucking resources to even be able to pull this off, which is a lot of money, which is a lot of shit to even do. So, in other words, you can't do that. You can, but can you? You see, it's like, you want to go down that road, or would you rather go down the road where you end up like feeling home and with your human, and even people with humans, and deciding how much further you want to go down the road? Because people who go to, the whole thing, like, there's what you want, and then there's what you settle for in the in-between, and it's like, how much further are you willing to go to achieve this? And it really is like, there's things that I have never wanted or never asked for, and it's like, isn't that usually how it is? A lot of times it just, things just happen to you. And the reason, and they say for you, but there ain't no for if there's no prosperity. But 2, 4 is like for survival. There's for survival, which is a basic human necessity, right? Which is that 4. And then you have thriving, which is, another threshold you have to cross. And then you could go to somewhere. It's like you could be working your ass off and trying to achieve something, and it's like people are just working for money. It's like, that's to me is not life. That to me is surrendering to the will of gods and far more superior people above you. Anyone who chooses the reward over life itself is only really truly hurting themselves, is the truth. Because there's nothing more greater in the world than love itself, and life, and being home and where you belong. And that's not a reward. Because if that's a reward, then that is a hostage negotiation. And then you could suggest that it's a skill issue, is what you could say. Because on the other hand, it's like, now you're turning someone into a goddamn trophy. And let me tell you something, if you go down that road, it will not end happily. It will eventually turn toxic, just like every single dependency thing does when it comes down to the requirement of a reward. If you need a reward, then you are always working. You're not doing. You are working for the reward. What drives you home? And if that's the case, people, and then now it could be there, that's a culture, it's an ideology. But let me tell you, some people will never have families by doing the same ideology as everyone else, or a bunch of other people will do, because they would just be incapable of having the family, because they're only following the route that is in place, that the culture suggests. It's finding your way home in a world that is so divided, in choosing to conquer and win rules and win all this insane shit. Like, it's just a fucking circus. And the circus is a fucking scam. Rigged games and forgetting and playing and some of it not, and then people being like, well, here, and forgetting and not forgetting, and here you go, here's a reward, even, deciding and then handpicking. And it's art. In what art does to the heart. Just that type of art. Without family, without life, without being with the right people, it's always just art. In crafting, it is this beast, this demonic force that you will always have until the day that you go home. And most Americans, I think, will never be allowed to go home. Or it must be easier having a simple mind and not knowing, because people who don't know, the stupid people, even still suffer, right? They still suffer, so it doesn't make much sense. Better than it's even saying, well, they're going to find bliss. They grab on to whatever the hell they can hold on to. But when there's nothing to grab onto that you genuinely love, that is in reach, then what's that turn you into? A survivalist is what that turns you into. For me, it's just like when walking and having the conversation, that I'm just a natural born survivor, even if I don't want to be. I have been in some shitty situations. And I have been in what some people would say are better situations than others. But I would also argue, and I think a lot of people would argue, that sometimes appearance is a manipulative force that someone wants you to think because someone is hateful for, it's a superior dominance. The people talk about this Opal theme and all this other shit that's in the air, but the biology, but the truth is, none of that, even means anything. You're the most immune person in the world, especially if you find peace with demons and ruling demons. Like, if you go to hell and you don't go home, but you go to hell and you figure out how to rule hell, you may never go home, but you will be the king of hell, though. You could become, you see what I'm saying? In ruling, it's a transformation. Latching on for just mere survival around toxicity. And then it's acting. People always playing one role and next and deceiving. It's them in the bullshit that they allow themselves to become. Meaningless bullshit is what they become. You see, it's this corruptiveness. Who the fuck wants to be identified as bullshit? Exactly. Cancer wants to be it. Anyone who's cancerous, that seeks, some kind of mask more than often. It's like cowards and running in one direction. It's people going to the doctors constantly. It's this stupidity, not knowing why, and why they even do what they do, and not caring and not giving a shit about people that are around them, but more of their own lifestyle. And it's like prosperity. When you're going down the road that where you have opportunities, but your opportunities are slim and very restricted, like very controlled, then you have to work with, for example, taking the first thing you see, or the first apartment, the first, it's in, or something like that down the road, like I have done. It's you're taking the first apartment that I see and then going with it, or sometimes, not always, in working with that is not always, you have to live with that for a matter of time. And then contracts. Always read always know what contracts you're being involved in. And if someone else does it for you, then you could have fucking loopholes out of contracts because you can argue the case that you never actually even associated yourself with the contract. You just were like careless and let someone else. Like every time, when you pull up a video game and you just click the buttons, you don't know what you're signing up for. But the thing is that there's a whole fucking civilization many communities don't even fucking know. And what the fuck do we live in but democracy? So there are ways of combating anything that you have not actually truly invested in. Sometimes just clicking the button and not reading is your way out of the contract by also gaining through the door. Because even if you are tied to the contract, well, that's very timely, especially if you didn't even associate yourself to begin with or even bother to read the contract. And you just fucking click a button to sign up for it. which a lot of people do. It's, to me, it always has been evidence that witchcraft is the far superior religion that the United States has been supporting for many years behind the scenes is geometry and spells and the representation of the English language. It's very, what is the word, liberal? Or, it's, and you look at that and, and where all that goes. It's, it's whatever word they want to call it. It's an identifier that someone created and convinced a bunch of followers to believe in this culture. And they just forget that they're sheep to someone else's dictionary. So it's also, or their cultural designs. It's who set up these rules. It didn't realize how much power they truly had, or they do, because of how much influential creation that they created by making this world law binding by, communication, like verbal communication even. And there's, how there's networking and all this stuff. It was flawed from the very get-go. If you look back, it has been flawed, fucking for over a century. It was just building in the background. And it's just like to the point, and that's why some of the internet, despite that all the bullshit that resides online with trolls, it also opens windows for the truth to be exposed. And it's like, people, the government, everybody knows the Pentagon, and everybody knows that a president's lie and have been deceitful in the past and have even been nice, that people have gotten down on their knees for a little kid. Even Hitler treated children nice. People just get down on their knees and just be very kind and then go around and kill people. You could suggest, who the hell did Hitler kill? Maybe did Hitler ever shoot anyone himself? If he did, then that's his true crime. You could say that the real criminals are those who actually invested all the bugs inside all these people that are going to follow this person to begin with. It's just like a call out. It's saying, where are all the demons? Come out and play. Reveal yourself. Want the future? And people talk about civic duty. I could come up with 50 million different better names, like Dragzar Witchestar, for example. But why am I modern? Because it's my civic duty to be modern. Because if I don't, someone else is going to do it too. And influential are going to try. And there is a war going on. At this very moment, there are wars, plural. And I have been associated with one ever since I took up that mantle of that responsibility back when I was 18, 17. Like I said, there was meaning behind Modern X Station, because it was always, from the very beginning, it's not, you look at all these names and these words and time itself, and what time is, and how time can communicate with someone differently, where the energy when someone's ciphering channeling, like vampirism. Where does your mind go instantly when you say vampire? What someone goes, like, I see more than one thing. I see vampire as, where to begin. But I think to try to simplify it is more of an energy transfer exchange. Life essence is and is not blood. It depends, what you do with that and transfers. Like, if you ever look at blood and the comparison to aliens, to ET, to extraterrestrial, to the unknown, and splitting atoms and doctoring things in cells. What then COVID-19 was. It was a cooperative vision of video making of a moment of the AH, you could say, or the S. When it comes to English, what was it known in Spanish? What was the Spanish word for it? What was the Japanese word for it? Description. Come down that it's just some damn title operative nation for the vulnerability and insecurities of weak cells and latching them down to those who are vulnerable. Nobody releases a virus without a motive to begin with. You say accidentally. So to walk in accidentally coursing the case of an action. The weather is natural. Whether people have been able to manipulate the weather for many, 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 many fucking years now. It's called geoengineering chemistry. Those who are willing and have, the power to do so and the mindset to do so can. But you can have the mindset to do it and still not do it, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are lots of people out there that probably could do it that aren't actually doing it. But at the same time, there is those who can and do act on it and have the, their motives behind it. And why would someone manipulate the weather but to control the narrative of something? It's all narrative play. Why would someone slap Z's in propaganda and, and formulate like the Z as their signature, and then all of a sudden start educating people in schools, like the influential power of a letter Z in Russia. So all conditional programming, like why schools were so flawed, because they were always on this path to teach you a culture and then try to teach you diversity at the judgment of the school that you're going, or the selection. When someone's like, well, all you get is French and Spanish and English, and you work around English, and then you take on like history from the books that are provided to you to study from the state, then you have to decide which there are states, and and you look at this, well, this is what the state wants you to know, or what the state decides is important for you to know. And the state is not. It's here it is you can have a group of people, but you can also have a leader behind a group of people, even if there is 5 people in a group, and then a ruler is in the middle, deciding the last for ties. But you also have, that's a voting system on the internet that doesn't really entirely make any sense unless that voting system is random as shit. That is like only if it's random. Now, if it's actually all mindset, then there's always an influential network of someone who is behind it. Whether they're telling someone who's influencing that area, it's narrative control. It's narrative control, and they do not even necessarily tell people, or they can and still do it. Because when people tell you what they're doing and still do it, it's because they've gained that much superior influence over who they're telling, usually. So they can still do it. They're still able to do it because they know that this person can't stop them. Now, a lot of times secrecy on their hand, and if someone does tell someone who can stop them, then that's risking in a society that supports private businesses. So it's a, you have to, and if you don't, you open up things. So it's like the United States has been flawed for many years, and people just don't want to hear the actual truth. They didn't want to hear it for years. And it was like, how you got to translate this shit, because a lot of people are fucking stubborn, don't want to fucking budge on their mindsets. So because if without them, there won't be allowed to be change. There won't ever be prosperity, or anything will ever be able to truly. It will always be settling, the same insane existence as it always has been. Which is why, for example, if we're to trust Biden's words right now on the actions of them suggesting them not to march into Hamas to try to get more hostages back to begin with, I think about the mindset behind this stuff and why Hamas would allow two elderlies to come in while they're raping and torturing others that they have captive. It's because go for the heart. You dumb fucks. You see it yourself. How vulnerable they are, because they are not intelligent. You have leaders who are either all into the numbers, and they know where to go, because the United States is right there in plain sight, being so corrupt of themselves, and yet trying to control narrative points of views, and them getting pissed because of people that come in and start showing you what's going on behind the scenes, because your own government isn't showing you what's going on. Because they're trying to control the fucking narrative. It's proof when a corporation has to step in and prove that your government is fucked up. Their own government's fucked up. Because it's narrative control that they want, and they don't actually solve shit. And they said they're not solving anything. As you can see, it's all narrative, emotional shit that in the end is great for terrorism, because terrorism can come in and it go right for the heart. And you'd be like, well, you may have done this, but you haven't stopped our resilience. It's the determination to keep going. But what do you keep going at? It's literally while people are being tortured and murdered in your support of a country. I'm telling you, the United States is living truly to numbers. And you're going to watch as they put more value into dollars even after Biden is done. Even after his reign, someone will start putting money back in, and then you'll also see that is going to start to build on the toxicity layouts, because it's not the answer. Neither of them are the answer. The Republican or the fucking Democratic Party is the answer. They have never been the answer to begin with. It's just a political, corrupt game is all that is. selfish, political, corrupt gains. So it's of power. In other words, power has always been their priority. And now it's catching up. I'm telling you, they are going to, either attack the citizens that are actually vocal. They're going to try to come after everyone who is honest, or in some way or form to control the narrative, or they're going to fall completely, and they're going to take it down with them. It is really what they're looking, especially if they have the power and the money to do so, and so many people's value on a reward system. They're going to latch themselves onto that reward system, and they're going to take it down. They're going to sink right to the bottom with their reward, with their trophy they earned. It'll be their death, their ultimate doom, because they placed their values in the wrong things. They allowed themselves to live, and to not even live, but to forget what the fuck life is. And to start being this controlled. It's like humans, people destroying people, and it's people are doing that shit in the United States. So it's like long before that's true, and then all of a sudden open, claiming the borders and watching and seeing and trusting and asking and seeing is really just this. What you're seeing right now is a president that does choose heart more, as more than currency or types of things, but you're also seeing that if someone supports, that still does, that the heart's going to be so easily exchangeable out of the U.S. and a reward trophy junkie is going to come around the corner, whether it is next year or 4 more years after next year. So coming around the corner, because they put so much value into a failed system. It's like that. It just doesn't fucking work. It's just a matter of time. And the truth is, everybody just really has what they create. And so you're either gonna, take what you can and go, or you're gonna have to rise up, become a leader when shit goes down, even if you don't want to be. And, even people like Martin Luther King, it's like if Martin Luther King, chose not to speak up, or chose, to hide, he probably would have lived a lot longer for sure, right? So he would never probably been assassinated. So, but you learn of all these types of directions and ask, well, what are you meant for? If you were born in this time and your purpose is to lead, and to lead meant that you had to die for it to even mean anything, to have a bigger effect. It's that sacrificial that life is a currency value of war, and where people are sending people to die left and right for someone else's fight. And looking at it in why are you doing what you're doing, and the meaning behind it. And the truth is, are you a country that supports rape? Are you, it's not whether you are like, well, that's not happened to us, that's happened to them, and not us. Well then, if it's not happening to you, and you're going to sit by and let another country do it in the world, and you know that they are doing it, then what does that make you? And then deciding you don't want to know. They've been saying this for years. One thing they've been saying for years, someone who does nothing or contributes to an old, dead way of life is on the side of the enemy, is only helping the enemy. And it's true, like, even if they sit there and just, go to work, their everyday life, and watch TV, they're just helping the bad guys. Because they're not actually changing shit by fighting for old ways that never worked then. They never even worked then. It was just a mask for people to hide behind so they didn't have to get involved, and they would only fight for what they held on to, real selfishly. Because they didn't want to be involved in it. They always had these selfish things. They were like, well, that's what the United States was for many years, a very selfish country. And so, and you're looking at, the truth. When you start staring the truth in the face of how, evil you've been, and how evil your ancestors have been, your mother, your father were even, then you start looking and like, well, they did nothing, or what they did, and the value is in these little things that really didn't change or do shit in the end, and you're just defending that for selfish reasons, for your own rooftop. But does it work for you? Does it do anything truly for you by defending the corruption than to actually learn from it? And and it's one thing, like when people know it and then they decide, which they it's when it's represented in front of them. It's like mediums and people pretending that they don't know. There's a lot of corrupt people in the world. So many people destroy people. Since I was born, I watched people destroy each other. Alright, good night. And it's just, it really is tragic. It's evil, and it's, even if someone doesn't, what it's like to be the black sheep, to not, or if you take on a job, like, for example, if I was getting paid to play video games, I would be so criticized by certain people. It literally, it would be like, that's not a real way to live. And then they will start to adjust. You watch the stubbornness adjust, and then they're like, well, okay, do you get money for it? Right? Then you watch their mindset alter. Modern X Nation is evidence to show you that you could say that you're not going to do shit, and you will still do it. Because in the end, you're more a sheep than you are a shepherd. And if you are a sheep, then you're a shepherd, disguised as a sheep, meaning you're not really a sheep. Like, you could pretend that you're not. And letting someone put you in follower mode when you're a natural born leader, and instead of fighting because you're fighting a losing battle, you pick your own fights. What do you win in a rap contest? Nothing is what you win in a rap contest. Even if you win the battle of words, like, it's just a word fight. It is a pointless fight that is just ultimately for what? To entertain people? Let's remind people that, what certain cultures do for entertainment, and whether it is best for you to put yourself in that and how you do it. There are people that want to sugarcoat everything. as well to ease the blow of things. You know, they want to put the truth to bed. Some of us were and still are artists to the core, like shepherds, just sometimes playing the role of a sheep, of a follower. And it's like, in looking at all the numbers and what people look at, and all the numbers, I've been here to tell you that the numbers, if I were to have all of that, what that would do to me, you'd create a person or you design someone by that, but if you invest in the numbers to someone else, you see, it shows you giving. It really is saying, hey, I am just like you. You know, I am just as reckless as you on the internet with the following systems. In investing. The difference is I'm investing in followers. I'm following followers more than I am, you know, other shepherds. Which there are a lot of shepherds that I'm also following, which are very powerful. They know the iconic ins and out. Like Paris Hilton, Snoop Dogg, you know, they are no strangers to being, they are shepherds that can put themselves in sheep clothes, for example. So, and then you look down and you see more genuine people who are truly followers and following the followers. So it's like, look at this whole following system and what people make it mean. To give back. Because I'm not seeing anyone give back. I rarely see shepherds give back to anyone. They will sell you shit, but rarely give you shit or support for things. And, you know, that's one thing I could think is, you know, because I've been accused just recently of being wasteful. Because I gave too much, some could say, with my art. Instead of trying to harbor it, like trying to sell it. You see what I'm saying? It's some people will argue and say, well, it's a skill issue. But I say it's a dawn of realization of some of the biggest problems in this world to begin with. It's a step in evolution that where we can go, that we can do things without the need of a damn trophy. That being an icon can be rendered meaningless, but we could still transfer and create this stuff ourselves. I'm not seeking a trophy. I'm seeking family. That's the difference. I'm not seeking dollars when a world thinks I should. Or sometimes it, you know, will feel like they'll try to tap in and alter your feelings on that because it's negotiating with terrorists and, you know, disguised as sheep. Disguised as an angel. A demon and an angel. You know, disguised as an angel. When in the end, what the fuck is money really going to do for me? If I had all the money in the world, I still would be the loneliest fucker on planet. It wouldn't change me from having a family. It, you know, it would just give me an opportunity to do things. But you have choices in being split. there's the path, the selfish path, and then there's the path of giving. But let me tell you, you can give and never get back what you give. And you know, I've lost a lot of things. I've given things away. I have, and some would say that being robbed in some ways by not fighting for the stuff that you are giving it away as well. But when I look at it and I see what it is, I see people latching themselves onto an ideology or a culture or a way of life, an investment. Like if you make a friend and you start reaching out to an old friend that you made, and there's supposedly an earthquake or something and people are being evacuated, you start donating money to a family to help them, like I have done. And you give them money, and then eventually you establish communication grounds to be able to rent a room off them. But you also are like, you know, you start to see, you know, a potential no escape and no prosperity. You know, it's, imagine joining a family that is like a dream, but isn't yours. It's still not a life. It's not your family. You're not getting anything from it. You're not, it's, you know, it's the loneliest thing in the world, being a third wheel or an outcast, and being in a family where you still are lonely as shit. And one day you're like, I want to go to LA. And I can't do the job that I was doing anymore. I was just like, I'm so tired of pretending that this is me. And so it's like, I'm the same me. I want to go to LA. And by making that decision, it made them hate me and feel it was okay to rob me. So let that sink in. I could defend and say that they didn't rob me, and which I have several times have said that, you know, they, as I said, didn't plan this out. And taking these alternate routes, you having things that you want, goals that you want, trying to manage a mindset in life while working a job that you aren't, who you aren't just for money, but yet you're also have to run a household. You have to go by the binding law set of where you're currently renting from, a set of rules, and keeping up to the point where you are faced with the truth, and the truth is, this is some third wheel shit. What am I working for? You know, you ask, it's like, sure, getting a paycheck, getting all these things that you're supposed to get in life, but why are you not happy? Why are you pretending to be happy? And then when you're on drugs, the ideology being on drugs, and it's like, why Californians can take advantage of people because of that ideology. And it's because you just walk right in and you don't get an escape, and you take too much with you, to the point there is obviously going to be losses. You know, when you walk into those type of lifestyles, it's better to carry light. But if you take any material objects with you, try not to, because the truth is, the chances are you will more than likely never see them again. You will lose them at some point. And if you're putting your mindset into worrying about you're going to lose them, then you'll end up losing the people before you even lose your shit. See what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people will just instantly hate you. It's because they're like, or like, you ever see people who get married and then they get divorced, and one of the most common things is because of the language that comes after. Like someone says, for example, that they feel like their wife is going to leave them, or, you know, how they're communicating about it, and next second they're divorced. It's the investment in that language alone is enough to destroy certain people. Some people think love is nothing but a language. This is, through my understanding, is not accurate. You know, I think there's you and what you want, and also the worry of, yes, there are people who can turn it into a game and try to reign it and rule it, and that is why, if someone knows you and goes for what, you know, for you, then in there being someone else and you're expecting to know them, they can have completely different agendas or objectives. People, for example, commonly seek to be with people just for sex. You know, it's in being a guy, you could blame it on being a guy, being drawn and having a type, right? It's you know, you could say that having a type is judgmental or horrible for even a human species. But when you put yourself in that, and you see yourself as well, you could start to materialize and destroy yourself and your own desires and wants. And you could go into a relationship that you don't even want to be a part of because you believe it is successful for your career or your life. A lot of reasons you can get involved in something that you think is going to be good for you, but you really don't even love that person. Not like that. You just love what you truly get from them, I suppose. It's very hard to find that, because, you know, you can meet people like I have that you'll be in an instinct to, even in New York City this happened, and it's not love, it's run to help. You know, it's more of a fire feeling of instinct where you don't think. You know, with my experiences, when it comes to a situation, when something goes down, is if you think, more than likely you will not respond, or you will respond differently from where you would act. And if people know that you won't think, and you'll run into the battlefield or run into an area to save someone without a train of thought, it's when someone else can reach out and take advantage of that, or try to make you realize what you're going to do before you do it. I saw a bear once, go near a baby bear once, and my first instinct, you know, was coming near the highway. I had an instinct to, you know, apart from, you know, the instinct to cuddle with it because it looked adorable. You know, I was like, I'd like to take that, you know, that'd be cute, have your own bear. But then I was also like, well, I gotta get this thing away from the highway. But then when other people start rolling up with the same mindset or different agendas, you know, and you think about it, and next thing you know, that you're driving away from the scene. You end up just leaving, just walking away. And the truth is you think, the moment you think about it, you know, it changes you. The thought will change who you are, because who you are without a brain is a completely different person you can be. And it's true. For years, I would entertain whoever I could when I was a kid. I had a cousin that thought I was funny, right? I met people would do jokes, and I used to imitate even like Jim Carrey or something in a scene, as a kid, and I would feel like I did it really well. But then afterwards, if I did it, I would feel like I lost the skill. It's like well, I used to do that one really good, but now it's like you feel like you don't or you wouldn't. You know, it's like, well, I don't think that would work nowadays. I don't, you know, it's, or if it did, it wouldn't sound the same. You know, because when I was living in the moment is what it was. So it's living in the moment and just being a natural actor, you know, in the moment. It says that you're a completely different person even then, and it's like, it'd be like, why didn't you star in a play or after the plays? Because I did do plays in school, but like there was a school where I did sign up for a play, and I just remember hearing that I got a role, but like it was like somehow, and I remember seeing people at this billboard, but never with names and stuff, but never actually even. I never saw my name on it, you know, and maybe it was, and I just didn't see it, so I just assumed I didn't get a role. I remember that, like, this was a play, and I had a bunch of people sitting in an auditorium down there, and one person standing usually, because who is like the director who's seeking the talent, but in this case, there was more than one person seeking the talent. You know, sometimes this could be what you're going to be doing in an interview with one person, you could be doing an interview with multiple people, with what they're looking for. And I remember getting the role of a police officer. Was the role? Well, I don't remember. You know, because I got that after. You know, so it's, you know, I didn't even know I had it, because I remember instantly living in the moment, thinking, well, no one's letting me know. I must not have, you know, and I don't see it. I was thinking instantly, well, someone would tell me, or it would be like viral on the wall saying, well, he got the role. And because the way they did it was probably a little more realistic, like how they probably do it in real life. Because if you ever watch interviews, I don't think they put people on the spot like that all the time. I think sometimes you go in a secluded area or you'll do a video chat, but this was on stage, so you did it on stage in front of a small group of people, and afterwards, just thinking, after I had my lines, you know, after I went up there, played the role that I needed to, you know, that, and I just assumed, you know, I genuinely assumed that I didn't get it, you know, and you hear back, and you just kind of like, I wasn't devastated, though. I know I didn't feel devastated, you know, but I knew that because I've always been used to abuse or criticism my entire life, or in people being secretive about things or manipulative about things. So I'm familiar with this, and it's easier just to write it off and just move on. But it's then to realize, well, wait a second, I actually got the role, and you realize it afterwards. They are already looking, or they already recast you because you didn't see it, and I didn't see it. I didn't see what I was able to play, or what I was allowed to play at the time. But there's also the role that I did as a kid, like in these off-put plays before then in a different school, and looking back at them, some of them were awkward. Like my first play I ever did was in a classroom. I was a dragonfly. It's probably the cringiest thing you'll ever see in your life. But it was, you know, but I remember that I was a dragonfly, you know, I guess. So, but look at this in different types of, you know, things in life, and where you go, why you become it, you know, and, you know, it's interesting because like I said, you're living in the moment, and you forget that democracy even exists in the moment, that people are deciding your fate, or even deciding that you could play this character, And then you ask yourself, well, what if I were to cast myself? You see what I'm saying? It's when you start casting yourself, it's a different it could become a different creative direction. And and looking back at it, I also ran a newspaper club for like around a year. I ran the newspaper club, and I started it actually. I started a newspaper club in the school, didn't have one. And I remember touching the idea to several teachers, and then they let me, and we started putting together a newspaper, and I was known as head chief and editor. I was head chief and editor of the newspaper, the school newspaper, which meant everything went through me. At some point, I would choose how it was edited, I put together, assembled, but then I look at it, was I really? That's weird. In the moment, it seemed like it, but it's like writing a story and being told to go to bed, in a household. But you're like, well, I'm in the moment, I'm writing, I'm really into this. But they're like, I don't give a shit, you have school tomorrow, let's say. It's like, well, then there's the devastation, destruction. So now you either have a choice to destroy the story or instantly on the spot, or you have a choice to be defiant and to continue with the story with other consequences that would come. And I would spit out short story after short story in one night. I remember writing over 100 short stories and going through a bunch of different things and concepts and ideas that eventually would soon become connected to a much bigger universe eventually, which I have shared, the Eris-Spill universe. But looking at it in that direction, it's like, what's different? You could say, what's different with The Walking Dead to any other zombie film? You can argue the same case with things that are successful or deemed successful. It's with other things. You can compare things and go all day with comparisons. And if you do that, let me tell you, you might never actually ever, I don't know, it's probably, I don't really know the answer for that, because it could take you down a different road. Comparison, I think, is more like down the actor's lane than the maker's lane, the creator's lane. Like there's a spot where you are the writer and the maker, and then there's the spot where you're the actor, and the actor has more leadway, I'd say, to, more flexibility to go down that road probably. But then the creator, because the creator's mindset, when they're working on something, can literally come to a stop when they start realizing, well, they're creating something that could be similar, or looking in comparison to things you could, and then do, now I'm going to get sued because of this comparison. It's like, I really never really worried about being sued though, but at the same time, you see other people fight over words, and what do you think of Sony owning Let's Play or owning a word? And it's basically like a giant fuck you to people, and say, it's like, to me, I swear I knew from the very beginning, part of me knew that exclusives were like a black and white bar or a black and white bathroom where you were dividing people off color, is what exclusives was. To me, it maybe not, it was a different type of being, a different type of, feeling that I just felt like, maybe that's a bad comparison, but in a way, to me, it felt like it still is a divide and conquer route of who's allowed in, but they could still do that to this day in a bar, right? it's a little harder. It gives you more of a fighting say with color. Like they could go in, you go to a bar, and someone can, the manager can decide whether they like you or not and give you free drinks, or the manager can decide that they don't want you there, even just by just instantly hitting you there, which it's like a stance of power in an establishment, and it's but also having the exclusivity route. Like I said, I think it still exists in the matter differently. It exists differently whether someone likes you or not. It still is there. Like I've walked into a bar where I was instantly hated, where I just instantly judged, and where I was like, and there's some places you're going to be more comfortable at in a moment. Sometimes it could just be a time. You go to a club that you like and feel comfortable at, and then tomorrow it could be a total different vibe, energy that you feel uncomfortable at. But it's adjusting to that in how much further you're going. Why are you going? For me, New York City is a stage of opportunity, both good and bad. I can get killed, for example. I could literally be walking in to what would be known as the worst day in United States history. And, it's the truth. Because it is, I'd say New York City is one of the biggest targets in the United States. Like, I would always imagined that not only was it the place of opportunity, but it was also the place where if someone was going to attack it, any place in the U.S., it would be it would be in the top 5, be in the top 3 places in the U.S., I always imagined. So, because it's just always been there, and that, because LA defends itself by also being itself in a lot of ways, you could say. Like, you almost feel like even the terrorists don't want to destroy LA. So it's, they want to collect all the Americans or some shit, like their own sex slaves or some fucked up twist thing. All right, I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. Who knows? The older people get, one day, yes, dictators can decide they're no longer interested. They have so much power. For some asshole that has so much power in the world and can do just about anything the guy wants to do. Almost. Clearly it's not enough for him. He wants more. Yeah, he owns the fucking, fucking country. Government, that's fucked up. Alright. Be right back. You know, people talk shit about me, and then, you know, not too long ago, you have to decide what's right, what's wrong. If you feel, you know, if you let go, you become too real for the world. It's like holding in a bomb. If the bomb was more like a molecule revealer, it just, when it blew up, it didn't destroy, it just separated every single molecule from existence. It all still existed, it just kind of like gave you the opportunity to learn. It became like an educational bomb. Chemical bomb, chemistry, whatever. Biological. Trust me, I get it. Down the road, you could be, you know, compare David Bauer today, or yesterday, or whatever, it was ages ago. But to having tons of different moments, you could pick from a moment, you know, what is and what was, and feel this energy, and decide what you're gonna do with that. I've given cards back to the people who've given them to me, when, you know, sometimes not choosing what we could have been closer, but it also might have been wrong to join a band that I never planned on staying with, and then I leave them for another band. I would hurt myself by helping them. So again, someone got to be modern, and who is more better than sacrifices than me? And, you know, when I look at it, something I'm good at doing is suffering. And not getting what I want truly in life. Home, wife, you know, to have a family without the worry of being blown the fuck up the moment I finally achieve it. You're gonna finally go home, you know, that sense that you're like, finally, you're there and you're at paradise, and you wake up to the most gorgeous woman in the entire world, and you might have a little hybrid you running to you to wake you up in the morning, just pleasant, you know, but then just to watch it all be ripped away. It's like the moment you actually get it. You know, I never physically had a child and then had the child die in my arms or be brought to life or living. You know, I've never held my child, or had a child and held my child, but I can describe to you what it feels like. You know, it's how I knew I was a natural born storyteller. You know, I had the ability to tell stories. As if people said you wouldn't know unless you experienced it in person, but yet, you know, I was going in worlds when people would take my toys away. I'd stare at the wall and start to talk to myself. I would go into a whole other world. And then that world would be a system, solar system, into a galaxy, into a universe. And, you know, it's never, ever truly the same And if it is, you forget what's the same, perhaps, when you start diving into it, because you're not the creator. That you're the creator of this. You can be. Or where you're getting it from. But translating, it's being translator. You create the story, and you can do it through music. Sound is law. A remarkable discovery that it even has a way to communicate with the dead. Sound is bigger than a molecule of life itself, even an atom of what you can do with sound. And I know this because I dived into the realm of the paranormal and the supernatural at a very young age, and being told it wasn't real, and then getting hell-bent, you could say, on proving that it was, or forcing people to witness it, because they would go their whole lives trying to barricade it to not know. They say the dead didn't need to stay dead, but I say you never had to die to begin with. People just let themselves die. We all kill ourselves by not being constantly in tune. Every singer's a bad singer if they die. Put it that way. Even if they were known as one of the greatest singers of all time, they have sung badly at some point in their life. If we went by words our entire lives, dictation, it would be targeting the branches, the you have in the US right now is this magical manipulative playing field. If you can just go home, truly home. You could be the guy that goes to the concerts and ends up walking. After walking out a door and seeing the tour buses and having an instinct like that, you could, knock on the door and hopefully a miracle will occur. Like maybe, but you never go to the neighbor's house to ask. You don't even try. You just walk away because you instantly assume that you're going to be rejected the moment that you knock on that door. Because so many people do. And I say, don't be that guy that goes to Taylor Swift's house without an invitation. But what if you never get the invitation? Don't be that guy that goes to someone's house. Don't be the guy that knocks on the Pretty Reckless, door, the fucking Shining. Why am I saying The Shining? But examples don't, always, things, well, maybe if I would have, something would have turned out differently. But you're like, well, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen if you knock on the door. With musicians, you have to vibally connect, and I'm naturally good at that, but I've been in Maine and I've been around people where if you're remotely interested in being with someone, if you have a crush on someone and other people in the group don't like it, then they also can seek to destroy your entry. Because it's a threat. Because someone else wants, more. Perhaps there's a superior dominance energy around. Someone got a superior dominant energy in the conversation. you know, it's interesting because that was another real event that actually happened to me where I met someone where they were on a wavelength, but the wavelength was different. The moment I said that I was offered to go hang out with, to go over these people I met, I took off on an adventure with complete strangers. And the moment I said I have to catch this bus, and I was like, it was the moment that the invitation was withdrawn. Like, all I needed to say was that I had a bus paid for, and that I was going to get on that bus, and that I'd be fine wandering the streets all by myself that night, that they didn't have to. But they offered something that sounded pleasant, right? So I was Daryl Dixon on the beach in real life, torn between a home that could be, or I can go back to hell. Differently, I guess. It's not really home, but I would go back to hell. And I chose, apparently, to go back to hell instead of, I didn't really have a choice. The moment I said that, it was the moment that the group, someone decided my fate for me. Is a damn honest truth. That it was already too late. That this friendship was over. As fast as it began, it was over. So, there are tons of different types of people you'll meet in life. You'll meet some that will give you a card in a different area, and say if you're ever in Seattle or New Orleans, just hand them this card and they'll let you right in. But I, in that moment, was like, that's a dream. You're like, and you're instantly like, well, that's never gonna happen. So you're like just handing the card back because you're like, in your mind, it's like your fate is sealed. It's not whether you want to, because you can want to all you want. But in the end, it's the devastation. And not, and you can go your entire life looking for love, for family, the same place over and over again. But if you go to the place, it could always be the wrong time. You don't know what you're walking into. So, what are you really walking into when you decide all of a sudden then you can't see yourself going to Seattle, or you can't see yourself going to the place that they were handing me the card to, which I believe was Seattle. For some reason I keep thinking it was somewhere else, but I think it was Seattle. But at the moment I was like, yeah, I probably never will. And then turning the offer away, because you're also like, well, I live in a questionable situation where this card will be lost, that I won't have this card, anyway. So you return the card. Like you're returning this energy back while you collected energy instantly through the moment that the band handed you the card to go with them. Or not to go with them, but if you're ever, it wasn't an invitation to go with them, it was an invitation if you're ever around that area, take this in, and they'll let you in. It was basically an opportunity, but the thing is, even though I gave it back to them because I didn't believe I would, and I was like, I didn't want to waste the card. I remember something like saying like that. But the thing is, every decision we make on our lives, like just by me talking and me being me, I have never had an issue. I never had to try. When I look back at it, I never had to try at all to communicate with musicians in a bar. Like, while everyone else is dancing, I'm not the guy dancing necessarily, but I'm the guy that could, just instantly know exactly what they're talking about. Or I'm not, I know, the lyrics, the interpretational view. I know what it can mean, and the energies, and how to tune all this stuff. And so it's like, all you need to do is start being naturally weird self. And it's just how I know that I never needed a card to begin with, to really belong. I think when you go to a concert, on the other hand, you don't know who you're sitting next to, and you can have conversations with people, and many people that come and go. And it's not like a bar where it's like you instantly realize, well, why do people go to a bar? And it's, well, people go to the bar clearly to die, but die differently, right? I mean, who goes to a bar for life? Really, in the end, it's the root of life from death. It's the phoenix that you walk into. And that's why when you look at a bar and you look at the name, why the name itself can be a very powerful calling card on a place. If something is called something and you run towards it, and you can feel the representation of the word. But if you're around people that are stealing that energy, making it so you don't go, and saying that they're not, it is true. The saying is, the saying that you ever hear other people say, like, you hear people talk about who you invest your time with and what you're doing, and it has pros and cons and consequences. If you're with the wrong crowd, you're more than likely it's going to be easier for people to take advantage of you or throw you to the wolves. Right? The real you is not allowed. It's not accepted. It's not approved. So it's like I said, I know exactly what it feels like, exactly what it's like to even be around people that you don't belong around. Even if, or if you do have a connection with people or a person that you can have a connection with, for example, but also have a disconnection. People can disconnect two broken people. Look at it this way, like if there is a mind fucked and a mind fucked, if two radios were broken by democracy, let's say, on each side deciding the fate of these radios and how they're not able to hive mind connect, but yet if they were, they would have naturally have connected. But now the opportunity perhaps could shift to never be presentable again or robbed, because again, it's almost like your soul is tied to the people that you're around, and there are consequences for our actions. Some people can give up people a lot easier than other people. And it's different when you actually have a kid, though, because that's a serious sin. Yeah, to just feel like you could just spit life into this world and then suddenly neglect it because you want to be free. You want to also have your own life and connect. So it's to find balance, and to find understanding for the decision making in which people do make. It's, it's not like I haven't ever come across people in my life that I could see myself building long-term relationships with, as not necessarily like as, like lovers, but as like friends and stuff. But it's more like, even if there was, the threshold is robbed, and it's so easily robbed that it's, like I said, that it's the people that are around us that means everything besides the fate. And this is, you can be fighting it, and the makers, for example, the democracy, and I am very good at that because, like I said, I am no stranger to sacrifices and how to channel that, and it is, you could say, comparable to a crucifix, and walking yourself into a certain sin to die for another's sin, to be nailed upon geometry, to know the witchcraft behind something that feels more pleasant, makes it so other people feel less guilty. Some could say Christianity was designed as a filter for those who have committed sins that wanted to come back from their sins, to say that all have committed sins, that everyone was redeemable, and that it was a sacrifice for those who did sin to have a chance of redemption, of being, judged differently. But it's, the thing is what if you've never sinned to the point of no return? And what is the sin of no return? And if we're looking at that, it's like you could literally be destroying yourself and placing you into a church that doesn't really love you, but will pretend to love you. That church, or what they can get from you. So I said, music, sound, the rains, you could say I'm immune to it. We were sitting down with someone that you could say, someone I met through what I called the Apex parking lot, the Tops, and meeting someone that I called a brother, and having a conversation where he said, if I were to die right now, it wouldn't mean nothing. Or if I didn't die, it wouldn't mean nothing. And rendering meaning and to the point of why we were friends to begin with, because we both knew how to render something meaningful and meaningless, that we had the ability to do this, was what said that we shared a connection, connection. And it's just, you come across people in the world, and musicians, or people who aren't musicians, but also who could connect with musicians, but are sometimes associated with drugs, even, that aren't connecting with the musicians. Or maybe they are. I mean, I tell you to this day that I swear Conan O'Brien was on the street dressed up. There's a guy that looked just like fucking Conan O'Brien, dressed up like in a weird kind of, I don't know, makeup thing going on. And right here in Norwich. And you'd be surprised. So it's who you come across and stuff like that in life in one night on the streets. And you know, it's the power that is inside of me that is suppressed as well in being a translator. You know, the ability to translate also. You know, and to see that there are people who would love something, but some reason maybe, you know, they could be really bad at the piano or the guitar, and what makes it bad. Like I said, when I was singing in a bar once, and someone compared me to David Bowie or a group, and I was being cheered. That, yeah, and you could take it for what it is, but something that I don't do usually. And I was just pouring out this elaborate type music and description of the United States and the situation that we're in. And I was, instead of talking about it, I decided to sing about it. And one day in Rita's, and the second I know, I'm being compared to David Bowie. You know, and my first mindset goes to labyrinths and monsters. And knowing monsters and labyrinths. It's like you don't have to be the villain to know the villain. If it's like, you know, like I said, I've designed characters and felt the character and what it's like to have a kid die in your arms even. Something that feels so real and devastating. To ask who is this character I'm making, and to know that the character can be more than one. Now the decision is, who are you going to tell it as? Who is it going to be made as? It's all about takes. And let me tell you something. Every single thing that I look at is a take when it comes to art. And it's never just a one thing. It's like a what if, even for a character's growth or development, and where they could have gone and who they would have been or could have been in the root of decision, and how mindsets are. And it's to see a broken person in a society that cares more about survival, someone's survival. When I was writing this character story, they cared more about that person's survival than that person's prosperity or true life. And to watch this, you know, character I create lose, you know, get out of a bad relationship, and, you know, it's to connect and to realize that they fucked up, but to, you know, I always knew that character was never going to be, he was never going to be in a relationship ever again. He loved this girl, and this girl he had a kid with, and this girl left him anyway and got custody. And so the guy was left broken of all his dreams, everything he built his life around, his meaning, his purpose was family and dedication and loyalty. And it was, he was a very religious, dedicated guy that could not and would not ever budge from his own, of who he genuinely was, you could say, is that he knew he would only love once. And if it failed, it would fail and there never would be a king. And he knew that if, and so his life was his kid, other words. So he's all he had left. And his kid would come visit him. And one day, this character in this short story comes into their apartment, kind of designed like the Golden Age was, because that's when I wrote this story. Came in and shot him, or shot his kid, and never met this guy in his life. And then the guy turns the gun and shoots himself. And just seeing the expression and holding the lifeless body of your child in devastation and broken, and watching that there's no hope to bring them back, that they're gone, and to just be so distraught and devastated that your last lifeline had just given out. It was bad enough that your wife left you, and that you could only see your kid on the weekends. And now your kid is dead in your arms from some stranger that you've never met, just walks into your house, or, gains entry and shoots them, and you can't even shoot the person because they shot themselves. Keep that in mind of what the hell. And so there's no vengeance to seek, even. What is he going to latch on to? And I knew instantly he was going to latch on to the gun that took his kid. And when he did, what happens when he pulls the trigger and there is no bullet in there for him? That the guy only had 2 bullets. And I was like, a wave, it's just of being denied peace and mercy. Is this other form of devastation that would occur that he couldn't even, and to, what that would do, and to go to the knife and to try to drive the knife into him, but never, not having, it's something stops him from completely doing it, and, and it's then the guy has, being forced into a mental asylum, evaluated because of being declared with suicidal tendencies because he lacks the will to live, but never truly being able to fill it unless he has a quick way out, is how I designed the guy. But when I was designing him too, it was like, well, he's gonna, see in the hospital might be like, try to give him hope and try to look at him and see that he can, there are people like him and that he's not alone. But instead, that doesn't help him find life. That helps him find a purpose. And it ain't approved by authority, the purpose. And I said, that's how fucking vigilantes are born. They're driven. So it's of someone who did. That's, if you look at the Punisher, having a family and having it ripped away, it's doesn't matter where it happens. It's the people you lose, and what drives you, what keeps you from turning the gun on yourself. You can say, and it's vengeance becomes your life. The Punisher is, just a hell-bent character that channels off of loss. That's how I always looked at the real Punisher. But you look at and taking a symbol, and running with it. The symbol. People destroy people. Sometimes people just want to forget, but they can't. Sometimes knowledge is our civic duty. Our curses, or our strengths can be also our doom. It is to run after the bear. Real event, right? New York City, a true event happened in New York City. Someone who looked like familiar. I didn't think they looked familiar at the time. A lady fell down in the street. And this is not a fairy tale. This is a real life event that happened to me. Like the guy that died, which probably did happen to him. Sounds, even though that was a fictional story, that other one, it could have been real to someone. But anyway, this is a real event that happened to me. I believe it was on 8th Ave, where there's, I think, bars and restaurants and shit in Manhattan. It was one night, this Spanish-speaking lady, I guess, fell down, and there was this girl that looked, I don't know, maybe like, kind of like a younger version of, or looked like, it looked like Ryan Reynolds' wife. Is what she looked like. The lady that was covered in vomit, holding the lady. And I remember in that moment, like, not thinking. And, like, it's one of those moments, like, when you watch someone wipe out in a parking lot and you don't think and you run to make sure the kid's okay. Like I did it's just an instinct of no thought that happens. And you run and you go to help. That you find out that this Spanish lady, she doesn't know what she's saying. She's, because the other lady claims that she doesn't speak Spanish. I always remember, like, someone driving by and looking at me with a smile, but never really thinking twice of it. Like, always feeling the sense that, but not really, it's, you start to collect things, little things, over time of what you're doing in the moment when you lose your mind, and even being a hero, to know that you could be running to save someone who doesn't even need to be saved. And we're getting the instinct of, why are you doing this? You see someone hurt, so instantly your instinct response is to run to make sure. But then you're like, wait a second, people can fake this. And that they can. And so you start to look at things. Like I said, when I was driving out west, and I can't remember exactly what state I was in at the time, but there was a baby bear near the highway by us, and and I mentioned this, someone said the mother bear must have been the little mother bear. And how I know this is because there was a giant field. The mother bear was there, it would have been miles and miles away. That somehow this little cub had climbed past a fence, even, and was where the ditch area, the towards the road was. That was, and thinking, okay, well, for a moment I made eye contact with the bear, and I was like, yeah, one of the things I was like, you think is like, oh, you can cuddle with this bear, it's adorable, this little cub. It is one of the things that first instantly pop in your mind, be like, well, maybe I probably should think that right now. But you're like also looking at the bear like what if this bear is deceived by a human? Because you look at the horrible shit of humanity, and thinking the bear could go out on the road and get hit. So you start to pull over, but then you realize another car pulls over. and they make eye contact with you, and they start to go, and then you watch another person pull over, and then you're like, your mind comes back to you, and you look at these humans looking at you and also looking at the bear, and then you pull out of park and leave, and just leave instead of doing anything. Unlike what I did when I did in this sense, that told me that I could be with that bear by myself. I could have managed and saved that bear by myself, and it never was the fact of the bear that was the problem. It was always the problem was humans, was me and the horrible shit of humans that I looked at and have experienced throughout my life, even those who were good doing horrible things at times. And, you know, people living with their sins or finding ways to cope with their sins. And I just wanted nothing to do with them. I was like, well, this bear's fucked. I can't save this bear, is what hits you. And then you just leave the bear to whatever fate it got. Humans could have killed him, for all I know. But it tells me all that I need to know when it comes down to humans is that I'm better off alone or better off with stronger, more powerful people that care and understand that I can't live being someone's hero in democracy. I can't have a kid, even in this world probably, like, unless it's as far away from society, because I'm so easily driven by other people's actions. You know, it says to me instantly that I am so easily to accept, you know, and to look at something and to see it as what it is, that if I can be the hero, but can I be the hero? And do I need to be the hero? It's, you know, and then you become the villain in a spot. Potentially you're the villain by not, you are, by not doing anything. You've sealed the fate of this bear. Whatever fate it may be. You know, the course of action could have changed. That's how powerful we are as human beings. And to tell you that every human on this planet Earth cares about and loves is just a load of horseshit. I have seen people care more about superior dominance and sexual lust more than life itself. What they can get from people. You know, it's awful odd for someone who loses and gives, and you know, has a history, and then all of a sudden decides not to give. Once in a blue moon, it's like, you know, you decide one day that you're gonna fight for yourself, just to realize that you're gonna end up giving anyway. You're gonna end up giving your hoodie away and freezing in the winter. Eventually. And he was like, why are you doing this? The chain reaction. The butterfly effect. Is the butterfly effect enough? When someone is so influenced, and to the point where you are not there, someone else will influence them. Someone who chooses to have evil in their lives without being aware of it. How can you save someone like that if you're not allowed to be there when you have democracy against you? Numbers are become the power, the source of investment. The obligation is not money, it's ruling humans, controlling the value of humans so they can never destroy or hurt ever again. Or in selectiveness. You see, people can hate me for pushing for artificial intelligence at times. And hate me for not being there and being there and at the same time. But the one thing that I do right, that I do suffer for, is my influential power as modern X-Nation. The world will not stop it. Like I said, they can slow it down. But it is something in their hypocrisy that they'll become if they even try to stop it, or just are forced to not change. Is that it's in human nature to either adapt or be consumed by the numbers of democracy. That gives them the option to either go into hibernation as far away from civilization, or they are forced into civilization against their will. The power of influences. And if you're not going to be building a family out in the middle of the woods as far away from civilization, then I'm modern. Because it's my way of taking on what I can in societies as a plural. To push time upon us all, whether we like it or not. A karmatic reign to make us all remember our sins. To remember why the Antichrist might be more of a savior than what someone's scripture may tell you. Someone died for your sins, the alteration become, so you can forget that you sinned, so you can welcome more sinners. Jesus didn't stop shit. According to the stories, you know what Jesus did? He died for your sins. That's it. As clear as that. He took on your sins so you wouldn't have to. To embrace this religion that would blister into other things. If you read any of the views, it's interpretations, encounters of people who felt the power of being in the presence of a magician that just so happened to be a translator for God. No, the translators. That's why God had many. I think Jesus was the only translator. You know, Jesus might have been one of the failures more than successes of God if it comes to translations, of having a translator. And here's why. Why die to protect sins when you can abolish and destroy sins? You see, they build a place, a community of redemption, but there wouldn't need to be a place for redemption or heroes if people just did the right thing. There would be no need for heroes. But the truth is there's villains. And this is one thing I will agree with Biden. Are you gonna sit back and let someone, are you going to negotiate with terrorists? Are you going to sit back and let someone control the narrative that has hostages, that's taking someone's free will, whether they're in the US or not? But let me tell you something. You're gonna need Jesus if you choose not to. It will be your only chance at being saved. And if I have it my way, I will abolish Christianity to the ground, where there is no salvation for your sins. That all of us will suffer instead with karmatic wrath of God. As we deserve. And God is merciful for your sins. You want a God that redeems someone from murder and rape? That's a really shitty God that I refuse to be mine. But you know what I can do, no matter what? Is be the devil and put the light on them all, on us all, and shine bright, so loud that you can't escape your own sins, your own humanity. You can honestly say, yes, that murdering an animal for food is absolutely someone suggesting that they do not know how to be innocent. They say they're innocent for eating the corpse after someone shot him. And to suggest that they are. That murder is justifiable if you eat. Sounds like vampirism to me. Sounds like real vampires. Life essence trade. It sounds like the apple of Eden. That's what it sounds like to me. The real Garden of Eden. Isn't this all? We choose to die when we sin. We choose to suffer when we sin. Karmatic reigns. The grand old chase. Yet God's gonna save these killers and rapers and Hambus. Yeah. That's how I know. Because there's a lot more than that war going on. There's a war truly brewing in heaven and hell. And all Americans will even bear witness. They've shown what they see is the moment they're raptured into the choice, whether they like it or not. You can't truly escape by making yourself forget or not know what the fuck you're eating or doing. How many people would never eat McDonald's if they knew how it was made? They would lose themselves to the knowledge. That they can only eat McDonald's ignorantly. You have all these people trying to turn people into all sorts of shit. Too. You have all these people trying to control people for all the wrong reasons, trying to turn everybody into something else. Again, this is why I'm modern. Because someone also has to go to war with them. When necessary to fight. That's the problem on it, you know, you can instantly turn someone who says to you, do you want to fight, into, do you want to make love? You know, or do you want to kill me? You know, you decide. For example, if you're going to fight, one person can do all the beating, even. Right? It's the choice that another could decide to set a new course. To course the aggressiveness that is being channeled in this beautiful woman. And you can be the god of her hatred. You can erase it. You can turn war into love. You can make love instead of war. What do you think the hive minds can do? Those are music and tunes. What do you think democracy will do? Sit back and call your rape your own making a cure, love that is not rape, it's restraint from the aggressive demons to save you from your sins. What do you think that they're going to do in a hospital? Restrain your ass. What are they going to do They arrest you when there's handcuffs on you. All it takes is a scene, and actors with the will to put on the show. That's how I know. But I also know that they don't really destroy a person. They just take advantage of someone who's already destroyed. America, land of opportunities. You can have 50 million wives and husbands if that's the road you choose to go down. There's this trade called world trade. Currencies. Exchange. We all suffer. Pick your pain. Pick your poison, or it will be picked for you by democracy, by people, by judgment of the people. Witchcraft and wizardry. Not about being an ego or a character in the spotlight. With the great and powerful Oz, the doorman, the circus junkie, becomes the guy behind the curtain that ends up sending Dorothy up in a hot air balloon with little toes out. The wicked, you see. Isn't it interesting how an English word definition and how someone can attach themselves to something and how they do it, and for a movie, it's so easily just for a film. It's just a song, you know? It's just a movie. How much meaning you place into something. But that's what an icon is. It wouldn't be an icon if you didn't. It wouldn't exist. Magic, you could say, is when you take reality and matter and put it into the brain of all those who are willing to eat it, because those who are more willing are more affected by it, more influentially controlled by it. Then there's those who fight and only get from the fight. Everyone is the same. There's a saying that all girls are tunable minds, all feminist minds, and it goes that all alpha and omega is frequencies that can be tuned inside a brain. What if the woman is alpha Does that make the man homo for a woman? What if the woman is a man and the man is a woman? What this means is you can't put your hands on the brain of an alpha woman and turn her feminist. Or if you put your hands on the alpha in general, the tunes, to mod, it is to say what is, but sound, when everyone has sound flowing through them. You want to say magic doesn't exist. I want to say sound is law. That it is the way to rule. The more you know about music, the more you can rule the entire world without ever shooting, stabbing, bombing, doing any of that shit. Music, the psychological wars. And you know what protects it? When the government enforces privacy, the door shuts. And the nightmare is allowed. You trust everyone. And you gotta trust that, and then you trust everyone that no one will kill. Right? So accurate. But you trust in everyone. But you trust. Just the characters you play in Hollywood. The characters you write. The filters. Why American Nightmare horror stories? Dawn of Realization. See. Filters. You tell me, and I promise, that there's no one more powerful than a nobody, than a faceless, identityless, even face. If it's just a nobody is more powerful than a somebody. See, somebody can take the form of a leader. A lot more to come with it. This is anomalous. You can transform. And it's the context of the nightmare. It's the opportunity to go to a different hell. You have no idea what hell is until you can't escape it. You can go to hell, but can you come back from hell? That's the real question. Can you escape it?
to go home. Can't stay here.
Avoid his legs! Don't get hit!
Got him for that! Get down!
Reinforcements! Not enough of you here already?
Target is in my sight!
He's too fast in here! I knew there was some shady stuff happening on this rooftop. And I bet there's more. You got a little info treat for me? Here in Harlem, right in Miles' backyard. The abandoned school. It passed the cool base location test. Better get to the base quick. Mr. Parker's got a lesson to teach.
Like, imagine Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire. You know, being down to earth like the originals, being able to give those fans that movie that they want. You know, to have the love letter, the callback to the original, and to also do the thing that other people want to do, which is to send off probably the character into just the multiverse. But anyway, fuck the multiverse with this movie. There is no multiverse in Spider-Man 4. First of all, when you're designing this movie, you know, you do have to acknowledge time has gone by. You have to acknowledge that the Sandman is probably, you know, still exists. Yeah, I would imagine that you have to look at his character still having to be a part of the movie, you know, as well, because it takes place. And I would assume that he probably got the money one way or another to give his daughter the surgery. and he got to establish some kind of relationship with his daughter that probably is older now, and so he's able to make peace with that. Meaning, like, I would assume that he would be okay with, if he found a ground that where he would actually willingly even go to jail if he accomplished saving his daughter and having communication grounds while being locked up for his sins. To, other words, I would make the Sandman where he was in jail, but he already accomplished saving his daughter, and he's paying for his sins for saving his daughter. But he can escape any time, realistically. Right? I mean, he doesn't want to be in this situation where he can't get out of, so he's like, not going to happen. So he would compromise, like, where he's going to be, and where he probably wouldn't. Like, it'd be like, I tried that. There's all these different directions, meaning locking his ass up would suggest that he would allow that to happen, and he's defiantly let shit slide, and and battling shit there. And then you have, where the fuck is Tobey Maguire? You have to answer these questions, as well. And I would say that he's probably already married by now. Him and MJ probably have already gotten married before the movie even begins. He could be about to have a daughter. Not like, he made it work. He has a family, and he's making it work with MJ, and he's still with her. But where does it leave these other characters and what's going on? Is you can get the sense that the military is helpless at times in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. So and knowing that people had tried to replicate the Green Goblin's tech many times but failed. Like, I don't see no Hobgoblin or Green Goblin succeeding, or no Vulture even coming into existence, because the thing is, it's nothing but failures coming from the military. So what this suggests is that they kind of made peace and just hoping, and they do what they can, doing what they can. But I would see that this movie will probably focus on, as the villain, as even though we've already seen Venom in Spider-Man 3, it just makes more fucking sense, because the symbiote that landed there, but you also have the symbiote that is left with Dr. Connor. So, meaning, I would have a version of Carnage, other words, in Spider-Man 4. A different alternate version of the aftermath of where everything went. But he would be a serial killer avoiding the law. And so, in looking at this lifestyle and seeing, and maybe the Sandman even teaming up again, like, I feel like it's just being down to earth. I could see even casting Bruce Campbell, or what's his name? The guy who plays in Evil Dead. He was in all the Spider-Mans. He had a scene in all the Spider-Man. The last one, he was at a restaurant. He was working on a restaurant. And one of them, wouldn't let him through to see MJ. What I would do with his character is I would probably have him, play another role for a callback, and I probably would have him make fun of the character Mysterio, is what I thought. Like, because there ain't no Mysterio probably existing at all in Spider-Man 4, because Mysterio is probably just this idea construction, and if there is. And so it's like looking at this film and a bunch of failures, and then this alien thing that came from nowhere, which means they'd be making fun of it with Mysterio, and we knowing that this world does have killers in it. So and you already have the best minds in the world already eliminated after Spider-Man 2 took place. So it's like, and you're just dealing with new threats coming with Spider-Man 3 or continuing effects. And so it's like being down to earth and focusing on a killer. And while someone's establishing their life or has their life established, about to have a daughter, I would rewrite the character Jessica Parker. Jessica Parker is a Spider-Woman in the comics, is one of the many Spider-Women in the comics. And she is actually not the daughter of Peter Parker, believe it or not. But that's where this would change. I would make her the daughter of Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, though. And you would probably only see her as a baby in Spider-Man 4 because of what I would be setting up the future of. And I would cast the same actress that's still alive, last time I checked, she's in her 90s. I would have her come back as Aunt May, and I actually would have her alive. I wouldn't have her dead. Like, I wouldn't have them come in with her dead. I would have her being alive and actually probably very much connected to Peter and MJ, still associated. I wouldn't be surprised if she is occasionally on some kind of life support, but also allowed to hold the baby of Jessica Parker, and stuff like this, to see the future, and to see where MJ and Peter Parker and how they establish things. And I don't think they have a house. I will come straightforward. I think they are still. I think MJ and Peter Parker make it work, and by that I feel like I don't think he's in the same apartment as where he was, obviously, but I feel like he would come across his former owners at some point in the movie, but who he lived with. But I feel like he would end up going back and forth and finding, struggling with houses, but making it work with MJ, and even living and having a background where they probably once stayed with her in her apartment and made room with Aunt May. And I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually ended up settling with them moving in together to take care of Aunt May and and their child that they now have in Spider-Man 4. So it's like this construction idea that I had for a while of making it work and watching him do the little things, meaning not really having a villain for him probably in the beginning of the movie, like a super villain at least. It would be a lot different. Like, he would probably be focusing on where his life is at and battling other people and making sure that, like, obviously I think even if Oscorp tech or any type of military tech or confiscated tech gets in the hands of anybody, we all know that nobody is suitable of creating it in his universe. They kind of all failed, like, afterwards. The two greatest minds, you could say, are already dead in that universe. So what that means is that the military is just caution on what could come. And meaning, I feel like that Mr. Stacy would have much bigger, Captain Stacy would have a much bigger, another role present in Spider-Man 4. And also I would cast where I think where she is, where I think Gwen Stacy is in Spider-Man 4 after being a celebrity in Spider-Man 3 and being played by Spider-Man, being set up and used and being in a relationship with in this experience, that I kind of feel like she's no longer a model. I feel like she's probably has. I think this is where the branching story would connect with Dr. Connor all as well. I think that I could see her trying to figure out her own life and either being both a student and a teacher. In other words, I could see her where she's at and where she was, and changing her character a little different as well, and having her father still, not around, but also around and connecting and piecing that and establishments. So it's what I'm seeing is that Dr. Connor still has the symbiote, is what I'm seeing, tortured. So in keeping a bit of it with him and seeing that he doesn't become the lizard in this movie, but instead he becomes consumed. Like I feel like something is a brewing of the hive mind with Venom, and I think this is where I'm saying that I think this is why Spider-Man 4 also won't be made, is because I think when you look at what's left without starting any more arcs, because the only arcs left open in Spider-Man 3 is really just that Venom symbiote and where life went for Peter Parker and MJ and where they're at in their lives now and how they made it work. It's more, more life, less fighting villains, you could say. And so the only real villain I can see that I can even see the Sandman making it work. Like I don't even see the Sandman as a threat. So it's like even with his powers, I feel like he is probably, he has his good days and his bad days, but I could see him as like not really being a deadly threat. Like he's as long, he saved his daughter, he's compromises with being in jail, depending on, and I can only see him getting pissed if he can't get out or if he's unaware of what he's getting into and he needs to save his, and his child's older. And I kind of can like feel with that, to be honest, and what that would be like in the background. But so it's like when you talk about hive minds and shit with Venom, like I don't feel like it is a Spider-Verse connectivity. I feel like it's more of a Venom-verse connectivity. So which could relate and connect to that. And what would I do with Peter Parker, with, for example, with Tom Holland's connection, like what happened with Tobey Maguire being present in Spider-Man No Way Home. I would just have Tobey Maguire be the amazing actor that he is and kind of just say, I had a strange dream, or something. And just maybe perhaps just mentioning it as something like he had this weird dream. But do I think anything changed? No. I do not think anything changed. And the reason I don't think anything changed at all because if you would have sent him back, meaning if you would have sent them back anyway, you could send him back without him really noticing it. Other words, making it almost like he never left, where it's just like a dream that happened. But you could send him back, and what would happen in the script of Tobey Maguire's script is when you're sending him back, nothing changed. Meaning, the Green Goblin still probably died because they would have sent him back to the same spot that he would have died. The Sandman probably could say that he had a strange dream and or something. He just kind of like woke up and he was already in jail and he probably could not remember it and think that they robbed him of his power. He went back to normal. So it's like, so he could have been cured for all we know before it even happened. So it's like, so it's all these different possibilities with his character. Probably not, because that don't make any sense actually. He probably had it and he would put it back and realize that he might just have forgotten about things, and like they could say that he kind of he lost his powers or something, and having it branch in there and then just go into the Venomverse. You say like Venom, there came a spider, or came whatever, along came a spider, was what I saw as a title. But the thing is what I saw of Venom 3, which is already made, or was already shot, at least the Venom 3, which could still be reshot at any moment for ethics. But what I saw, what they were doing with it is it was like it wasn't a Venomverse. It looked to me like there was two people, attentions being in different locations and people trying to control the attention. Where Eddie Brock's trying to control the attention of Venom, and Venom is trying to control the attention of Eddie Brock, but Eddie Brock somehow is able to also control the attention of Venom. And they share a connection with other people that Venom has been attached to. And Spider-Man is one of them. So they pursue. So this is why I'm leaning on Hive Mind, the Venomverse not being present in Venom 3, because they're going to be too distracted, or they might mention the Venomverse in Venom 3 again, like they did at the end of Venom 2, but they're going to be way too distracted for that shit. Meaning, like, he's going to be intrigued of all these different verses and how Venom does have have the Venomverse, and I'm sure it will be mentioned, and he will look into how come that's a thing, and he'd also, but I'm sure they'd be more distracted by the spider, as well, and looking for a Spider-Man and stuff like that, to the point, like, how is it Along Came a Spider when it's more a Venom pursuit film, if that makes any sense? So it looks more like a pursuit film of wisdom, but also battling, and Venom probably, that I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the movie ends with either Venom and the Venomverse are starting to be attached to a much bigger film. Like, I swear to God, like, if, they probably don't have a deal with any Marvel characters from Disney. So with Venom, I would imagine cinematically with Disney. So I would say probably, and I don't see them having, but they could use. I mean, they could use anything with Spider-Man though. So Spider-Man characters, which means that anything that previously happened with, as long as it doesn't associate itself with Disney, right? Too much. And meaning they could use Spider-Man from Disney or Vulture from Disney. They could do all these things, or any character, Flash Thompson, could be in Venom 3. They could really do any of that stuff for free, roll forward, without paying Disney, as long as it is a Spider-Man associated character. But like Doctor Strange, for example, they'd have to pay Disney, right, to have Doctor Strange or something come into a Sony only project, like a Venomverse or Venom. They wanted something like that, or but they really, what is a fantastic question is, Gore the God Butcher is a character, and that is a character in Marvel, but you had the symbiotic god that was attached to that blade that he was using, which was actually the god from Venom's home world. Is actually, there's one of the symbiotes holds that sword, and he's actually the god of symbiotes. I forget his name. It's kind of cool or some shit. So and they could put him probably in Thor because of legal issues, right? The fucking bullshit issues there, but right. So you go like that. So they have to legally. So if they did, they could have filmed it and just edited it out, but for legal issues. But other words, they could use whatever the hell his name is, the Venom God, in any Sony movie though, and so he could make an appearance at the end of Venom 3. You see, Venom is not just associated with the Spider-Verse. He also has his own, Venomverse, but his Venomverse is like a shared hive network of everywhere he's been everywhere. Venom has the ability of basically of collecting and knowing knowledge and getting memories from other worlds to the point that he probably would enter and trace. I would imagine why would Venom need Spider-Man? And I think Venom needs Spider-Man so he can get to his symbiote, to his other pieces of himself. Which is why I think there is a pursuit more for Spider-Man than there is even for the Venomverse, because he could uh, even open, he can even attach himself to Spider-Man that is attached to the Spider-Verse, you could say, which can send him the symbiote in him. But that's why I don't think they will make Spider-Man 4. Because they could just see them being like, well, why would we make that when we could just put that story in someone else's movie? Like, we could just have MJ and Peter and all of them have a kid and live and be alive and just have it, branch off this way. But I don't think they even had any heart when they were dealing with the original stuff. I feel like when they were designing Madam Web, for example, I feel like Madam Web has nothing to do with, any of the Spider-Mans you know. I feel like they're all just going to be like canon Easter egg shit. Like the Spider-Woman that is in, they even mentioned a baby Peter Parker in the movie. So it's like the Madam Web movie is like just I see eyes of a spider reflecting multiple Spider-Verses and her being responsible for the spiders in the spider's existence in every single Spider-Verse. And Spider-Woman, it just so happens to be the one they're going with, a version of Spider-Woman that's going to interact with Madam Web more than probably any other character. They're not really concerned with building characters, if you noticed. They haven't been. They're more concerned with speed rushing, character builds. Instead of investing character builds, are just like, move on next, throw that in there. We don't need to do that. We can do something different and have that, thrown in the background. Because it could draw people in. But it's also like if people are going in for something, like what are they going there for? And eventually it's like, do you think they could destroy the representation, the very meaning behind it? No, because there's tons of people that like to go to sleep. So I think it's fine. That it speaks to even people's demons and shit. It speaks to a lot of different things. So I think they could tell any story they wanted as long as they used the character and associate it with one thing. Which is why you have Spider-Man Homecoming. Or in some cases you can have some really bad, stupid Spider-Man movie be made. And it will still be just fine. The Amazing Spider-Man, unless it's too sciencey, meaning if it's too realistic, as fucked up as this sounds, if you notice, it becomes labeled cringe. Like if the moment that something starts dabbling into like any science talk or anything, or it starts tackling things in science when it comes to Spider-Man, it really, you hear a lot of people bitch. In their defense, though, I will say Spider-Man wasn't, the non-fictional science Spider-Man. He was from the Fantastic Fantasy before he was ever even, Spider-Man. He was like some fantasy comic before he even had his own comic. So, yeah. So it's like, Like you could say, like that's what I see when I look at Morbius. Like when I watch Morbius and what I see from Morbius is I see, I think people are just they can't connect with it because they don't know what that's like to be a character like Morbius. It's like, and that's why like to understand like I think Morbius is a harder character and people. If you're like, well, let me put Morbius into a movie, they're never going to be able to connect to Morbius. They don't know how to connect to Morbius. They can't relate to Morbius. Morbius has always been scientifically driven. That is his character. That's why they kind of like the movie The Science, and it's like that's why it probably won't succeed. That's and it could be like an awesome movie, but no one will give a shit about a franchise about a vampire that was made by science. It just starts to be like what. To them, because they don't understand it. They might be associated with the vampires of Anal or like fucking Twilight. It's like they're brainwashed by Twilight for the rest of their life. So it's, a lot of people. It's like blood drinking, glistening skin, or it's like Dracula. It's just this shape-shifting wolf bat being. Even is, just the associations that a lot of people will fly to. And Morbius is the living vampire. So it's like they're saying, well, there's different types of vampires. See what I'm saying? It starts to kind of hint towards certain things that make people feel uncomfortable. That's why I believe strongly why Morbius failed. Because it's a uncomfortable movie for people who have never ever even imagined or to try to understand what even a vampire really is. And first of all, vampires do not drink blood in the real world. So that is bullshit, So it's not what you think. It's true. So you look at these things, people that are delusional that think vampires drink blood, and there's people that are, but, they do what they do because they are into blood magic, probably, or they're just mentally ill. So, but you look at different things, and in religions and shit like that, and you just, the guy is a cripple. They don't know because he's not a cripple. That cripple that's like trying to understand things that most people don't even want to try to understand. Like I said, Morbius is trying to understand things that most people would just make peace with. Morbius is trying to be a god, in other words, in a lot of things, and to cure the world, be known, and all this other stuff in the background. That's why no one can relate with him. It's like, it's just what it is. Someone who's struggling with humanity before he was ever even a fucking vampire. He was struggling with humanity. His obsession with knowledge and trying to connect as a doctor and then going in and it's very torn, bipolar, almost kind of like character, suppressed. And that's why it's, again, why I don't think he even stands a chance. As much as I'm going to tell you that Morbius has some really badass stories and that he can associate with. He's even associated with the Midnight Suns, but they have to do probably a legal agreement with that, but probably won't let him on with that especially after. So it's like, I'd be a bit surprised if Morbius comes into Sinister Six and you never get the background story of, like, Vampire by Night, which also Marvel owns. So there's a lot. Morbius is a Spider-Man character that's so connected to is also connected to a lot of Marvel characters, which cost Sony a lot of money to make deals to even tell Morbius his whole story. So I don't think Sony's about to dish out a bunch of money to to make a Morbius sequel that is gonna need like Vampire by Night and to dive more into how Dracula was made, because Morbius is also connected to taking from the vampires, because made vampires with fucking Lilith. So Lilith is the mother of demons. So it's like in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's like even she made vampires, the blood-drinking vampires, the stereotype. So it's like if you're gonna go in and it's like, well, there's two Liliths in the Marvel Cinematic Universe that I'm aware of. One is Dracula's daughter, which was named after Lilith. That is who made him. And then there is Lilith, the actual demonic queen god thing that resides in limbo and shit with all the other demons and shit. So it's including, yes, Mephisto and all that shit, which is basically the devil, the Marvel's devil. But you have all this shit connected where there is a Midnight Sense, and this is where Morbius really would shine. I think, would be in the Midnight Suns. But I don't think it will happen because, like I said, or do you think Disney's gonna pay for Morbius? Or is Morbius, it's a good question. Are they gonna want to be like, hey, can we make a deal with this character? I could say that I could see them doing it for 2 films, possibly, or signing agreements with other characters. I think they've had their eye on other characters, like, by the sounds of it, with the contracts of villains that they did talk about this, and one of them was William Dafoe was brought up. I remember it as clear as yesterday. I also remember that they were going to announce Spider-Man 4 one day, and then they pulled the plug on the announcement of Spider-Man 4 being made, which they were going to announce that it was going to be made, and then all of a sudden they decided to pull the plug on the spot before they completely announced it. The reason, like I said, just because contracts were made doesn't mean they're going to be kept. If someone did sign something, they can expire. They can, it's and stuff like that too. So it's like, Spider-Man 4 was shut down. It just, to me, feels like if you really cared about the story of your original success films, then you would at least do one, like, down-to-earth, very real continuation from Spider-Man 3, but realize that you don't want to build a universe that you cannot manage, because Spider-Man 4 is where Spider-Man is not universe building. We're down to earth to realize that this is a what happened and how they made it work kind of like story, and his last villain probably could ever fight during his line. This ain't a multiverse or Spider-Verse film. Because if you're doing that, then again, I repeat, there's no fucking point in making Spider-Man 4 then if you're going to come in and do that. Because the whole point of Spider-Man 4 is for nostalgia, connectivity, love letter. Now, if you're not going to do that, then you have infinite reign in the Spider-Verse to tell his story in any way you want through other people's movies. Like, I wouldn't be a bit surprised they did that with Andrew as well. Because we already see that Venom has the Oscorp Tower. There's already connections to Andrew's Spider-Man in Venom. That you could suggest that Andrew's Spider-Man universe collapsed. If you look at the movie, it looks like it did. Like, if you look at any of the movies, like from Venom Venom and Venom 2 and even Morbius, you can clearly sense that this is not Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man universe. This is Andrew's. It is Andrew's Spider thing just collapsed into forgetting of his existence somehow, or not knowing, or it's a universe without him. There are many different things of what it can be, but we know what it definitely isn't. Of where, but one day what definitely is, and then go back here and make some weird shit happen. So it's like I said, like there's so much shit you can do. I mean, they could have told a story, a Black Cat romance story as well, a live action, but there, it's just dead. I swear that it's not dead, but I'm looking at their brains, and I'm looking at the rest of the world where they're at, and I don't see people investing in a down-to-earth film more as much as they are investing in a Spider-Verse film. So it's like, it's kind of like almost saying if they make a down-to-earth Spider-Man film, there's only gonna be one more. Like there'll be one Spider-Man down-to-earth film, and then they'll be so over it, and they'll be doing Spider-Verse films ever since. Even the Sinister Six would be associated with that. So and believe it or not, there's Sinister fucking 12, Sinister 9, Sinister 12. You just hear Sinister 6. But it goes by threes, if I recall. There was a Sinister 3 as well. But it's just the tear all that shit apart. People say, ruin comics. Someone said that before, like you could ruin Marvel for someone. You start just tearing away at what it is, because if you're going by the name, to Marvelous, to Marvel, like, and then you start being like, just different directions where everything can go. I remember the fan theory a long time ago that Zendaya's MJ was Samuel's Nick Fury's daughter, which didn't make any sense. But then again, it doesn't make sense. They can go in another direction, so it's just like, still, there's a lot of different shit in the area, and I think what we can see in the future is what are their decisions to do, and we can expect less from Disney and more from Sony when it comes to the Spider-Man stuff, because it is what Sony owns, and Sony can do whatever they want with this IP. Disney cannot, unless they pay for it. And the same thing with Sony. They can do whatever they want with an IP if they pay for Wolverine, for example. I don't think it's not about, it's about the maker. Right? It's about the maker. Who's making these movies? Who's going to decide who's paying, who's not? There's one more. I don't know why. Oh, now it's complete. this one is next. Lose.
Ready for your first day at Hunter High?
Don't worry. I'll teach them a lesson they won't soon forget.
Are you workshopping that, or...?
Hey, you signed up for this. What's the deal with this base?
Looks like the info we pulled from the blinds was right. They're upgrading all their vehicle weaponry here.
Time to put a stop to it. Nighty-night. There we go. We'll sleep it off.
I'm with you.
Taking a bow.
What? That did not come down on its own. What's wrong with you then? Another body. He's...
Down you go.
No more hunters in this area, but the base isn't clear yet.
Here comes the peanut gallery.
Open fire!
Just need to find the server panel and take out those turrets.
Look out above!
Two more turrets left.
Reinforcements.
Cover me!
Take 5. Sleep tight. More of you! But I'm only one spider!
I will do the pests myself.
Find the server panel and take out those turrets.
Taking the shot!
2 more turrets left.
Watch out for Webb! Look out!
More of you? Who hit the reinforcements button?
Lockdown range!
One more turret to go.
Nice flesh! Get me out of this!
Better stay out of
This
sight.
is Spider-Man!
Hell yeah! We fried those turrets to dust. Try to upgrade that, fools.
Don't get excited. Don't get stuck!
Careful!
More of you? Who hit the reinforcement button?
Locked on! Oh, that's hostile.
Stay on the ground!
Watch it! He whipped me! Eyes on target! I have a shot. He is in my sight!
No more reinforcements. Hunters are about to feel like their friends are ghosting them.
Spiders up there! Target acquired!
That base data you got from the blinds shows another room here. Maybe it's got some intel about the hunters we can use?
Jackpot. Okay. There's an encrypted file.
Dive down the rabbit hole.
This obsession. Come home to me while we still have time left.
Our time is over, my love.
And your children? They will draw blood for control of our empire.
Find a nice place on an island.
Like anyone else.
Build a
See
family.
me as an obstacle.
Then you must strike
Isn't that the American dream?
Craven's family? They
Here in
sound
the US.
cool.
Could be as far away.
We should keep clearing out all these bases then, in case they come to visit.
America was built to be the escape. Sweet luxurious escape. To be the horror icon of your dreams. To be a legal terrorist. Jason Voorhees is the terrorist. And another suit. Suits and ladders. Suit tech. And the gadgets. And the skills. And the trophy system. Like, I need a reward system. Clickbait, achievement bait, purchase all gadget upgrades. Maybe some of the Wolverines showed up at the end of this game. Trying to analyze everything. Use symbiote abilities 25 times during symbiote surge. It's a time and place for nightmares. Like what? To be is true. Torment. Stealth take down 25 enemies and stealth through the web line. Perform 30 air tricks in a row without touching the ground. Take it all on. Where the gadgets are. What the hell? Concussion. All nearby enemies with a blast of conscious force. Blah blah. Cannot afford to carry on. The suit deck. This is more designed for video games. Don't think about it. And then movies. Chill shits. Hero tokens. It's almost like the game registers. Or the game ends up registering. Figure out how to use all those abilities. I'm pretty sure I just wasted that shit.
We got here.
Hello, Peter. Welcome to the real-world trial for our ultra-efficient battery bicycles.
Writing down upon the soul.
We'd love you to take a bike for a spin, passing through 10 checkpoints to measure real-world battery metrics. Head to the bike rack in Central Park and hop on. Your badge will grant you access.
No need to make headlines.
Someone who works for power.
This is a job for plain old Pete. Now to grab one of these sweet state-of-the-art rides. Okay, let's head to that first checkpoint.
Sounds like trash talking.
Checking in at the checkpoint. Ooh, concert happening today. MJ and Harry and I have been to some great shows in the park. Hey, that sign will make a good ramp. Harry and I used to go to concerts out here every summer. Maybe we can bring that tradition back. Check.
Heartless immunity.
Oh, that's not right. I don't think this bike was supposed to provide its own fireworks. This isn't safe. At this rate, the battery will overheat and explode. I've got to hurry and get it to the bike station, where it can drain the charge safely. Hurry! Come on,
Rolling all the
hold
time.
together.
Oh shit. Man, this bike keeps getting stuck.
Maybe I can vent some of this excess charge by depleting it with a speed boost. Bridge is blocked. Get over there somehow.
Really? That was bullshit. I'm about to blow up.
Pardon me, excuse me. Look out!
Of course.
Phew, that was a close one.
Literally on the
The
second.
battery will safely drain, but I've got to tell Dr. Wynn a short circuit seems to have caused thermal runaway. If it didn't happen in the lab, I'll bet fluctuating outdoor temperatures are the culprit. I've got some ideas for better thermal regulation.
Hell on earth. Hell on earth. Oh. There's the locations. All the way the fuck down there. There's two more. Music for the world.
Let's see what Dr. Young is up to out here.
Peter, thank you so much for helping us out with our machine learning trials. Similar to what you did in the Emily May Foundation, we're now teaching our drones what to do in the wild. Once you get yourself set up, this recording will continue.
Okay, let's get up and running.
This is a two-part trial. First, you need to teach the drone what it should target to protect our bumblebee population.
Great. Let's train some bee drones.
Oh, and you need to do it before the drone depletes its charge. Sorry, we're working on battery life.
Got it. Let's go. No thanks, bee-eating wasps. Bee wolves
rats ate bees. Gotcha.
Nice. You completed the data set. Now, in the second part of the trial, you'll teach the drone to identify and mark optimal nest sites.
Be real estate. Here we go.
Look for the flags. These are ideal relocation spots.
Here we go. I'm like a bee real estate agent. A bee real estate agent. Bingo.
Whee! You've completed the set. The drone will self-pilot home and upload the data. Thank you, Peter.
That should be some good stuff for the AI. Hope Dr. Young finds it helpful.
Well, it says fast travel unlocked, but it's not actually. It's like telling you the future. Because technically, by what I'm aware of, is that fast travel is not unlocked until there is 100% progression has been accomplished in each and every single area, or one area at a time. Like if I accomplish this in Midtown, 100% overall progress, and then every single fast travel shit will unlock for the Spider-Man. And now I travel down here. There's 2 more. This one just unlocked, I think. Which, yeah, because it's a mystery. No, it's 1. Well, I thought there was a mystery. That must have been the one it used to be. But whatever. Time to fly. Just do not fly in that area. I bet you could find Daredevil's or Matt Murdock's fucking lawyer shit. Location place. Streaming shit all day. Fucking hell, I just fucking did it again. There's a blue chest back there. I saw it out of the corner of my eye and it got fucked behind me. Goodbye. Yeah, there's another one. This one I did not miss. Knocking a knock knock. Someone's gonna knock down those damn headphones. Knocking a knock knock. I'm slacking on the fucking headphones. Welcome to Number Z. World War C. A, B, C, D. The war to end up. Where's my ass? Delusional. Shut on. Of course, sir. Oh no. See any blue chests? 'Cause I don't. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a 0.
Alright, let's help out EMF. Where's that kiosk?
You know what?
Hello, Peter.
I'm gonna
As you can see,
go grab a
these
drink
cassava
after
plants are alive and quite
Dr.
vibrant,
Foster
but grow too slowly for food production.
done
I want
talking
to
to me.
hybridize them with a more productive variety and would welcome your help.
Cassava plants
Some
growing too
seed
slowly,
plants.
huh? Better head to ESU. A
Seed.
professor there just discovered a new variety that grows impressively fast. They'd make a great hybrid. Their rare variety of the Asian cassava plant grows like crazy, and I'll only need a single leaf to splice with ours. Professor is always looking for practical applications. She'll be super into doing a collab.
Such a good game. Insomniac is known for making really good games. Alright, BRB. Dog's gotta eat. Hellhounds. Hellhound. Poison myself a bit differently to consume all this. So, Windows. Yeah, you're right. Act, do whatever the hell you want in life, and in the end, you're not allowed until you're allowed to be successful, and it's not really. They say it's your choice. Some might. Well, if it is, it's you gotta be manipulative, I guess. I mean, you got very limited choices. Choices is there. Watching a stream earlier about people going to Vegas and paying people to go to Vegas for them. Twitch streamers that go to Vegas because, people pay them money to go do this stuff for them. And then there's people like me that would do the same damn thing. I would do it too if they want to pay me to do it. I can. I got nothing but time. I got time to do that. If you want to pay me to go to Vegas, I will go to Vegas for you and record it. I will live stream going to Vegas. On one condition, that you pay for it. Because I don't have the money. I got the time, but I don't got the money. I'll make time for that lifestyle. Even if I don't have time, I end up in a situation with no time. People just hand people money. Handouts left and right. You can be free. Go do whatever you want. But with one exception, you have to live stream it. Which, that's the only thing with you being a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer. That's the con, the hardship is you get barely any privacy. You get privacy, you just gotta be able to navigate around it, close the door. There's rules, don't get naked. So, just tell everyone you're gonna get naked, and you'll have to shut down the stream for a bit. I'm gonna go get naked, so I'll have to turn the stream off. Watch something. I'm gonna turn my voice off before I punch myself in the fucking forehead. I'll pay. I mean, I'll talk. I'll pay if you pay. But I'll pay by talking. If you pay. You throw the moolah at me, the money. Hello. I'm back, I guess. I am. My voice is, at least. I was at turn to leave it off, but decided not to, I guess. I was gonna look for something, but I can't fucking recall what the hell I was gonna look for. Whatever. Memory lane was shit. Welcome to number Z. World War C. Slap smack someone in the forehead. A fucking CD. Much like fucking Grand Theft Auto be thrown across over the roof of someone's house, and it happens to shatter and land right before you. Like, where the fuck that come from? Like, someone just threw a copy of GTA across the fucking over the house, and it fell to where we're sitting and shattered. Someone just throw this? Who threw? Like, what does this mean? What is the purpose of this? Like, what is it? What are you trying to represent? Someone wants to go to New York. I think it's maybe, I think it was maybe someone was pissed because I said that, when someone said maybe they're trying to influence their group to go to New York from Florida. And I did say, I think I was like, you guys got some cool shit going on here. But man, they couldn't get out. I don't know, it was interesting because I said something, it's like suppression. It's like what people don't say. And then next second, you could be on a mystery of trying to figure out where the disc went or who threw the disc. And then the same thing with, once like if someone gets angry, rips off the damn door handle and throws it over the wall, and you try to, and they try to figure out, the fence, try to figure out why someone did that. Or who did it, actually. Who did that. I know who did that personally, but I'm not gonna rat on them. But I saw who did it, but they were gonna arrest whoever threw an object into someone's yard. Which I was like, it's only a door hit. I'm like, not like anyone's gonna die off a damn doorknob. And no one needs to go to jail for a fucking doorknob being thrown. Because I guess the cops were willing to arrest whoever threw that over into someone's yard. That's how fucking serious the police are over there. They're very fucking territorial. Let's say you have something goes in someone's yard in Florida, the cops will come literally, and someone calls the cops on you for having something that goes over the fence. Like if someone threw something over there, or accidentally went over there, they could just be like, don't have a clue. Because they tell you, they'll be arresting you and sending you to jail. They don't dish out tickets. They send your ass to jail, ask questions later. Welcome to Florida. So, they didn't get in trouble, that person. I could have got them in trouble. Cops never asked me who did it, so I didn't have to lie. Florida was crooks. Fucking lifestyle crooks. Nobody has a nice house in Florida unless they're robbed, were some kind of criminal at one point in their life. Or they're retired and they go to Florida to die. That saying, my music teacher used to say that to me. God, that guy was awesome. That's the first time I ever seen Diablo. I used to play Diablo before class and after class. The music teacher. It was Diablo 2 we used to play. It was before Diablo 3 was released. Or maybe it was Diablo. I remember Diablo 1. And he used to play Diablo on his computer. Before class and after class. What he used to say, it would be like, why do you want to go to Florida? And I used to say, I want to go to Florida. As a kid, I'd be like, I'd want to go to Florida. And he used to say, why do you go to Florida? People that go to Florida, that go there to die. He's like, that's when I learned how to play the electric drums in that classroom. We had free reign in that class at times, and I really loved the drums. I had the headset on, and I was like just a natural with the drums. I was also a natural with the keyboard. I didn't use the keyboard, I think, in that class. I used the keyboard somewhere else. I can't remember where. But I know the moment I touched the keyboard, it was modding all damn day and night. I couldn't stop. Couldn't sit the keyboard down, the piano down, the electric piano. Picked up a guitar and I fucking broke the strings. I was sucked. It wasn't electric though. Regular guitar, I didn't do very good. Back then I tried. I failed miserably. I like the drums and the piano because they felt way more natural to me. The drums you could just get you can get a workout. It's also exercise. Beating the hell out of those drums. You get some workout. And the keyboard is a little more lazier. Or the electro piano or any piano. Laid back and they'll work it out. The reason for that is because I got freakishly long fingers, which is perfect for piano keys, which means I can actually use one hand to stretch out, if I want to, in an area and play a whole song on just using one side of the keyboard, and that's it, with one hand. Well, at least I remember doing that, but I also modded it, so I would set up, there was a mod board that was attached to, that you would adjust the sound effects, and you would record the sound, and it would play back the sound to you afterwards. It would basically remember what you did, and then you could just keep doing that, and then take that sound and put it somewhere else. People that do these sounds in video games is actually a lot easier than you think. It's basically just finding the right sound for the atmosphere and then what they want with it, and then you run with that a lot of times with video games. Most video games don't get a whole orchestra. But there are video games that will get a whole orchestra, and people will design and do a lot of things when they'll do live music and stuff that is actually in the game, that you will hear in the game but not see, and you will feel in the game but not see it. But there's different ways of recording things, like sound and stuff, and walking and crunching sounds. That's like ASMR basically to make video games. How do you think characters make like footstep sounds? There's literally someone who's like, making noises, but they have to use headphones. Why you have to use headphones? It's because you want the sound to be perfect. You could use the headphones, but you're taking a chance of mean, you could not use headphones, but if you don't use headphones, you're taking a small chance of making an error and leaving the error in the final product. It's like when I do music, I can't do music perfect without headphones on. There's a lot of artists out there that can't even sing without headphones on. Like they're at their best performance when they're wearing headphones. There are some that are like that. I've known people who sing better when they have headphones on than when they don't. Because believe it or not, what you hear is not what everyone else is going to hear necessarily. You know, we hear ourselves differently. At least I do. I hear myself differently. In fact, even when I was singing good, it sounded like shit to me, like without headphones on. And if I'm listening to my own voice singing, it sounds like shit to me. But everyone else, on the other hand, apparently not. But if I put on the headphones, I can actually start to get on board and start digging my own voice. Because, like, especially with ASMR, you know, anyone who's involved in ASMR knows that sound can be manipulated, and that is how music is made. It's a manipulation of sound. So it's like, you know, you could do a lot of things easy to do. It's just, it really, to me, feels like, I think someone nailed it on the head on the coffin with the whole wasteful thing, possibly. You know, and the reason for that is because when it comes to so much things that I make, and most of it will never see the light of day. It's not because that I can't make something. It's that I don't have. I really depend on worshippers, you know, or being idolized to feed my ego on it. You know, it's giving in, and you know, you want to be like someone all over you, like, oh yeah. You know, it's even better if you have smoking hot chicken on your side, literally, like egging you on the whole damn time. It's gonna make making music, you know, even more worth it, and it's gonna increase its value to the point where you're actually gonna seek to publish it, you know, and you know, release it and create, you know, send it out to the world. But if not, then it's more than likely that you'll make a song that will never see the light of day. But a lot of times, I wouldn't say I make music entirely. I've made a song a long time ago, but I usually will make short stories, or I'll make a clip of something. Like you'll get, like, you know, with something when it comes to music or poetry. Like a common one that comes to mind a lot of times was like the Black Leaf Tree poetry. You know, the Black Leaf Tree, you know, could turn into blood ruby leaves. You know, you fed them. It would feed off the deceased. You know, the crystal rose, find me a ring of, find me a petal from the immortal rose. You know, kind of gist of something, and then it builds and manifests into what it does. It starts out, you go from there with a few set of words, and then it just starts to take on a life of itself. And usually for me, when it does that, it turns into a story. And when I do music, or when I did music, it was the same way. Except for when I did a lot of the music, it was like free balling, basically, like basically talking about, you know, it's very controversial stuff. Like the stuff I was usually doing music for was like, you know, the state of mind. You know, the United States state of mind, enter your mind, and alteration and reality, the state in which things are in, and you just start, you know, you dabbling into all these, you know, you go into this phase of just some completely labyrinthine psychological shit that's like almost like you become a completely different person when you immerse yourself into that kind of creation of music, because it's not just you singing it, it's also you creating it, and and bringing it to life. So it's not like you're singing someone else's song. You're a real singer, as Avril would say. You know, you could say Avril was true to her songs. You know, this is why it's like, why'd you get married? You know, you could say if she really wrote those songs from her heart and they meant something to her, then she already told the entire world who she is in her own music. You know, it's like nobody marries Avril. Like, it's just absurd. She's an unmarriageable woman. If you do, it's just for show and it's on a timer. It's never gonna last. She, you know, is just into having fun. If she wanted to get married and have a committed relationship, she would have gone into country. She never would have went into rock. She would have wrote country music and stayed with Shania Twain, writing country music if she wanted to have a long, committed, dedicated relationship. If she wanted to be married for the rest of her life. See what I'm saying? It's like, but she went down this other road, and Shania Twain said it correctly when she said, "I wish you didn't leave," because, you know, you could tell that you know, when she did, she went into this whole punk era, and, you know, whether she realized it or not, she dived right into the world of lust as well, over love. And because punk is punk. It's not committed, dedicated love. Punk is like, fuck with you for fun. Punk. You know, like punk. You know, that's just what Avril was. It was punk rock for the longest time. Skater boy, punk rock. You know, they used to talk about they're gonna make a Skater Boy movie or whatever, but they never made no damn Skater Boy movie. You know, all this stuff indeed will go in different directions. Business deals flop out, go in different directions. People end up, you know, being like liars and shit. You know, things get scrapped. You say something, and yeah, it's a difficult career to navigate when you are diving into a world that you just are just all feelings more than actually brains a lot of times. And when you're a person like that, I would imagine, you know, as character creation goes, it would start to eventually catch up to you, you know, over time, if there was a part of you that actually really did want, you know, true love or a long-term connection because of so much you invested in your life. It's like one wrong move down in your life and it'll be held with you forever from for what you're trying to accomplish. Sometimes it's difficult. You never know until you enter the room with someone, and, you know, and the possibilities of where things can range. You could go down the road and take the invitation, or you can make your own invitation and whatever consequences or whatever things come along with that, or you go in another direction. But more than likely, with my experience with developing characters, if someone entertains something and goes with something, they tend to get consumed by it. And then there's consequences for going down that road or having fun, for living in a moment, for absolutely lustrous fun, usually, and watching the characters destroy themselves over time if they even try to make it work. So a lot of times it's like just better for them to go their separate ways and feel devastated afterwards than them to just latch on and to take themselves both down. But it's something. I'm gonna dive into all that. I don't even know if I turn this thing back on. But it is it's too much sometimes. It is. You know, it's love also is, you know, if you see the truth of something and if love is setting someone free, then in a world where someone, invites the devil or worse, a demonic god into their lives, to start altering and creating their life instead of bringing something to light, they're worse than bringing something to light. They're making this person into something, and especially if someone's like so lost and they're just fucking inviting people that seem cool or giving them chances. Oh, this person's the Nemo. This person would never hurt me, and all this other stuff. The next second they end up getting used and abused because they're always finding an excuse for keeping like drug addicts, or abusers around them to the point. And then, it's always like paying for it afterwards. It's really miseries and, the bad company, fucking shit. That someone, hello darkness, that's their friend. Comes back haunting them the Torah. But the difference is because they have a heart. That's why. If they don't have a heart, then it'll be more easier on them. Someone go in and just demolish them. Do you believe people are too far gone? It's a fantastic question. For individuals, for certain roads with certain people, yes, you can really destroy communication beyond repair with certain people that would have been great for you, for sure. Especially if you really went down to some satanic level evil shit that you would want, to destroy someone that is actually good for you. But they see it. So I think there's programming that you just know when you see certain people. Some people don't. They need help, but they don't want help. Or they're part of them, and then they do. And then there's people that don't want help, and but it's like but they don't really, and they can't really help them, or I'm not the person to help them, perhaps, right? Or someone else isn't the person to help them. But someone else sees it and they think they're gonna help if they do this, but it ends up giving them a drug, and the drug just makes them spiral into a different direction. It doesn't help them. It just puts this illusion of this dependency on something else, like a distraction. Place on someone's mind. Zip zap someone's brain, start shaking their head, really, shaking baby syndrome, but inside a fully grown ass person's head. Well, then it starts to take its toll on some people. It don't work on everyone, but do it on certain people. They'll collapse into the rain and wave of the sensitivity. Clairvoyancy has its, I would say itself has its concerns. I would say, like, if you are truly like someone who speaks to the dead and stuff, you have to watch even more careful who the hell you let into your life, because then you could end up going into an abusive or meeting abusive people. But you get a good read. I guess at the same time you could read people too, but it depends on what your gifts are. I mean, there's clairvoyant people who can't read the living, but can only read the dead, and then there's clairvoyant people who can't read the dead, but can only read the living. So it's and some that can do both. And when you're tapping through multiple tunnels and channels, which it is, going through a lot of things, it can get very exhausting. There are connectivities that can make things a little more easier. Take, for example, if, some people might be better with even demons. I've come to realize that there are holy figures that can walk into hell, that are different type of clairvoyants, that can walk into hell and also embrace, demonic entities in their presence. Because when you are holy, you are having another sense of power of the Trinity, where you're no longer like, if you're a Trinity holy, you are basically kind of your own God, sort of your own maker. You're going to be your own destroyer walking in. Demons won't be able to hurt you even if you walk in. It's almost like it's not an ego false shit that's going to get you hurt. It's the real deal, like Holy Trinity walking into hell and being unfazed by the demons. Now others, not every human, they get hurt by this shit very easily. I gotta switch controllers because reality is the state in which things are in, and how particles manifest. It's like a baby developing in the womb. Things can develop in thin air, but they have to be held like a charge. Like they have to be held together, and so before they're separated, like particles disappearing in thin air, because they're reachers and breachers of death. You can call it reachers and breachers. Something like that. I don't know the exact word for it. But yeah, I've grew up in a lot of areas, and I've lived alone for so long as well. Nowadays, I still live alone, sort of, but not really, like financially. I rent off and someone and rent a room, so it's to save as much money as possible. But it's but you look at different things, and so when you have roommates, but basically, but it's something yourself, and you look out. It's just, I've lived with vampires of all different kinds, and I've and how they will create their own culture or point of view, and being a black sheep is very real. You could really be, no matter what you say or do, certain situations will never be good enough for certain types of people. As a dead honest truth, there are types of people that you really have to tap into, like manipulation and all this other stuff, to even be able to be accepted. So ever go down that road to make someone like you, for example, it's exhausting, and in the long run, it does you no good anyway, usually. So it's just a moment that will expire because they just naturally, don't. Or if they do, they're only interested in your survival because that's all they can do, is try to do something like that. But you're on your own, kid. Taylor Swift's lyrics there. You're on your own, kid. Whether she took them or not, someone else could have said them long before. Someone probably did. You said Selena Gomez stole, the heart wants what it wants. Shit like that too. It's chemistry, connectivity, and yes, I believe it's brains as well. But in the real world, but it's I instantly look at things down the road and connect. Like I start seeing images in my head now of YouTubers that I physically never met, because it's almost like people that are like, well, they say they're clairvoyant, And then you can start to connect, and that's how you know they really are clairvoyant, because you actually, you get this whole sense that also of connectivity, that you start seeing the image, and, too. So that's how, but, and then anybody who taps in, Howlers puts themselves into the network, right? Something like that. Anybody can become one, but can stay one. I would say, like, it's eats people up. There are sacrifices of being connected, and sometimes the sacrifices are great for more power. You could say, come some more sacrifices over there too. That it's imagine if you want to fucking rule death, to be the god of something. Like, you start investing into this thing where you're like, no, I don't want to be human. Fuck humanity. You're just like, fuck this weakness. Who wants to, be a fucking human? Because humans are pieces of shit. You go down that for all damn day, and say, well, I'm gonna be a god. I'm gonna measure better. I'm gonna rule. I'm gonna reign. I'm gonna make shit. I'm gonna be my own bringer, my own maker. So it's like, you surrender into your maker and your breaker. You have this whole almighty force of surrendering and going down of this coexisting. It's the white heart, right? It's the white heart of surrender, peace, the white flag, finding peace within the forge of hell. For those who are in there, is when someone decides someone else is their maker or breaker, or decides on this there. And it's like, but it's, with my experiences, it's very low key to go into situations where people will try to morph and control the narrative and try to enslave the idea of someone, that it's, but the thing is 90% of the time they're full of shit. They're all lies. That people just, and people fight to try to create that and make it something, but it doesn't last. You could say, for example, anyone who is serving in a reward system, like I said, once you tap into that shit, you can learn is a failed way of life. That it's more of a survival than it is a prosperous tale or prosperous journey. And in life, because it's not the verbality, it's the physical action in which someone is doing. They're collecting for servitude. So it's like, if you really just dive into the meaning of that itself, of what the fuck you're doing, is of like servitude. It's all this investment in where things go and energies. But people really are, a lot of people that, not everybody, but in this area, because it's like you start to forget the existence, you can easily, of prosperous people, because people are so commonly okay with settling in like tin cans or trailer parks. Which, if you ask a lot of people that have money, they'd be like, look at the person weird, like, why would you choose this life? It's very common up there in higher ups, and because society, and they start banking on life, talking about shit. You could really just combat other people all day, damn night, for what their lifestyle choices that people make in their life. Because when they start combating and coming after you, saying, well, this, or like, be like, well, this ain't a career, this ain't a job, it's, you will be like, well, okay, well, then it could be worse if you choose to actually, if you had the money at some point and then you had to decided to invest in a trailer. It's like some of the most absurd fucking shit I've ever heard. Like, I would feel like shit for that investment at some point. I'd feel like I'd be constantly trying to make up for that investment. You see, because it's like masking, you know, pretending you liked it. It's like the moment when I settled for my first apartment, right? You just run in, you just don't think, you just get it. And then you wonder why you're dreading it now. Like, you're just like, you don't like it. It's the jump of settlements. It's having certain locations that you're just kind of like working with, like, that catch up to you. Like, when you're in a moment and there's something in life where you want to prosper, where you are and you feel it, the taste is what, you could call it. When you have the taste of where you belong or closer, but that's all you get is the sample. And then you have to go back. It's like vacation. Not the vacation that a lot of people think, but the vacation that is where you really feel that belonging to. Like, you want to live. Why would someone go to this beautiful place just to not want to stay? If it's truly beautiful, then why not stay? So it's, but you look at these things, you could combat the whole damn thing. Why does anybody do what they do? It's this everybody has these different types of fucking mindsets. And people trying to control narratives. It's like, I know what people think of me. Even in an area, especially when you're investing, you know that they're constantly making things up as well, or because it's coping mechanisms. Or they're just settlements of what is consumption to their soul, of their intake. I am among those who are like fucking, the legendary Snoop Dogg and shit like that. Like, there's something that people all have connectivities when it comes to the shepherding ability. But the difference is, I'd say, you can have talent of wordplay talents. You could do wordplay all damn day and night and tell someone, well, how much you love them, call them, if it matches the atmosphere, sugar plum, or something down there, if it makes sense. But it's like, or connection, and then people just work with that. So it's just wordplay, and then people are just like naturally cool with that because that's where you're at. But then you're like, afterwards when you go, it's curious. But the thing is that that there's things in life where the comparisons, and then you're here and there, and even then, you kind of get the gist. It's like there's a choice in branches. It's like a branching tree that never stops fucking growing into branches. When you hit something and now you're in like, let's say you're in Hollywood, all of a sudden you are actually open for opportunities. Now you could choose to invest in yourself, which I think a lot of people do. But you can choose to invest in other things or other people and make life there. But the thing is that you're taking a chance of destroying yourself for loving other people by investing in other people if you don't have yourself foundationalized, financially. You're not gonna really destroy yourself unless you're tied to the dollar. Money don't mean shit in the end. But the truth is, you still, can do and influence things by that. Basically, beat someone up with a single dollar you could, which is like, why would you do that? Well, why would someone trash talk someone? In a position, why would someone choose to live in a damn trailer willingly and be happy about it? So it's all these weird, you call weird. Like, what's weird? What's weird? So you pull up shit in the world, and you could just look. Some people I just want to drop off in LA. That have never, they never even, won't let themselves see the real world. Some people I just want to take to LA and just drop them off so they can just experience what it's like and how Hollywood, what Hollywood is. And what every movie, some people probably would never watch a movie again if they knew the truth. Oh my God. Some people would probably get rid of the televisions in their houses, I bet you, because it would be so traumatizing sometimes. Some of the shit that they would discover that they wouldn't like. It's back to that saying, some people just cannot be happy and know at the same time. They can't be smart and happy at the same time. So, like, people that eat McDonald's. Like I said, I knew people who, if you even told them, or, started talking about it, or you took pictures in the back and showed the world what it's like back there, I guarantee they would lose, so many customers by as long as that image is, literally they know the truth. The only way they're keeping that image is if someone goes to sleep. They go, night, night, bitch, and they're just like, I don't want to know. I prefer being ignorant. I'm going to go over here and support this trash, high-selling business that really makes processed food that is incredibly unhealthy. That is also not even, if you're going to eat unhealthy food, my God, you go to a fancy-ass, better restaurant than, there's even better fast food places. Even Sonic will make a better burger. So, there are better places. It's just, it's like, people usually, instantly settle. It's like, why do people go to McDonald's? Is it because of Mephisto? Because of the devil? Because it's a little giant yellow sign burnt in their fucking mind for the rest of their lives as they or just associate their entire soul with McDonald's at some point, that they're like, oh, we just do, we go McDonald's. It's like, it's something to think about. It's like, then next thing you know, you're marketing McDonald's. It's like, do you eat McDonald's? Oh, hell no. Why are you in the commercial? Because I can, other people eat it. They'll eat that. They like to go night-night. You can be like, it's like that. What's that, his name? The fucking dude that dated Ariana Grande and Kim Kardashian. He did Taco Bell commercials, and in his commercials, he was, pretty much trash talking Taco Bell while he was in Taco Bell, like in a Taco Bell, while he was fucking advertising for Taco Bell. It's all this shit. Like, it really doesn't matter. They'll say instantly, like, you go in, so you don't need to sell this. They will sell. It's what they're. it's serious. It'll sell itself. It's a common phrase that people will use, but you don't have to, like, what you can do? You can, not sell it. I don't think it's gonna sell itself. I disagree. If nobody decides one day to get up and work at McDonald's ever again, who's gonna sell this? You put robots down to sell it? People walk in, they do use the scanners, and they're like, well, we want McDonald's. And why? McDonald's. All the places in the world. Why McDonald's? And some comes around to me, why not McDonald's? There's just this giant disconnection. It's like, could McDonald's, could the truth be so destructive to the point where someone just really can't survive, knowing you just fucking walk into McDonald's It's like, and do you hate yourself the moment you're in McDonald's for even supporting it? What makes it so you don't hate it? It's like, well, I can't know what I'm doing. I gotta be an actor. You could be like, go down there and be like, what? Whoa, what? I'm just gonna stage this shit. And it's just like completely like, what the fuck? It's, you look back and be like, why did I support that? Oh, they paid me to support that. They gave me a trophy to support that. That's funny shit. They gave me some money to support that. It's like, cause I wouldn't support that shit unless you're gonna pay me to support that shit. Right? It's like, perhaps. It's like, but even then, what's that say about you? About the person? They're a sellout, they make no money, bring back. This is why relationships, this is why rock and roll is the death of marriage. Name one rock artist that has never cheated on their significant other at least once. I bet you can't you can't name one that hasn't ever been unfaithful at least once. So it's, when it comes to the genre of rock and roll, rock and roll is to seek the unsettlement, but also a lot of them are, and how many rock and roll artists do you ever meet that actually are not invested with their soul into their own art? And there's, like I said, there's a price that even the artist will pay down the road. They could go down and have all the lust in their entire lives. Like even Motley Crue, for example. Not one faithful member on the Motley Crue. One person on the Motley Crue wanted true love. You get but never would let themselves have it. And even if they did, they're too busy sharing their girlfriends back in the day. Like certain bands and shit, or just having fun with whoever enters their lives. It's like Ariana Grande walks into your life. It's, that's all, for me, and being, it's, there are rare exceptions that you would go down the road and be like, well, I'm single, I've been single my entire life, and this is a legend right here. I would make an exception. Now, if a peasant, or a normal citizen, even if she was looking hot, walked up to me and said, well, there's a much bigger chance that I could still reject her. There's still a chance, that she can get rejected by me. So, it's just, I understand what it's like to have artistic abilities and also want something sacred, but also to enjoy sins, and where you go down in these roads. Like, you could go over to, you literally meet someone that you want to marry, but they're maybe in a committed relationship, and the next second you're sleeping with them, like, sneaking into their house, and it's all set up and staged because it's exciting, it's thrilling. You're gonna get in trouble. It's the end of the world. It could, it's just the adrenaline hype, the spice, and this, it's, I get it. Why someone would go about and do that until one day, it catches up to them, and yes, well, it was fun while it lasted, but then the outcome is like, what are you trying to do? It's like when people are just, why are people they're getting married and using people as an image, right, of their own thrill rides. It's like marriage to a lot of people is like to spice the drug, of the other thing on the other side that is like demons that people are going to enjoy much more. They're like, well, I'm going to enjoy life, I'm going to die, and I'm like only married to this whoever they're married to because for the money or some shit. Like, well, I was attracted to her or you know, whoever's point of view you're looking through whoever it is. But you look at Ariana Grande, for example, and she's like clearly involved in the arts and getting married to a damn realtor is like someone who's fighting the change of the state of reality. It's like, and not just tries to fight the stage of the state, the change. A fucking realtor with an artist. There's some of the most absurd shit I've ever heard. You know, because if you think about it, like they're two completely different career sets. That's definitely a timer. You know, it's the career set of a singer / drama with a realtor that sells reality, that sells real estate, that sells places, that bases their life in a structure that wants something sacred, where Ariana is a fun, loving, spirited, giving soul that you just can't marry. She's in another example that I believe is what you would call the unmarriageable. If you do marry her, what I do believe there is only one way you could marry and be in a truly committed relationship with Ariana Grande, and that's if you are on set with her and you go down the rabbit hole with her, meaning you both like getting in trouble together and spicing the relationship up in that direction, then that is a marriage that you could definitely keep with Ariana Grande. It is Ariana Grande, so I mean, no, you know, there are some people you just definitely sin for. You know, you're by yourself, that you just be like, you know what, you're right, fuck this. Without a doubt in my mind, that's Ariana Grande, I'm doing that. But then it's like other people, and that's more like, yeah, you gotta think, you know, even if they are a little bit, you know, and, you know, like, and usually it ends with a no. Or a one night stand, and then you never see them again because they're not that fun. It turns out there's a reason why you thought you were in between thinking. So it's, or you know, down that shit. So it's like if you want committed relationships in this world, you have to be religious and stay religious on something. And if you're not, you know, you are on a damn expiration date in this world. It's even like saying, like, at some point you go down that lust road, there's no return. You know, the moment you set yourself on that path, you know, is like giving up and giving in to the sin. And the sin of, you know, it's like, what's his name? Fucking Russell Crowe said to the even the damn news reporter. I remember someone just the ideology in the ring, and then I was like, and being like, why the fuck do you even wear that thing? It doesn't even mean anything to you. And it's just like the construction, and you watch it, and you're like, oh wait, a lot of times it's just the idea that someone's holding on to something. Why because they're not really genuinely in the marriage. They're just in the marriage because it's what they're supposed to do. Like this obligation. And, you know, where there's other interests that they have. And then if you find the weakness points, you start to exploit these people because they're exploitable. Not everybody is exploitable. Exploitable people are, you know, in that, at least, exploitable people are people with sensitivities and insecurities, and they go after your sensitivities and insecurities, or your ego, or your ideology on something. But, you know, which a lot of people are deceptible and changeable and alterable when you start tapping into their own energy on things for why they are doing something in their entire lives. You know, there are people who are into lust more than their physical actions, or they're worried. They're only in relationships because they don't want to be alone, and they're okay with settling. It's all these things that are why humans, a bunch of different people, do what they do. you know, and why someone would get married several fucking times, you know, and it's like, you know, it's just absurd. It's just fucking stupid. You know, it's if you know what you're getting into, or they're just surrendering and they claim they're not. But the truth is, you start to fucking learn what they really are. You know who they are. People do not, you know, near life death situations, you could say, or concerns of things will make a lot of sinners finally settle down in their lives because they're on their last life. That's why. And when they're on their last life, they are concerned with sin any further. And who are they going to sin with? I mean, people sinning with all sorts of people still to this day, but you know, around here, you know, there ain't nobody attractive to sin with. You know, people are just like this person that tried to explain that someone looked like Jill Valentine, and I was like, from you talking about the same Jill Valentine that I'm thinking about, Resident Evil? Because that lady's fat. That lady was like looks more like, you know, if Fat Albert had a wig or something. It's like you're thinking, but then you're like, well, then there's a crime when you just suggest that. You're like, I don't look like fucking Jill Valentine. What fucking drug are you on? It's like, or that's beautiful, and it's like, what are we looking at? Because I don't think we're seeing the same thing. It's like, let's be real. Everybody, you know, has, you know, people, unless you're like somehow just instantly in love with everybody you fucking see, you're attracted to everyone, which is, you know, which is fucking, you know, that's some fucked up shit right there. But let's say, like, if that's the case, and you're just going down there, it's like, in the mind, these people are so fucked that they just lose, you know, it's, or someone has a set what they're attached to. And it's like, you know, if someone sat, you know, smoking hot, less, you know, corrupt, you know, woman that you prefer in front of you to someone who, let's be fair, because celebrities can steal the throne. So let's be fair. These, to me, are like stars, sun, solar systems walking in the flesh. So if you look at someone like Ariana Grande walked in, it's a clear winner, right? So you have clear winners where no one even stands a chance in the fucking group. But then you have the groups where now it's a real debate, real like, oh, which one? And you know, like the Bachelor fucking shit, where you're like really just now you're investing time in each, like, or you're like trying to figure out who the fuck's, you know, who's what, you know, perfect for you, but just like, what are you doing? And then you're like, you know, just, you're looking, and it's just like, okay, well, are you, I don't know, it's, to me, you know, being on The Bachelor, I feel like would be more of a story. Like, I feel like if I was on The Bachelor, it would be one of the funniest, but weirdest, cringiest, creepiest, different type of show. Because I feel like if someone set me up before I'm rich and before I'm successful, because imagine being before you were at the top, how much, realistically, that's a straight up comedy. To me, it's a dark comedy in my mind. It's you're not serious, are you? Because if you're serious, like, and then I'll be serious. I'll go. And then you're there and playing Bachelor on the fucking reality TV show, and you are just like, who is there? Like, why are you here? How many contracts did you sign while you were pursuing love. What is your real? And then somebody be like, so dramatic. I feel like I see little Anne now. I see Ann Winters just like stealing the show, and you're just like, well, you're like, okay, well, she's so much more fun, right? Because just what The Bachelor is, right? You're on The Bachelor because you love drama. You're not, you all share that connection. It's just like who loves drama more and who is also the most attractive. That's how you decide when you're on The Bachelor. So it's like who's the most dramatic queen. It's like, and you're looking down this. It's like, well, that's a clear winner right there. And the one who's absolutely batshit crazy, over who just wants to have fun, you would take off on this adventure. And then someone wants to slow down, like when you start having a committed, dedicated conversation. And Bachelor's like a self-discovery. You watch these fuckers go down the road knowing what they want, but also realizing that what people, a lot of guys, I'd imagine, are mostly just in The Bachelor, do The Bachelor because of smoking hot chicks. They're not there for a committed relationship. I highly doubt it that they're there for a committed relationship. If you're there for a committed relationship, you wouldn't be there. You wouldn't be doing The Bachelor. So it's like The Bachelor is like going to The Bachelor and just looking for someone who, if you're going to commit, then I think it's like this is a real fuckery. I think this is something that could destroy me, because if I'm on this show, an image, temporarily, like being there, is the construct, is like now that I'm on TV, I gotta be a certain view, to like you. It's almost like you're playing a character at the same time, but you're also looking for what you want. You're gonna be authentic for what you want. And it's like everybody got to be glistening and attractive. It's like, and then you're like, well, you're going down here, who's selected, who signs up? How do they decide this? It's a fantastic question. Maybe the writer, I should have a conversation with the writer that maybe I should be on the show as a worst case an example of what not to be, perhaps. But, it's, I don't know, but it's all this shit that I just see. When I look at that, and I am consumed with something else entirely. When I look at The Bachelor, I look at not love. I don't see seeking love. I see having a good time, and well, more likely actually, I would see seeking an image. Right? Because if you want it, if you want image in something, then you'd work on that image. You're not even looking for love. You're looking for, when you're on that show, it's like you're influenced by your job. It's a career. It's a mindset that you have to constantly battle in your mind as well. Because, like I said, this is where actors rarely stay in committed relationships as well. You go down these roads, is there something you have to be concerned about? Higher chances of changing into the person you try so hard not to become, which is the lust-driven guy that is gonna go do probably the exact same thing with Ariana Grande. If I'm in the spotlight and I'm going freelance in the world, right? It's not even a thought. It's like there's some things that where you're in a spot and you're just like brain dead, hell yes, go. Type people. But then you have some that are think thoughts. It's like if you're holding, if you're looking at like Taylor Swift, for example, and looking at her power, she has, you could be thinking, well, this is more of a death sentence than an actual relationship you could suggest that you're walking into. You might not be getting life with Taylor Swift. You might be getting death with Taylor Swift. You know, it's like you start to question. You know, it's like now it's like, well, if that's the case, then who cares what anyone did? They're both retired sluts. You could say they went down the roads, and if that's the case, Ariana Grande is way more attractive. You're just like, well, then sure, Taylor probably could be the more faithful one, but it's like, well, that if we're going on this backlog of fun down the rabbit hole, then I bet you that Ariana is way more fun. It's like compared to if you sat Ariana Grande ready to go and Taylor Swift ready to go right next to each other in some bachelor choice decision. It's right there. It's like, well, you're gonna be torn because you're gonna look at, for example, you're gonna look at Taylor Swift and you're gonna be like, well, you would leave me fucking stranded for dead potentially, but you also might be the better chance of having a long-term dedicated relationship, right? It's like you seem to be genuine at times, but you also seem to be like a magnificent actress. And Ariana here is just like, fuck it. Go to the Twilight Zone with me. Let's just go do magic and shit. And looking that gorgeous. It's like, Taylor, you don't even stand a chance. If she won't even give you, they won't even have a thought process. I'd just be instantly running away with Ariana Grande. It's when you're in these atmospheres and you're putting on the spot of types of people. Like, I remember running around with this girl that was like, take my hand, jump the fence with me, and how willing I was to jump the fence with her and to go on this adventure with her. It was, for that brief moment with her, it was so much fun, right? It's like you're breaking the rules, having a good time. There's no thought that goes into it when a smoking hot woman comes up to you that is adventurous and says, even if she says, get the fuck in my car, even vulgarity wise, in that brief moment, and then you just laugh your asses off, eventually, and just take off and have the time of your life being batshit crazy together. And it's like there's a type of ignorance, a bliss in that ignorance that when you know that some people are your Twilight Zone. Your Twilight Zone, your C, your SEE, your sight, your soul of potentiality, even if, and it's like, well, okay, well, it's fair. I'm with her. We're doing these things. She wants to see other people. Then I get to go over and piss off Taylor Swift then after I have a good time with her. And then we got to listen to a song that I'm in because I'm dedicated. I'm in a bad marriage for life with Ariana Grande. That Will Smith relationship sounds real nice right now with the Will Smith and Jada, how they do things. Their bad marriage for life sounds like the way to go. It's like, fuck it, let's do this. Bad marriage for life. Next second, you're done. Can you imagine even sisters like little sister, big sister, like both of her sisters being smoking hot and you just end up start hanging out, or you're like in a room with the Stallones and there's a part of you that agrees and believes in, even the image or how things are, you can relate to a lot of the lifestyle ideas and things and kind of like be this example of failure as well. I could be, show the world of, and make someone else look even better, for example, in that type of family, and to show that I can come back for something. And that's why I always said, like, if I was on the Stallone show, it just would make more convenient sense that I'm dating Sophia. It's like I saw Sophia because it was more of an image and dedication and being like drift in the back, like you're gonna spend the rest of your life just relaxed. That's like fuck career. and you're talking real commitment and real marriage for the rest of your life. Or you go down the rabbit hole and you date, let's say, Sistin, and you have a good time, but Sistin is also juggling a lot of other things. It comes down whether how dedicated she is to keeping you. And then, or you go with Scar, and you probably have the best sex with Scar, because I predict that she's the one that's probably the better than all the rest. When it comes to that, she just looks like she, it's just a sense that, because when you look at Scarlet, but you look at, and Scarlet would be just like crazy, wild fun. Without a doubt in my mind, she would be the light of the show, the light of the party, is what Scarlet is. She is the light of the party, and Sophia is the hearth fire, homebody that you would invest if you wanted to have a long term, something secure, guaranteedly secure. Like if you wanted to be, settle down and be married for the rest of your life, then that is Sophia. But like Scar, like if you want to have the time of your life, bad shit, crazy, fucking, and just as long as I'm with Scar, that's how it is. It becomes like, let's just, that's that energy, that's that vibe. Then you have Sistin that it really is in charge, which is like if someone took over Sistin, the family would be pissed because Sistin's the boss. Sistin literally runs probably more of the family stuff, is second in command of in charge stuff to her father. I said, and her parents, I mean. Like, out of the three sisters, who's more in charge? Who's more the boss? Sistin, without a fucking doubt, she takes more leadership role than the rest combined. The thing is, like, she will just take charge. And then you have Scar, that is the light of the party. Sophia is if she is true, really is the spend your life married for the rest of your life. Like, that's Sophia. That's why Sophia, Scar can draw in so many people. Like, Scar has this ability to just draw in tons of people. And so, but the thing is like Scar herself will wake up and her lover will be gone, because she realizes that she is the light of the party. But Scar has one fault, and that is that she doesn't know how to keep people 24/7 locked. She doesn't know how to keep someone locked to her. So if you look at it, like when it comes to that, like there's one thing that I see when I look at Scar is the the feel bad moment when she wakes up alone. I just can see it in my mind, a vision. Like she's having this best time running around, having sex with all these guys because she's drawing all these things and she's the light of the party. But afterwards, she wakes up and she's like, fuck, I'm alone again. Like, it's nobody stayed. And they just come back. They'll end up coming back. And it's like Sistin, on the other hand, is the boss. Sistin is the boss. So, and then Sophia is truly like she already has lived kind of like more life than her other. I mean, she's older, so she got kind of like access to life, but you also see that she also has more biological struggles. But you also see her as like she takes things differently. Like she's mixed on things, like the way she takes things in. Like she was actually a video gamer, right? So, and dabbles, and now she's into books and wants to write her own book, but somehow can't. She's struggling big time on that. I actually am going to say that I think Sophia is gonna, take her years to get her first book published without help. So, because genuinely, I do believe realistically that she is taking on something that she realizes is very difficult to do, and has been told is, as well. So but you look at down this road, she's working on a novel book, and next thing, she's describing another book she's working on, and yeah, I could relate with that, and maybe the two incompletion tales tells me like there's a puzzle there as authors where me and her could at worst collab and make an amazing story together behind the scenes, that we could actually get a book published together, is very realistic because of my insane imagination on top of that, and her, dedication to push towards that and to have that is like an ideal. That's a power couple, is what that is. That's a power couple that could be made. That is some real life stuff, but this is the thing. Like, I feel like no matter what choice you make in life, there is going to be a karmatic effect. Let's say someone's attracted to you, you're attracted to someone, but you're also drawn, and there's something you want. You can relate and connect with Sophia when it comes to a lot of things and what you want. But you can also lose your mind and have just a good time losing your mind and be home with Scar, right? It's really like the thing, but the thing that scares me is more when I look at the truth. If I were to look at this realistically, is Scar, what scares the hell out of me here is that she one day gets older, and the more she ages and realizes life around her, she doesn't maneuver into that lockdown. And if it doesn't happen, because I can't make that happen if I'm in a relationship with Sophia, I can't guarantee that. See what I'm saying? Like, and like, if you're there and you're looking at that, it's like all I can do is be open to help her and keep her, because I think if anybody's going to branch out and is losable in the whole family, there's no way in hell that we're losing Sophie or Siston. Definitely not Siston. Siston is the boss. There's no doubt in my mind that they're going to be losable. It's Scarlet that is the one in the entire family that is the scariest when it comes to that. I could just feel it, see it, and you don't want that to happen. Like, if there's one person that's going to get lost, it would be her, and no one else even has that even chance. There's a difference. Like I said, this may sound a little bit fucked up, but I said this before. There's a difference when someone leaves your life when they are alive. Then, it's sad and tragic when someone dies. But you're still connected in their life. But it's another type of soul-wrenching ripness that of when someone willingly does it, or is drawn, and what triggers this to happen, and they're making this decision. Because in the end, you're always going to know that something made her make that decision. And if that ever went down that way, it's just like, this is some serious shit. This would be great for a drama show. Probably and scary as hell for, like, Scar. Like, Siston is the boss for real. Like, I feel like right now, if anybody was paying attention to where her whole family is going, she's the most in tune out of like her head is on way more than all the rest. Like like I said, she's just the one that is uh, the boss. Like she has these abilities in not just writing a script and releasing a script for movies, but she has the and abilities of acting as she has, but she also has the abilities of producing and being a director. Like she has leadership roles. Like when you look at Scar, it's Scar looks like she still needs some kind of support because she shits on herself. She's very critical, even in her own on her own performances. Like when she acts, and she is a natural born actress. And it's like if she wanted to do other things, she could. But like I said, she is the scariest out of all of them because this scary and concerning because you just don't want, to make the wrong move. It's, because it's like, let's say I get in the mix here, and I'm like somehow putting myself in this scenario, then how I feel about being like in the middle of this, and how I'd feel that it's like, sure, I can make a great story with Sophia, but Sophia's going to be fine with me or without me still. She, could be like, she is able to be on her own. She's a strong, independent woman. And Scar is trying to be this. Scar is also, Sophia ain't leaving. That's what I'm saying. And she couldn't leave if she wanted to. Realistically, so maybe in some ways it's like, so it's like, the Scar on the other hand, she can leave, and she could, and she'd be the most likely to. And that's like why I would look at this like I'm not only gonna have the time of my life where, but I would also stay with her and be the guy that she wakes up to and realizes, holy shit, he didn't leave. So it's like, and I'm curious what that's like for Scar to, would be like, 'cause she comes off like she'd never experienced that. I wonder if she would be totally altered on her own, there. But when you live in the spotlight, you really live in the spotlight, and you get to share your life, and also lie in different directions and different eras. But there's one thing that's clear: they all have been out and mingled. They've been through their what Taylor would say, their 20-something years of sex years. They're in their 20s or whatever. They've all been through that phase. Because first of all, they are daughters of Sylvester Stallone, so there's no way in hell they didn't. It's at least, it's, so you look at all these things, you're in the spotlight, you have targets and people that they're attracted to, and they're going to be, without a doubt, and then they're going to be people like Siston, who's trying to not fall down some rabbit hole with someone, because Siston may be the leader, and because she is headstrong, but the thing is, like, this is what's interesting about Siston. Like, Siston is perhaps the night girl, what I would call the night. The night is when you can basically be a rainforest wave on someone's brain, and like where it's just they're completely release and surrender to their emotions. And that's why she is the one that is most likely to run away from true love. I'd say that I would predict that, or close, not true love, but she's doing not true love, but under rain love, because this is interesting. Like, I'm kind of picking the vibe and the psychic energy when I even read into that. Like, there's something different there. Like I just get a sense like she also has run away from people at times as much as she has also let people in because she connects, and if something is so masculine around her, she actually will flee because sometimes things are just so overwhelming for her. But you look at like certain things, but even being as strong. You look at um, Brandy, the Cyruses, and you look at Brandy, uh, and Miley Cyrus, Noah. Now, these girls are more manipulative, spiritual energy girls. These siblings like are are the ones that are, you know, looking and analyzing and, you know, looking at that. It's Miley Cyrus is the one who basically would destroy me. Like the thing is, like she wouldn't, like she's the one that I would avoid. Like I feel like if I walked in the room with Miley, I would also walk right back out of the room at the same time. Like I'm more likely, because of her energy and atmosphere, that there's more of a chance of me leaving the room and taking off with one of her sisters instead. Because the thing is, when I see Miley, I see overwhelming power choice. To the point, like, this is not a human. Miley Cyrus is not a human as much as nobility. I see literally a shape-shifting god. Like, when I look at Miley Cyrus, I see I see a girl who can actually turn herself into a guy and then turn herself back into a woman. You know, this chick is not a chick. She is a metamorpher. Like it's so unreal. Being in the presence of her is like being in the presence of someone who is far more genuinely more powerful than that could wreck and ruin and steal your freedom. You know, that if you decided that you were going to follow them, they would sentence you to death if they wanted to, and not even in say another narrative. It's there's something dangerous, you know, a type of danger that is very present there. That it's like, to me, is why I would more likely reject if Miley Cyrus, if I was already famous or already in the world, I would say no. You know, I would be like, you know, because it's something I don't think, I don't know, it's, you get to keep yourself at all. Like, there's nothing there for me. It's all going to be Miley. Everything is Miley, and to the point it's like, goodbye. Anything else, power shift, control, she's gonna, you know, you're gonna be best her doll that she owns. You know, that's what happens. Miley would like collect you. It feels like I'd just be collected. And it's like, so it's like, nah. So it's, you have, and then Brandy, which is, you know, her older sister, that is more like, she's the DJ. She's around the presence of this atmosphere, but she also knows how to manipulate the atmosphere. Like, kind of actually like I do. Me and Brandy have a lot more in common. So it's like, but having that much in common can also mean that we're not compatible with each other, like sexually, for example. You know, I feel like being in the room with Brandy and having that much in common and not much to give to each other unless you're making something and it stirs in and would brew something. I feel like Miley Cyrus could get me to sleep with her sister, but apart from that, it's like, potentially, or this music, it's always going to be cocktail after cocktail. But I feel like it's also going to be this homely vibe that if you just go brain dead, then it's a different story. You're going to be secure with Brandy. I feel like is a potential get married and spend the rest of your life best chances. Noah, on the other hand, is I always see her as the one who wears her fears and takes on and sees and embraces and in tune, like from what she was and what she took on and changed. Like there was an awakening that I don't know if she ever shared with the world. Like I get a sense that Noah had an awakening because Noah was the girl who was afraid of spirits. When her father took her, and I still remember the story to this day, to this haunted house in Tennessee, and they saw that guy standing on the porch, and she just was terrified, the spirit, and in seeing, and so he took her and left, instead. Billy was like, put his daughter first. And this is too much. I'm, for my daughter, you get it. So he bailed. And so you're looking and you just see, but you have to understand when you look at the Cyruses and the bloodline connectivity, which are like connected like Rascal Flatts, all sorts of different associations with former country singers, that there is what I like to call, there's a some kind of mystical contractual power that is in the Cyruses bloodline, you could say, or there's in the name itself, because the Cyruses are somehow centered around this, like the Civil War and before, and centered around influential areas and other previous spirits and being drawn to things and manifesting things, like, but also embracing them in different manners and looking at where they go. Like there's the alternate version of someone, and it's just like it's a very interesting. The whole family, you could just get the gist is in some kind of spiritual line, even when they're not together. There's something there that is paranormal. So it's that is tied to their very souls. But when you look at a lot of this stuff and then seeing Noah, like I said, and then something like something that I didn't see, I saw that Noah had some kind of spiritual awakening. Like I kind of like something for her to go and start doing the music that she does, like somewhere down the road, like she puts on some really scary costumes and shit. Things that she probably would have ran away from when she was younger, like terrified. And you look at her mindset of where and why, and to know where she's come from and how she's handling things from her youth and being on, when her sister and father were doing Hannah Montana, they would go to work to film that show, and she would run around and like idolize her sister at times. I remember seeing a video of little Noah, like in my mind, where she was like supporting her sister. So it's, you just look at these things, and to say that I haven't been around for all of Noah's music, and I know where Noah's like in a sense where Noah's coming from, but I also sense that there was an awakening that she probably did not publicly share with the entire world. That is probably an incredibly amazing story that is around the corner someday to be told and shared. I think Noah has a story, is what I'm saying. That a story for sure that she could have her own show on a platform to explain. Like, she has something there for sure. That is a hell of a story. I can just sense it. She does. But you look at these things in life and being connected. Like, I do feel though like I would be connected, like to even Miley, for example, even with my if anybody's gonna make me fuck up, I'm gonna fuck up in the presence potentially. I'm not gonna be my best self. I'm gonna fuck up. So it's like, I don't know. Some things are just different. Like, there's something terrifying in a different manner with her, because she does not come off. She does come off like, that she does have like some demonic powers and shit as well. Like, in some very unrealistic shit. That right, but she does have that sense of unholy, but also switch to the holy. But someone who could go unholy and then go holy, like it's nothing. She just effortlessly changes and then breaks with something, and with the connectivity. It's just something that I see to be like something paranormal. Like, I don't know, you just gotta be in the presence of Miley to know that she really is more than one world. She is the real deal, of when it comes to having more than, like, of having a lot, and what a lot can do and shape you as while you are in the spotlight. And eventually that gives her so much energy, electronic and ability and power of emotion and wheel and mask and non inside her soul, that, like, Miley Cyrus may be one of the most spiritually most in tune, powerful, that is tied not wholly but to the unholy side. This sounds fucked up, but there's a satanic presence as well. I definitely sense something very devilish indeed. That is very real. That she also has even used her powers and got lost down something that is, is interesting, you could say, but also caution. With being in the presence of Miley, you may lose. You may have the shining. You may be in the presence of Miley. You may end up having someone inside your head. Let me just say, and we're sending you on a path where you'll be, if you're not there, and there's a way, and then it's like being there. It's like you really are talking about the real deal telepathic abilities. You're talking about some shining shit. I have had very few people ever, I've never really, actually, no, I have never had anybody in my head, the white fuzzy light speaking, like the vibration of a voice in my head, and that's telepathic abilities. That's like fucking Stephen King's The Shining. And I remember just having this during her concert. Never had it during anyone else's concert. So it's not anything to do with musicians, that much as I am able to connect with musicians on different wavelengths and stuff. But when it was particularly Miley Cyrus, to be exact, that had the radio connect, where more than one world collab universes, pluralification, like we were on some wavelength where we were able to connect. But the thing is not only was I connecting with Miley telepathically, I was also losing my reign, losing my control to her, meaning it's a different type of, it's like she becomes, it's like the takeover. There is no, it's like what happens. You either you have when you take two clusters, you hear the clusterfuck saying? When you take two clusters and they mesh, they're either going to mesh and coexist together, or one is going to consume the other entirely. And Miley is the consumption. That was what's terrible, to the point where if not brought together correctly, then it's like you go a different road. It's like you completely lose yourself to your own fucking destination, your own direction. There ain't no plan, because Miley just fucking burned to the ground the plan. This is how powerful, I'm telling you. I've never ever been in the presence of anyone that is more powerful than me. I've been in rooms with musicians that I am just immune to, that I am unfazed by. I have the ability that most people will lose themselves to the music, and I'll just be able to just stare at it like a fucking blank wall if I want to. I have manipulative power over it. But when in that direction, I have these abilities to intake that other people don't, where I can just be like, nope. But then, that's different. I'll literally go into a fucking rock concert and pass out, take a nap, while everyone else is screaming their heads off. Or it's like sleeping to a horror movie, type shit. It's not a horror movie though. That's different. It's, to me, going to a lot of concerts, like even Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa is again another confirmation, seeing signs and shit with things in New York City, and then when you're wandering Manhattan in March, what was it, 2022 of March, when that happened. I was at a Dua Lipa concert around my birthday, and when I came out, and I remember cancer sign. Dua Lipa had a presence on the stage. There was like a sign signature that you start to feel, and it was the cancer. It represented. I don't know if you know anything about astrology, because if you tune and you write and control astrology and morphing and telling stories, like she had the cancer sign, and that was when it was like the connection, the universe started to do its thing, like it was sending into the cancer line, and being me, I just started to absorb that as a, I guess you could say, as a Pisces, and it just went with it. It opened and went, and it led me to Wicked. I wandered around the city to the point where I ended up with a purple light to a bunch of lemons, where security guards were guarding these lemons, and one of the guards was like, this white people like lemons, and I'm like, I remember saying, well, I'm Caucasian, right, I guess, but I don't like lemons. I remember saying that even if I did, You know, the power, the aspect of such a thing, of the ability that I have on stage in Manhattan and have. Like I walk up, point up. I was the guy that would point up the universe when I was walking and having conversations with tons of people. It's like and saying sayings like it's not about winning. It's about this things there. It's about uh, the uh, it's about the mission of going. We don't always do what we want in this channelment. It's a universal call that you pick up and you point up. And I swear it's so powerful. All you need is your two fingers and point up at the universe and look up at the universe and then look back at the person you're talking to, and you know, in being in Manhattan and talking about Manhattan like it is a stage, and that you are, and that everybody is a part of it. It's just whether we're universally connected and how in tune you can become to the stage. Like the whole entire Manhattan is a stage. New York City is a stage. It's true. It is a stage. The one thing I think that everybody can agree with is it is a world stage for sure. Which is why a lot of people will say New York City is the greatest city in the world because it has a presence, its own presence. And it makes sense. I get it. It does have its own presence that is extremely, its own thing. And it's like I said, but that was when I was ignorantly brought to Wicked and the true story when I was like Wicked based on a true story. I wasn't just saying that. I literally felt it, saw it, and seen it. And I saw the sign. There was a sign on the underneath of this thing that actually said it was based on a true story. And you know when there is another sign after a sign in the cancer, and you start piecing things together, and the association of bubbles and connectivity, where you're going in life, and who you are, and it's just like it was like even Dua Lipa was trying to send me to Ariana. It was like some kind of like, thing there that was like saying. And I remember when the last time I was in Manhattan, somebody poked me in the back of my head when they were walking by, and I never saw who it was. It was a gentle little poke. And it was during a conversation that I was having during an album with this guy that was trying to, they said, here, will you take my album? Will you listen to it? And I was like, I don't have money. And I'm just instantly, I'm used to this. And I'm like, you know what? I'm in the best, kindest manner, like, here, I hope you find someone who will give you money for your album and you find what you're looking for. I'm not that guy, and it's like, well, I'm sorry, but I wish you nothing but the best. And I remember being like that, connecting with this person who's trying, because it's just so familiar. Sometimes some people think I'm new, but I'm not really new. I know how they run things in Manhattan. People may think I don't, but I'm very familiar with Manhattan. So, in connecting with and knowing how people run things. I mean, for God's sakes, I've watched someone rob a ATM machine, and I understood why they did it. I didn't stop them because I understood it. It was like, well, yeah, it was like, I was like, dude, I don't blame you. I was like, but then I like watched a bunch of people come out of the back of the trucks and just kind of like steal all this shit out of the back of the trucks before the guy even comes back to the truck. They're rolling off with shit on their carts that they bring. Like people will just roll in and be like, oh, I got hit. Here he goes. Like, and they'll go in and they'll steal a bunch of construction suits. You'd be like, why would someone steal construction suits? Why wouldn't someone steal construction suits when they can gain entry points? When people would be like just going in wearing the same uniforms, Manhattan, and just walk in and pretend. Why would someone not pretend to be a police officer in Manhattan when they can? Play the role of a man. It's a stage first. And you know what type of police officers that are on the stage that they really look into, why they're looking in what they do? They're designed to count. They're designed to count. They're literally like, what this means is that they look at the signs and it's based off the number of percentage of activity. Like, how many footsteps did you take? How many footsteps did you make? See, there's a beauty of Manhattan, too. Like, where it's true, you can get drunk on the streets. New York City doesn't care if you're walking drunk on the streets. And like, somewhere like Norwich, someone might bitch and complain. That depends. All that's well, it will end well, saying. And it's true. I mean, we smoked weed, me and my one friend, that I met right in front of the police station in Norris, New York, before it was legal. And it just lit it right up there, right in front of the steps. And it's true. That it is, the saying is, all that is well will end well. It's this magic force that you can feel and know when things are, in Manhattan it's like everybody shares the rough times in Manhattan. Everybody, even, if they're benefiting from it or suffering from it, because, people have some kind of connectivity to it that leaves this karmatic rain that comes in, and what people are doing and what they're doing it for. There's opportunists, obviously. It's a city of opportunity, but it's also a very centered stage that it really is just this giant stage that you could just lose yourself into the stage. Anything that was doesn't matter because it's all left behind and you're just instantly into the stage. Drama, for people who like money though, and how much I really don't like to go down that road because I'd rather burn and set money on fire to those who love money and watch them get angry and upset about it because that'd be entertaining as fuck to do. Like I said, but drama pays more than any other jobs would ever pay. That they would ever even be able to work. Drama, in mind, is like how the theater works. They wouldn't have movies if it wasn't for people like me. They wouldn't have any of this stuff. They wouldn't have movies, video games. They run dramatic energy and entities run to entertain. And some take it a little far. Like, sometimes they do. They'll take it far to a certain point. Or, but energy. But you do learn, like, stuff like you crack jokes about witchcraft with the whole Will Smith, but you get the idea. You could be very passionately connected and very driven, like there's a, really like, you're really holding on to something. There's a demonic entity. Bad marriage for life. That's Will Smith and Jada Smith, right? So that's their quote. That's how they run shit. And they have an open marriage where they both sleep with several different people. And so they're kind of like, oh, these people are cheating. What cheating are they doing when they are married to the whole thing of a bad marriage for life? Yet, this whole thing that they got going on there, they know. And you have, but it's like it's almost like though, and then Chris Rock is their friend, but it's like stirs. This is why I will say that it was all staged. I believe even if it wasn't staged, it can become staged. Like, let's put it that way. And I think at the end of the day, Chris Rock and Will Smith are still capable of being friends as they once were. And the same, is the truth. And I think despite of what was, and being said and stuff, because you look at that and you just see, you can't walk into a Chris Rock concert. I mean, or Chris Rock and not, at some point be judged for something, because it's kind of what you would assume by his his consumption is to also, to look at and be maybe a little bit disconnected at times, but a little bit of criticism. How many stand-up comedian places I've gone where comedians make money to pick on you, for example, or pick on some people, or some people didn't like Kevin James. I heard so many stories in Binghamton about that, of where they didn't like if they brought up King of Queens, that if they brought up King of Queens and how Kevin James they exclaimed was an asshole because he didn't want. He was like, leave that in the past. That's old. That's done and over with. He's like the King of Queens. And he doesn't, and they don't really relate, connect, or understand what they're saying. And it's like, but you see that, comedians and stuff, and looking at, there are a lot of comedians that are on stage, you have to understand, they have let's say a schedule, let's call it. They're not freelancing as much as you may think. They've already done the freelance. Now it's just repetitive. Now it's just rinse and repeat for audiences. But a lot of times they go to the concerts and they do the same damn jokes over and over and over again. Like, I bet you if you pay for a lot of these comedians, you'd be going to see the same damn jokes if you went more than once. So it's like, because it is not like, oh, you're going to get something special here. No, they'll lie to you more than likely and say that you're going to get something special. But if you pay twice and go back there, I guarantee you might get one thing unique about the whole damn show when it comes to their comedy acts. If because how it works, most of it is absolutely memorized, rehearsed. Like, you ever seen Adam Sandler, how he gets prepared when he does his voices? He's talking to himself for hours straight. That's how most actors, when they do their comedic, like if you saw like Huber Halloween, to get that accent and to keep that accent, you're gonna like constantly say it to yourself out loud. You have to verbally do this repetitively. Now, if someone walked in while you're doing this in the normal world, they think you're fucking nut job. But that's how movies are made. You judgmental prick. That's how movies are made. You wouldn't have fucking movies. It's like being weird and shit. It's like, really be like being different. The only thing I'm different about is that I'm not a peasant. And I'll acknowledge, I'm like, I really am different from being, I guess they could say like, but they're connected, and it's like people think it's a bad thing. I remember dating, or being with this girl who thought being different was bad, but it's like, and then it's the thing of like normal is like this whole normal is like a fucking prison is what normal is. Let me tell you something about normal. Normal is someone who doesn't fucking innovate. Normal is someone who is a damn sheep that gets shepherded into normal. Because there's a normalizer that's making something normal. You are a servant of a god if you're normal. You ain't a god. You're a servant. Then in a servitude that probably gets paid trophy. Sure, congratulations for being normal. Here's your fucking trophy, peasant. So it's true. It's like you can have powerful bragging rights inside the United States of America. Of having talents and abilities. And I know for a fact I have talent and abilities. And being able to tap into things. For sure. I know this without complete confidence. Now, what I struggle with is humans. And so many goddamn vampires. The type of humans that want to take and destroy everything good because they think that shit has to be their way. It has to be life in this ideology. Those type of people can fuck right off. And you get kind of like this whole, the beauty of it though, like, of having power is you get to put them in their place live on TV. You know, if you want to talk about vengeance, and people will laugh at them in the jokes because it's like they'll, you know, if they're, you know, looking at that as like some judgmental prick. So like, if you're a judgmental prick, then I hope to God you do get offended by this. Be like, we're on stage. Hey, it's fan control. It's it's saying, I'm not here to support dictators. I'm not here to be a comedian for the dictators. You know, I'm here to be a comedian because it sets me free. It's how I make a living. It's how I get paid. You know, as I'm here because I'm a fucking comedian. You could say, and I'm here, for you as well, the fans. Unless you're a dictator, then you can leave. You can fuck right off. Right, there's the doors. Like Rod Sterling, for example, or not Rod Sterling, Rob Snyder. He's like, oh fuck. You could see he clearly is terrified of certain spiritual things. Like, what's funny about some actors is that if these comedians are in the presence of certain types of weird things, they start to get seriously weirded out. Like, you'll watch them literally start to be like, oh fuck no, like some presence just entered their life. Like, this reason why someone like him doesn't hang out with a bunch of goths or emos, right? So it's some comedians you look at like that, totally you get to understand it, like why they are the way they are. You have a lot of sports comedians as well, that people that connected with sports and their audience because of the end of the day they'll go do sports in real life. But not everyone does sports. Or if they do, they will get over it so fast. I mean, you play tennis, volleyball, but then you leave, right? You don't have to do it repetitively because you're on the next thing. Because who are you first most? You could say a lot of actors are first most actors. They don't have, who has time for hobbies when they're the king or queen of drama? It's like they could just, the god of this shit. You see what I'm saying? It's like you could just make a shitload of movies and plays, or be the inspiration behind a lot of them. It's like when you watch like Jonah Hill. If you ever meet Jonah Hill, some people, I remember the news reporter, that lady looked like she wanted to punch Jonah Hill being in the room with him, because he's a different type of actor. The guy literally is like, the way obviously he's like, well, my I have to do this because I'll lose my girlfriend, right? He looks at these things like when they start talking about fucking global warming or something, and it's not down his alley or something. He's very controversial, or he's straight up without explanation. He doesn't always explain what he's doing too. Like he'll call someone like Marilyn Street like a goat, and then she, not knowing what it is, I remember that story, not knowing what that meant, was thought she was being offended. But then I remember Jennifer Lawrence taking her aside, trying not to laugh her ass off, to let her know that GOAT stands for the greatest of all time. It was this type saying, that's why they were like, you're the GOAT. And she's offended. It's like, oh my god, because she's so unfamiliar. Why am I a goat? Why? What? I'm the goat. She's taking a pack, trying to figure out. There's some funny shit out there. It's like Selena Gomez being a younger, around my age, working with older people, like the Pink Panther actor, for example, and the guy who plays fucking Jack Frost. I bet you more than anything, even though they are old and They know they're more like they play these roles and they do, and they're good at what they do. They are probably some of the funniest people we probably be in the presence with. Like I genuinely think there are some people you just you could argue that even Bill Murray has a comedy kind of like that why a lot of people think he's funny. But then if you look at all of his movies in the past years, they completely bombed. Anything that he touched bombed in some way, right? You could say. So it's you know it's you know it's it's like people. I know a lot of people used to trash Groundhog Day. I knew people that didn't like that movie. So it's My Birth Mom, I think, was one of them that used to think that movie was horrible. But you look at like a bunch of things, but you look at like Zombieland, and then you look at Zombieland 2, and then you look at Kick-Ass, and then Kick-Ass 2, and now not even Kick-Ass 3, not even Kick-Ass spin-off, Hit Girl, but now it's a Kick-Ass reboot. That's what the creator is. They're on a completely different direction than me. Because this happened again. Zombieland, I was on a similar wavelength with the first one, and where I was able to connect and get along with the ideas, and then Zombieland 2 was like a slap in the face from an actual good movie that could have been. And they just went and made Zombieland 2, and it was a complete fucking mess. It was in so many ways. It was just like Doppelganger. It spoke to what the director was saying. The director was saying that he wanted, like, to replace them. Yet the fans didn't want to. And you were looking at, there's a reason why that is, because the movie he was making was so good because of the actors. Not because of the characters entirely, but because of the actors and how well they connected with the role. And then they saw, well, what if we take this away and try and do something different? And then they ended up making the doppelgangers kind of jokes and stuff with Zombieland 2 and lookalikes, trying like, well, what do you see here? And then they kind of like they started to create good zombies, new unique zombies, and then give up on it. It's almost like a lot of follow through just died. Like they didn't even get to complete. Like I don't even know really like why that movie even got to see the light of day. Sometimes I think like Zombieland 2 feels incomplete. Like it's just like kind of like just this, but also it's a statement. I feel like it's a statement against a creator that's like that also says fuck you to its fans. Like it's someone that's like a creator that doesn't really give much shit about their own project as much, or they're just like, you know what, fine, I can't make what I want to make, then go to hell, is what it's like. And I kind of felt like that was a retaliation of what Zombieland 2 was kind of like. That's why it made fun of itself. Why the person was just like, yep. And it's like Kick-Ass, and where it could go. But, it's not mine. It's not mine, Kick-Ass. So if the person wants to reboot it with different actors, then I think they're going to see that something different. But I think people are so afraid of controversial films in this day and age, because it's like even people are afraid of American Horror Story. American Horror Story has these controversial marketing tactics that are like, get to know who you are, see what bugs crawl in you, and it's like that's it has these things that when I look at it like that you could really really get inside someone. It's about cringe. It's about things that people don't go for. It's like it has this audience. What American Horror Story is. It's not really horror. It's more as much as it is knowing what can crawl inside you. It's like if Goosebumps was actually a horror movie or horror show, and not like the stupid shit that it is. It's like garbage, Goosebumps, but it's what it could have, what it could be. This is why I think like even American Horror Story is something that I could see myself associating myself with. And true. It's so many people sign onto that stuff and you can play a character. I feel like you get to change that. You have to stay the same character. It's a fresh breath air in the horror department. I like the idea of a show doing that. Like one season you play a story or something and you're that character, and then after that you go and do the season 2 is a completely different show. Because you know what you're getting into. You're getting into separate stories. And it's like, and I think you could do this with all sorts of things. I think you need just horror to do that with down the road with things. But it's a fascinating construction that can have new life to it constantly. Like it has a new life errors to it. Like, and there is some like kind of really like lose your mind to things. It's like online people bitching about saying Claire. I saw it. They're bitching about the ending of Daryl Dixon. So it's like, and I was like, I thought the ending was good. I thought it was. I understood it. I think what and they're describing it as cringe. I think people just can't relate to what it's like to be torn. Some people are watching these shows for different reasons. Because when they start connecting to the emotion behind it, I know what it's like to be torn. I know what it's like to be Daryl wandering in lost, just being a fucking wanderer. I can connect with being the outcast or the outsider that's just kind of there in the background. There's elements to it, and I think other people can. But it's like when you have something so powerful like that, then you are absolutely talking to a certain audience. It's true. It's for a certain audience. It becomes more for a certain audience, I guess, that either wants to experience something different from what they're watching, or they just can connect or relate. This, in that case, is relatable. Morbius. It's fantastic. Quite a thing. Like Morbius. Why did people hate Morbius? Like I talked about that earlier. It's because it's too sciencey in their Marvel department. There's a lot of reasons I think why people hated Morbius. It's because they couldn't connect with the character. They couldn't see that Morbius was a vampire before he was a vampire. Morbius had demons before he even became the character known as the Living Vampire. And Morbius extracts from the vampire bat, which is connected to Dracula. Which is associated with the children of Dracula. There is more context to Morbius. If people fucking ever get their hands on the Vampire by Night comics, Vampire by Night is about a certain character, a completely different character that is a female vampire by night. Can't remember her name, but she can die by sunlight. She is a real vampire that can die, and it's like what you see in the hints is you have a vampire universe that I don't see why Blade. I swear to God, if they don't have Blade connect to Morbius, then they're doing something wrong. I think Blade, to me, if I was writing Blade, and I hear people talking about wanting him in the time, I want to moderate the character a bit and moderate certain things for sure, not be modern as I am, don't get me wrong, but I don't want him in modern times. I would set him back in time to his making. And years after, you would see a scene where his mother and looking back, because his mother in my story would have been, uh, you could say, seduced by Dracula, and I think this connectivity, like I think this is the opportunity, the window where Dracula. Why I think Dracula is a fantastic villain for Blade is because he doesn't have to remain in several movies. He's a child of Lilith in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He's a child of what they associate with the mother of demons, even in fucking other religions. They connect religiously, and it's Blade is is a basically a child of Dracula. Is the difference, that I would do, and where there's the children of Dracula, and so there's Dracula that's the villain in his maker, but the difference is that Blade was made. Blade is known as in the comics is known as the Daywalker vampire. As Morbius is known as the living vampire. Blade was the only vampire in the comics to ever be born from a woman. And so what made him was partly part of the reason why he was a Daywalker. He's half human, half dead. See, Morbius is completely living, supposedly, and a completely living vampire that didn't die. And Blade is like if a fetus died, and half of it is dead, but half of it isn't. Like Blade is what you would describe as an in-between life and death experience kind of, character. That's the Daywalker that can also walk in the day and not be set on fire. Like, doing this movie I feel like justice would be centered on horror and creepy Castlevania vibes. I swear to God, Dracula is a fantastic character to go with, and they mentioned something about Lilith when they were writing the script, and I was like, and they mentioned Lilith as Dracula's daughter, and what I was worried about when I heard this is that they were going to go with this direction, is that they would tarnish Lilith in the future, because Lilith is not just the maker of vampires, of demons. She's also the maker of Nightmare. She is this creator that is associated with Mephisto, and Mephisto is responsible for the creation of a lot of things. Mephisto created his own demons, but Mephisto also created, the Spirit of Vengeance, which is Ghost Rider. He's responsible for the creation of Ghost Rider. So it's through the contract of being flawed and contracting and shit like that. Ghost Rider is the Spirit of Vengeance, and the Spirit of Vengeance basically is what it sounds. And what happens is it will latch itself to a body, and it is tied by a contract. They would call the Devil's Contract. And you're tasked to, there's the Penitent Stare, where what the Penitent Stare is you'll look into the eyes of the Ghost Rider, and if you are full of sin and the judgment decides your fate, your soul will be ripped out from your eyes, is what it is. And like you will burn from the inside out, and you'll be sent to hell. It's called the Penitent Stare. It's always been satanic. I mean, there's satanic characters. Ghost Rider absolutely is a satanic character. He's tasked to do the devil's bidding from the very get-go. Like, he made a contract to save his father, at least with Johnny Blaze. He made a contract with the devil to save his father. because his father was dying. And it's the story about someone who worked at a circus, and you know how he would do dirt bike stunts. He was a dirt bike specialist. He would do this crazy ass jump, and people would pay him because he was just an expert with jumping a bike in the circus. You know, you ever watch people just jump bikes through rings of fire? That was both him and his father. They were just circus bikists. You know, he grew up in the circus. You know, Johnny Blaze. His father was not just a member of the circus. He was a expert biker. He was a biker. He grew up in a biker gang and also, you know, a circus. So it's like that's how he is. He's one of those characters. So it's like tying in. It's like and all these characters are not Avengers. These characters are, people are familiar, they are known as the Midnight Suns. The reason why they're known as the Midnight Suns is because they are associated with a prophecy. The Midnight Suns is not really like, you know, the Midnight Suns in the Marvel Comics is associated with, like, some stuff that you already seen in Moon Knight, with gods being connected to the movement, how the moon controls the ocean. There's a prophecy that is much bigger than witchcraft in the Midnight Suns that is tied to Lilith herself. And so Lilith is one of the biggest villains in the Midnight Suns comics. And she's also the maker of demons, several demons, including Dracula and shit like that. She's made several different things in Nightmare, which is Nightmare is the villain that so many people wanted in Doctor Strange. So many creators wanted to make Nightmare, but people, like I said, there's creative issues, especially when you're working with Disney. They didn't want Nightmare, so Nightmare was scrapped. You know, instead you get Nightmare hinted in Loki season 1. You know, he mentions when Owen Wilson's character Mobius mentions that, oh, Nightmare is a whole nother department that you don't even want to mess with. Because Nightmare is a demon, a very powerful demon that in the Marvel universe is an actual character that has so much, you know, very, you know, traumatic powers that is associated with satanic shit that is tied to the satanic side. This is why Disney's probably fucking terrified of doing the satanic side of Marvel. Midnight Suns. There ain't nothing kiddish or childish about the Midnight Suns. The Midnight Suns is a very cultistic, prophesized gang of rebels at the same time that are going up against the prophecy, not really supporting the prophecy as much, but they are tied to their, you know, the name of the representation of the Midnight Suns, which represents an eclipse of a ritual and all this other stuff that's coming in to play that is supposed to basically be the end of times and worse. Look like Midnight Suns that you can do, like you can make a Midnight Suns movie. You know, there's several room for vampires being a huge focus in Midnight Suns. There's room for witches, but no matter what they do, the Midnight Suns is not the Midnight Suns unless Lilith is associated with them. There's only one character substitution if Lilith isn't, and that is Moon Knight. You've already seen him. Moon Knight is a character that is in the shrift of the very eclipse itself. Moon Knight is a god that can latch himself to a human. Some humans play host to gods, and Moon Knight is in the body of shares the body with another character because he is tied to, well, he's tied to the moon. He's the god of the ocean and moon. You could say he's associated with the connectivity, or he has this alteration between Earth. Basically, Moon Knight controls the entire orbit of Earth. He has an amazing amount of power, but you also have to know that he's associated with all these gods, and he is also not always a good guy. He has another ego that's an absolute psychopath or alternate, because he shares a body with a special agent, another person does this other stuff. There's several people in one body. He's like, it's a very complicated character because it is like if you were one guy, but you were, I mean, if you were like a shitload of people in one body, that's Moon Knight. You know, Moon Knight is like, you know, is more than one identity, more than one personality, and more than one person in one body, and each person has his own abilities. One could, you know, be smart in history. The other could not even have a clue, know nothing about history. One is actually has skills as a special agent. The other just forgets, you know, someone else. You know, it's like has no clue about any of that stuff, but it's all in the same fucking body. It's really another level shit. And Moon Knight really wasn't associated with the Midnight Suns, but I think he's about to be, in a big way. So it's like, and I think he can be, even though I don't think he ever was associated with Midnight Suns. But you have the main people of the Midnight Suns you need to know that are the original Midnight Suns of the comics, as far as I'm aware, is Ghost Rider. The Spirit of Vengeance is one of them, because the Spirit of Vengeance can be in a different person, you know, as well. And you have Nico, which is a blood mage. Nico is a blood mage. Nico is also a former member of the Marvel's Runaways. She's a very powerful character in the Runaways, but she's also a character that is in Midnight Suns. You have Magic, which is one of my personal favorite character, actually, which was played by Anna Taylor-Joy. The character was already patrolled by Anna Taylor-Joy in the movie called The Mutants. She has this power to go into limbo. Limbo is where, you know, the in-between of death and hell and all this stuff. It's like, basically, it's where Mephisto was trapped for a while. Mephisto is, depending on what timeline or whatever story you go with, Mephisto is actually, the devil is associated with Limbo, in at least in the Marvel cinematic storylines, he is. But then you have, which is my favorite, she also has a demon that is a baby dragon she carries with her, and she, you know, she goes to Limbo to get her blade and shit. She's questionably one of the most powerfulest characters in the entire Marvel universe. Some can say she might be too powerful. Then you have, like, where she could destroy the Midnight Suns herself. Her powers are 10 times more strong. I mean, with the exception of Nico. Nico is a blood mage, but the difference with her power is that she can cast any spell in existence, but she can only do it once. That's the catch with Nico. Nico can do anything and everything that all the others can, plus more, as long as it's associated, and she can conjure anything through blood magic, but she can only do it once, no matter what it is. So she wants to open the door to Limbo. She can open the door to Limbo, but she'll never be able to open the door to Limbo ever again. See, no matter what spell she casts. That was what made Nico unique. with her blood magic, and she was supposed to be sacrificed by her parents. Her parents were cultists. That's what The Runaways is about. The Runaways is about a group of kids with superpowers that are connected to supervillains that are a part of a little cult and they run away because their parents are basically going to sacrifice them to God, to sacrifice them. They were living. The only purpose why their parents had them was to raise them up for slaughter and to a sacrifice to be killed, and it's for an entity, and they rebelled. They ran away. And that's why they call them the Runaways. It was the Marvel of Runaways. It was actually a really amazing story. The Runaways is a phenomenal story, actually, in the comics. It's about a bunch of outcasts that group up together and decide, oh hell no, you're not sacrificing me to no fucking demonic god. And that's basically how the Runaways was formed, by having fucked up parents. They all shared one thing in common: sadistic parents. That wanted to kill them for their god. So it's just like The Runaways is an interesting storyline. Another interesting storyline in Marvel that comes to mind, and I said this before, that I think this one's a lesser known one. I know a lot of people probably don't have a clue even what The Runaways is, because I think one of the first things you think about The Runaways is the band, The Runaways, right? So it was a real band in real life, but that's not Marvel Runaways. Marvel Runaways is different, but you have not really. I mean, they're both misfits. Even the band represented misfits, the Runaways. They share that in common. But anyway, the Fallen Angels is a Marvel comic property that is a spin-off from the New Mutants. The New Mutants, everyone knows, like, the New Mutants didn't have, like, Wolverine. The New Mutants was associated with, like, the New Mutants did have Wolverine's daughter, though. See, Fallen Angels is one of the coolest storylines, that you could, from a spin-off, because the Fallen Angels represents of the hope of what was tied to something greater than themselves, and where they are basically, there was another name the Fallen Angels was known as. There was two names of the Marvel Cinematic Comics that they had. They had the Fallen Angels and Misfits. They're the same too. Believe it or not, they were also misfits. They were like considered from, they were casted out of, they're all casted out of some kind of leadership role or rejection. X-23, or I think is her name, Wolverine's daughter, for example, was casted out, and as well she wasn't really a member of the X-Men. Her father was, but she wasn't. She kind of did her own thing. So then you had, magic was also associated with the Fallen Angels. So Anna Taylor-Joy I'd cast back to play if I were doing Fallen Angels. Fallen Angels is like probably even the New Mutants spin-off. As the New Mutants, if we're gonna work with not the comics and work with the full cast, I would just bring everybody back that's still alive from the New Mutants. And I think that there's an opportunity there, because where they're heading there, like, it ends with them heading off, which I wouldn't be surprised if there's chaos on the other end waiting for them. So it's of some kind, like, so the New Mutants sequel, in other words, could just jump into the Fallen Angels. That's the kind of like the beauty of it, because it's, the Fallen Angels can really, the only thing difference is you have to introduce a couple new characters. That's it, through what you're going to do, and when you do that, but you also have to figure out where the hell is Wolverine's daughter. Because I think we would probably be in a similar timeline where all the mutants are thinking of being dead. And they're actually, I would assume that the New Mutants took place around the same time as Logan, storyline Logan, where Professor Xavier and Wolverine both died. So in that, and whatever universe they're in, their universe, they both, though they're dead, and X-23 is alive, and I would imagine X-23 is, obviously it would be different time. I'd imagine X-23 is with whoever she's able to be alive with across the border. When they cross the border with her New Mutants, because they were called New Mutants, they were crossing the borders. Then, but they were a different batch of New Mutants. That I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were killed, and it's like some time went by and she was either by herself or or connected to what was remaining of the last ones, and having her go with them, end up having, like she can open a portal to Limbo, and so it's like, I don't know, there's tons of like magic can, so there's different things that you can do to eventually lead them together into the team known as the Fallen Angels. I mean, they can instantly be thrown into chaos the moment they enter the town. They could be literally rejected from society the moment they set foot in society. And the New Mutants could, on the side of Logan's side with X-23, could easily be written off like it was hope and it was promise and it was guaranteed to save us all, but it turned out it was all a lie. It's really that simple, that you could basically be like, well, it turns out on the other side it wasn't so bliss. It turned out they were still experimenting. It was just walking into someone else's sadistic plan to exploit mutants, and their powers. So it's just like what brought her back and why she's on the run and where she's at, and having people after her can bring them together a lot faster than you possibly would imagine, that they could actually unite before even the halfway point of the movie. They can end up together as a team if you execute it properly. If you go about it properly, you can make a 2-hour something movie with starting film of the Fallen Angels. And after that, the Fallen Angels would, like at the end of the Fallen Angels, after their team is assembled, you can have an opening credit scene, depending on where they're at with Doctor Strange, where she opens up Limbo, and she goes into Limbo, and Doctor Strange happens to be in Limbo this time around a version. So it's because Doctor Strange has been associated with tons of realms. Limbo is one of many realms. But right now, he's not associated with it. Right now, he's going into the inner dimensions that were involved with Momamba, or whatever the hell that one dude, Momumbo, or whatever, some weird entity in the cosmos. It's connected to the quantum verse and universe, and it's like all things connected in this weird hive mind thing that's going on there. Because what he's walking into is somewhere he's been, but it's also a lot more than he even, it's not just floating shit in the air. That floating shit that he was on and dying on constantly is actually hive mind network particles that are connected to multiple universes. You can say that, You know, the TVA could be inside there as well. You could say that there's a lot going on inside certain realms, depending on story selection stuff. Like, he got the time stone, though, when he went in. It's not the time stone now. This god that he went up against in the first Doctor Strange, Disney's Doctor Strange, he used the time stone because he couldn't beat this god. He couldn't beat Mumbwa because Mumbwa kept killing him, or whatever the hell this thing's called, Mumbwa or some shit. And so he kept dying over and over again because he couldn't beat it, but he knew that he could trap it in an infinite time loop with the time stone. Now, why he's going back and he doesn't have the time stone to this thing is a fantastic question, because it's still there. And he still is, you know, he didn't do anything different. He still had, you know, even with his sight, his new extra sight eye, he doesn't, you know, he still can't, you know, that wouldn't make any sense if he could kill this thing, because he has no power. He's not that powerful. That thing's just too powerful. That thing is too powerful for even Doctor Strange to kill. So it's like, so it doesn't make any sense. So I don't know, maybe it's tasked, maybe there's something that scares the hell out of this giant, this entity, that makes it so he doesn't want to kill him. You know, there's a reason why that, you know, that portal was open, and why he went into that portal, and, you know, to where they're going. And that portal was clear as day. It is the same location where that Mumbwa, whatever the hell guy is, that they went to in the first movie, which is like they're going back to the same dimension that he went to in the first movie, with that thing that he couldn't kill. He couldn't kill it, but he could trap it in an infinite time loop. That's how he beat it, where he kept dying over and 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 over again. Remember that scene? He had like so many different death scenes because, you know, he kept dying repetitively. You know, he couldn't stop him from killing him, but he could, you know, he could trap him in an infinite time where he would have to be killed over and over and over and over again for all eternity, or let him go. Like, that was his thing. Like, yeah, I can't beat you, but I can trap you. But now he doesn't have the time stone, so, you know, the Darkhold in his mind. Well, Darkhold might give him some secret power or some shit. Who knows? It's interesting stuff. Because there, you know, we all know that also Scarlet Witch isn't done. Scarlet Witch is coming back in the Marvel Universe because she's also associated with the Midnight Suns. So it's like Midnight Suns is just this really force to be reckoned with when it comes to prophecies and horror. So this is why I think if anybody should be worried about any project, it would be that, because, you know, it's, you know, Disney has never made an R-rated horror movie, and this is not. I know, to do the Midnight Suns properly, it's not a kids movie. You know, why would someone make a satanic kids movie? Like, that's fucking weird. Like, saying that's the whole point of it, is like satanic collaboration with gods and shit, is the Midnight Suns. It's like Blade makes no sense as a PG-13 movie, because Blade is also a vampiric, satanic slaughterfest film. Shit, Blade is gory as shit, you know, at times. There's certain Marvel characters that just are going to be so weird under the roof of Disney. You know, when they started, because we haven't even had a single R-rated Disney Marvel movie yet. So it's like, we don't even know what the fuck they're going to do in the end, at the end, if they're going to shit all over Blade. They could make the worst possible Blade movie ever. Yet it's not like the material isn't there to make a great movie, because there is. Blade is is an easy knock out of the park as long as you focus on, you know, his character, who he is, and Dracula, and you focus on a film that is truly centered on his origin and being tied to his difference and his similarities with vampires. He's a vampire hunter. Actually, if I remember correctly, he's also a bartender, or has been a couple times. He was a bartender as well. But it's like, you know, so it's like, it's not like they can't have him a little bit lighthearted at times. Like, that's what Disney wants. But it's still like, he just has to be the daywalker, and I think and connect, and you have to make sense of where he comes from. And I think Lilith has to be Dracula's maker, and I think there has to be a background story for Dracula and his creation, and why Dracula worships this character you'll probably never see in Blade, in the first movie. You know, it's a movie where you see Dracula worship someone, and Dracula be brought on a task. Because I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Blade ends with the warning or the forthcoming prophecy of the Midnight Suns. And I don't think Black Knight would be in Blade. If there is a Black Knight in Blade, it's going to be, you know, someone else that Blade knows. I think there will possibly be a Black Knight in Blade, but not the one that you think. You might see his great-great-grandfather or his great-grandfather or some shit. I think Blade 2, on the other hand, because by the end of Blade you hear about the Midnight Suns, you know, right? So that would make sense why he's coming in to start assembling his own team, which I don't think he would see the Midnight Suns. I think Blade is other words. I'm predicting Blade is Iron Man to the Avengers, but instead of the Avengers, Blade is Blade to the Midnight Suns. And I think that basically how they did Iron Man 2, and then Captain America, that they can do another movie and another movie that is someone else's in the team. In other words, they could basically actually do a Fallen Angels movie, like I said, that connects to the New Mutants, that could just branch in and then do a Scarlet Witch movie. And they could just pretty much tell those as opening and do Blade 2, you know, around the same time. Obviously, the Scarlet Witch movie and the Fallen Angels movie would probably, I wouldn't have them take place until when around the time like Blade 2 happens, because Blade 2 is gonna do its own thing, and then you're gonna have it go into the Midnight Suns. I think the Midnight Suns would basically be the fifth film, in a way, or sixth film, because you'd have, before it happened, you'd have 2 Blade movies, a Scarlet Witch movie that would be coming from the multiverse, some kind of Scarlet Witch movie coming from the multiverse, some kind of connectivity with Scarlet Witch that has her start off and then branch off and see where she's heading with the prophecy. And then you would see the Fallen Angels, and then if they wanted to do one other one, there's only one other choice, and that really would make any sense, and that would be, to make him some kind of, I guess, no, I don't know, there's a lot of choices. That one, like, where's Nico come in to play? Maybe Scarlet Witch gets 2 movies. Maybe there's a Scarlet Witch 2. Maybe before there's a Midnight Suns. So it's like even, you know, and maybe Nico, because Nico's a blood mage, maybe Nico is becomes a part of the Covenant of Witches. Like, she's a former member of the Runaways, which means, sadly, this means the Runaways would probably never be made, because the Runaways would, you know, they'd be like, well, the Runaways, you know, to have one character from the Runaways join the Midnight Suns is, as a survivor, is like making the Runaways really, I don't know, you could make the Runaways run away from the cult and focus on their parents trying to sacrifice them and shit, you know, and all this stuff, a Runaways movie. But the thing is that they'd to have them come into the Midnight Suns, to have Nico come into the Midnight Suns, like, and to do it right, the Runaways would be probably rushed, meaning there would never be a Runaways 2. It would probably, because the ending would end probably tragically. Like, I think the end, it would be a very sad movie. I feel like The Runaways would be a sad movie because it's about kids. You only get to work with 2 hours or a little over 2 hours of a movie. Then The Runaways is basically about kids that have abilities, that their parents are evil and getting ready to sacrifice them, and you see them all team up as rebels to escape, and you watch their fate as they're basically going up against their destiny that their parents have them aligned to. And you watch what happens is probably, instead of all the comics that they went through, you'd rather just watch them take on their parents and watch one of the kids turn on the side or something draws them away from the group by the end of the movie, and you watch some of the characters die in the very first movie. You know, in other words, it would basically be like The Watcher, you know, The Watchmen, DC's The Watchmen, where they went in and just killed a lot of the main characters right in the beginning of the movie, but instead they would just do that with the first movie, but do that at the end of The Runaways instead, and then have the last remaining characters go their separate ways. So Nico, and then you'd be like, Nico will return, like the Legend of Star-Lord will return. You know, Nico, because Nico is a little bit different than the others. She's an actual blood witch. She's a blood mage, so she's associated with witches as well. Just like Magic is a mutant and a witch herself. She's also both a witch and a mutant with mutant abilities and powers. In fact, people talk about the Scarlet Witch being the most powerful witch in the Marvel Universe, which is just not accurately true. Scarlet Witch cannot open portals. She doesn't have this crazy amount of power as much as some people think. She ends up getting powers to alter reality at some point, but she has to get there, and she hasn't actually gotten there yet. Those powers. So they have to build her character yet to even make sense for that power that they keep talking about that she had in the comics, where she's like left every mutants. And I would argue, like, naturally, that Magic is even more powerful than Scarlet Witch. The only difference is that Magic suffers from her own inner demons. So, in other words, Magic really is her own worst enemy. That's what Magic is. She's one of the characters who also has her own. That's what kind of like dampers her down a bit. Because, or she could just be a really badass, overpowered character that could just destroy everyone if she wanted to, send them all to hell, literally through a portal of limbo. But she also wouldn't want them in limbo if they could manage to survive limbo, because she also lives in limbo in the comics. She has a place in limbo, like that she's to escape. She just lives there. You know, sometimes she just goes there to escape the real world. She willingly goes to limbo. So, you know, if Anna Taylor-Joy knew how powerful and big magic is, like, she would be totally on board with a Fallen Angels movie, and having her character be on board with being, because she is a very big Midnight Suns character as well, so having her come in to that as well, like she's associated with the Fallen Angels and, you know, the Midnight Suns. So she would probably be, I think she would be on board with playing Magic. I think she'd be like, well, shit, that's pretty awesome. I could bring her back. You know, yeah, you can. Actually, you know, and it would make sense because the Fallen Angels is not going to leave that world. The Fallen Angels is going to be a sequel to the New Mutants, but also is going to introduce X-23 from Logan, the same actress we want back. And so it's, and where things are coming, we're going to lead this all into a really badass movie that's going to have it so it will not just assemble this awesome team in another universe called the Fallen Angels, but it's also going to branch into being able to enter and be associated with another storyline that could bring them into Secret Wars and into Avengers Secret Wars even. In other words, I would make the Fallen Angels movie before Avengers Secret Wars, or, you know, or you'd be doing something different. You know, so it's, I would say, I mean, I would be pushing for that, but with having them, the Fallen Angels with X-23 and doing a Fallen Angels movie with the New Mutants and the X-23, and on having them make sure they sign something to come in, because after, when they assemble this team, they could, you know, they have to be able to assemble this team and then eventually transition into the ones, not all the characters. Like X-23 is not a member of the Midnight Suns, for example. Not really. I mean, there are lots of members that got associated later on, just like former members of Avengers, even Wolverine. But believe it or not, X-23 herself wasn't even a Midnight Suns member. She was a member of the Fallen. They have to be associated with the Satanic realm to be a member of the Midnight Suns. There is a catch. They all have to be associated with Satan, in other words, or it just doesn't make sense with all this shit. Meaning Nico, Scarlet Witch, you know, Magic, Ghost Rider, Blade, actually, and the reason why Blade is because Blade is probably the only non-dimensional character out of all the other characters where they kind of have these crazy power sets, but of their own. But Blade is a prodigy of basically Blade is directly tied to Lilith and Blood. You know, basically what you saw in the video game, there is no the Hunter. You know, you play in Midnight Suns video game, like that's a little bullshit, but you know, because really it's Blade that is the Hunter in the storyline. That's actually Blood connected to Lilith, even though he's a half vampire. So in a lot of ways, he is tied very much to the prophecy. But so is Morbius. And because if you, in the comics, Morbius was, and so was Vampire by Night. There was vampires and witches because they were connected on and off, different characters, because they were associated with gods and monsters with the Satanic realm, because vampires were made by demons. The same, connected to the same makers of demons. Where demons, Marvel's where demons. There's a lot of characters that are where demons. I think I was supposed to like play this game online, but somewhere down the road I just started talking too much. Not in the spiritual realms. What am I doing? Plant shit.
Oh no. No. Someone stole the cassava? I've got to track down the thieves before they get too far. Maybe there are some traces of pollen still in the air. Got it. Glad this plant is a wind pollinator. It releases so much pollen, I can see the path they took. Now let's see where these pilfering plants went. Good thing this pollen isn't triggering my allergies. Total coincidence. I refuse to be allergic. That's like a rock star plant with all that security.
So why are we guarding the ficus exactly? Smithers said it could be used to make untraceable poison. All I know is he was more than willing to play.
Definitely not trying to feed their community.
Get ready!
This is where my work leads you. These thieves have no idea what they stole. This cassava's DNA could help us feed so many people.
This is gonna hit!
Oh, like a little seed in there. I've seen a lot of things stolen. And potted plants? I guess when people hear the word rare, they just want it.
You don't want this! Hey, Spider-Man! I see you.
I've got something to plant. My fist in your face!
We got this! We got this! Move out the way!
I need this plant for an experiment to help feed New York, if that means anything to you. No? Really?
What kind of plant is this?
I think it's called the Back to Jail plant.
The Back to Jail plant.
Where is that plant? You couldn't have walked far. All right, buddy. One quick stop at Feast, and then we'll get you back home. Glad we nipped this nefarious plan in the bud. See what I did there? Yeah, I knew you would. Wait, your name's not Audrey, is it? Parker, stop talking to the plant.
Spell the plant. It's the plant.
Okay, now to borrow a bit of your super special genetic material to help your cousins grow faster. Okay, so we want some extra growth genes from our guest plant. Let's see.
There he is!
Huh? Oh no, you're not touching that! That plant must be really special to you!
It's in that machine thingy! I'll take you down! Spider, so smart.
Did I say that?
We just followed you straight back here. Pretty dumb. You're done now, Spider-Man.
What was that?
Let's try that again. How do these fit together? This should create a cassava that grows more quickly without sacrificing the yield. And there we go. The plant will be secure in this workbench until ESU can buff up their greenhouse security. Feast will really be able to improve their crop yield with these new hybrids.
And wicked this way comes. The 2024 is going to be a big year, but also a year it's gonna be an interesting year when it comes to the entertainment business, because what we're walking into is something that could come out of 2023, and I just have a sense that something even bigger is around the corner for 2024 than we think, that people will think. Associated, like, it might be my year. So it might be my opportunity to get closer to home, if not home entirely. So, because it's a good chance. It's also X year. You say it's X year because it's the 24. So you can say TX year, 2024. 2026 is going to be 2026 is going to be something else. Number Z, especially if it's not prevented. I don't feel like wouldn't that be when terrorists would attack? Some fucking crazy ass war, extra war, when the shit really hits the fan. Not in 2026. This is the last one, I believe. Crazy shit on the horizon. I mean, they're obsessed with the letter Z, so Makes me think they're gonna probably do some wicked shit in 2024 and 2025, and then they're gonna do like probably whatever crazy ass shit they got planned. They're probably holding out some big ass thing that's gonna happen that could be like potentially the end of the world. We'd all die in 2026. Some psychopath kills us all. 2026. I don't know. But signs all point at psychopath in 2026. Something not good in 2026. But I think there's going to be something good in 2024, though. In the mix of nightmares that are yet to come also in 2024. It's not all bad. Or if I take what one of my people said to me on, what was it, Facebook? Meta? Someone, I don't know, it's a bunch of people. Somebody said that threatened me or said something. I don't know what it was, but it made me think, because they said, well, you're going to be dead before, or was it before winter? Oh, I get death threats. I get all sorts of shit. Like someone says something like, and I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like, you're going to be dead by winter. And I'm like, winter? Like they're following some of the shit that I've said online about winter. I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't know. In some ways, I feel like I'm already dead. What's left to kill? You want to really hurt me? Give me what I want and then take it away. What I really want. Give me true love. Let me settle down and get married and establish a family, and then you sick fucks would strike. And then, and only then, you could really hurt me. Then I'd actually have something to really lose. Because everything that I have now is expendable, replaceable, manageable. There's always something new because it's just art. I can have a new piece of art tomorrow. I can make my own art. I can get someone else's art. I can get involved with art. Now you can't replace love, true love. Some people could disappear and you'll feel bad, sure, but it's just, for selfish reasons. It's not going to be the end of the world. They're not going to break you because they broke someone else. Unless, I know exactly how they can destroy me. And it starts with heaven and ends in hell. True love, it's like Hancock. It's a lot like Hancock. The movie Hancock with Will Smith and Charlie, where they're soulmates or angels, and how they can't be together because if they are together, then there's a chance for them to actually be destroyed and killed. In other words, if they're not, they can actually probably live forever. They're undefeated, they're undefeated. In a way, that movie is some sad ass shit. That I feel like is really real. I feel like that's how they've killed me. Really killed me. True love. Today. Now we're getting all these chests of these bare naked it's that ASMR where you say vulgarity. Stop it, fucker. I'm gonna do this. Drawn back and forth, back to the day in heaven, the love of your life, and then just it's how they destroy you. They give you what you want, do what you want, whatever you do, just so they can rule you. Well, now you're in a family, which means now we have a way to actually destroy you.
These hunters sure
Now,
have a lot of stuff.
You can be
Raven must be
defeated.
wealthy. Like, oligarch wealthy.
Some of the characters had the really bad pronunciation. It's like, yo mama, the do mama, or whatever, Doctor Strange. Yo mama, Doctor Strange. Oh shit. Isn't that what you're gonna call it, your mama? Yeah, he had to stop the time. He had to, like, imprisoned your mama. Imprisoned your mama and Doctor Strange. He imprisoned your mama, and your mama kept killing him over and over again. He kept dying. Your mama kept killing him, but he, she couldn't stop killing him. She didn't know what to fucking do. Guess I kept killing him. He trapped her into his repetitive, constant death. Doctor Strange. What am I doing? Getting distracted. 55, 52. An interview with the Misfits, with the Outcasts, with the Black Sheep. What's it like to not belong? To be somewhere where you just don't belong? To be around people who just don't get you or understand you or appreciate your talent? This energy is devastating. It's like waking up and realizing that you really are now. I might just have to be aware. Forget. I'm having some greenhouse shit. I'm not just remembering this. I find my soulmate just to be devastatingly destroyed. Oh, that sucks. I was on a killing spree. Oh, there's another box. What are these fuckers out everywhere? all of a sudden respawn, how these things work. I feel like these things just spawn in random locations. Other than way up there. Didn't see shit. It's the last one.
That's a lot of nesting boxes. Good beat.
A lot of nesting boxes. Is that
Here, thanks for your help here. As before, we're training the drones to identify predators like rats and beetles, so they can guard the bees' nesting boxes.
Okay, let's get things booted up.
Time for target practice. Bee Bodyguards, Queen's Edition. Giving new meaning to Queen's Bee. Yes. Good. Rat-a-tat, rat. This is a strange job.
Unidentified predator detected.
Uh-oh, what's that? Better go check that out. Whoa, that bird. It's going after the nests, trying to eat the bees. Aha, Neuropody albicollis, a white-throated bee-eater bird. It's right there in the name. I need to shoo this bird back to wherever it came from. I wonder if this drone has a real-world mode. Cool. Now I can really encourage this bird to get going. Perfect. This is enough to annoy the bird, but not hurt it.
But it's okay to kill bees.
I can see if there are others. Hey, bird! I can't follow you if you don't move. Get going. Giving you a little push. Mush. Mush, birdie. Keep it moving, buddy. Gotta shoot him to scoot it. Gotcha, birdie. Can't have you eating up the bees of queens, or the queen bees. Huh, so this is your home. You must have escaped from here and gone out for a snack. Door's propped open. Better close it before you escape again. Got it. Okay, I think I'm done for now. The drone will pilot its way back to home base in no time.
I'm not sure bee-eating birds are a citywide threat, but I'll mention it to Dr. Young. We should definitely program the drones to look for outliers like that.
Oh, fucking knockouts. Just unlock this one. What time is it? 4:48. long as I've been streaming for over 10 hours. Yeah, I'm about to quit life. Shit. Look forward to even my chances of looking at some shot in Manhattan. See what happens. Whatever happens, happens. Oh, guys, yeah, but democracy, you know, needs for anything in the career fields of shit, so whatever. Roam the world. Life would be nice, though, a real one, where it's not just doing defeating things until you are living temporarily. You know, it's like the most alive I felt lately was in the state of Wyoming when I was out west driving around. It was actually the best shit I've probably done all year. And it's a little bit devastating that I didn't keep doing it because, I don't know, money issues on top of that. I don't know, just split problems. Plus the van broke down once and I had to repair it. Met some really nice people, you know, help me out, but just kind of just lost and wandering around. That's what van life is. It's not all wonderful. It's doom and gloom and sacrifice itself when you go down that, which I have, and I should have recorded more than I did. And I had plans on driving to Alaska in the summer. The reason I don't do it in the winter because I don't think my vehicle would survive it in the winter. That's why. I don't have a four-wheel drive shit, so it's my van is not equipped for that journey. It's gonna have a hell of a time doing it just on a nice day or a nice, couple of days in the summertime. So yeah, I don't have any faith in it at all during the winter. Going long distance. And I don't make enough money to get a, really nice, like, big, traveling truck, four-wheel drive truck that has, like, that's big enough to live in. Or I would get that truck, probably. Something that's off-road compatibility. That's also, like, a van that is big enough to live in. I'd trade my van for that, for sure. I've seen one. I know what I'm talking about. There's a couple of YouTubers that have it. There's some really nice van builds out there that people have that I would also like, but I don't think even everyone's van builds are really equipped for, like, I don't know. Some of them look like they might not be, but they might be equipped for going, like, off-road. Because somehow they get off-road with some of them, and it just looks kind of, like, off-putting. Like they might break down at any moment out there. I just wait for my van to be broken when I go camping. Because I go up in the Rocky Mountains and shit, driving over damn outdoor shit every time. One day it's like, there it goes. It happens. It's like they're stranded out there with no cell service. On a broken ass vehicle. So like I said, it's complicated. Being me, I wouldn't get anyone to help me either, probably. I don't know, I just feel like if I went out on the side of the road, tried to wave someone down, you know, it seems like an impossible task to achieve something. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. I can't have it done properly, and, you know, I don't know if I should keep doing the same, you know, went out like that for too long, because if something breaks, then I'm fucking stranded. I tell you something, I'm always stranded. Alright, fun. And the reason why it's fun when you're going willingly, but it ain't fun when you're trapped and then you can't fucking escape because your vehicle shit the bed and you have no cell service. Because now you have to wave down a car and hope to God, you know, someone genuine will help you out. It's really you have to rely on people for sure. Or you will die out there. To the end of me. I'd have to go hunting for my food. Figure out how I'm gonna survive. Yep. I am falling asleep. So I think I'm gonna go. And hope everyone is fucking fantastic. Having the time of their lives. You know, some lucky assholes dating. Probably having the time of their life right now with some model or some shit like Ariana Grande or something. It's like, I mean, while I'm here. Until I'm not. I'll be in Manhattan soon. I might end up marrying an ASMR, just I could, you know, work with that. Who knows? Maybe I'll never get married and I'll just go home, move in, have crazy, insane time, and then leave and go somewhere else and, you know, keep crashing, burning, going, take up jobs and crash and burn and repeat. Done a dead-end job. Take up someone again. Right now, on my feelings, I'm beat right now. I feel pretty defeated. So I'm gonna go and watch ASMR or listen to ASMR till I pass out. Yep. Let me say this one last time. Somewhere. I don't think this is how you save it. There we go. We'll save one last time. Just to be safe. Dominant sensory meridian response. You're getting very, very sleepy. Little see-through shit. Let there be biblical times. There was tons of artists obsessed with religions. religious crafts. Headaches right now that I'd rather not go down to. I'm just gonna watch ASMR. It's night time. Alright. God bless, Godspeed. Choose. Just don't be an evil bastard. It's that simple. Alright. Peace.